It's so stupid. Okay, now actually give it a... There it is. Now it is loaded. Oh, we got the Starship Troopers uniform again. Oh, we got the Starship Troopers uniform again, guys. Let's go.
As Count Dangler says, what does he mean by that? What does he mean by that? What does he mean by that? Oh,
what do you mean by that?
Do you know what's funny? He just made the screen He just made the screen better. You know, but he's doing it on the worst games possible.
Hold on. I just realized something.
What?
He uses the big screen for gameplay. But when there's an article, he uses the small screen.
So fucking retarded, I swear, man.
Motherfucker doesn't want you reading his screen. He wants you watching his shitty-ass Helldivers 2 gameplay. But when it comes to the stream, he wants it to be like this GIF that I'm looking up.
The title is...
It's like when he's showing you his shitty-ass Helldivers gameplay, he wants you to see it very big and clearly. When he's showing you an article, he wants it to be like this. That fucking GIF.
God damn it, man.
To the side chat.
Yeah, I saw it. I have it opened. Warhammer 40k is inherently right-wing, and why the left can't understand that? Shut the fuck up, liberal.
Fucking retard can't even make a coherent thought. That's why they can't understand it, because they happen to listen to him explain it, and he can't explain things for shit.
Even Omnar, who's even more human, has chickens and all that, somehow he's like, you know what? I don't understand this inhuman language.
I'm sorry, I am a human. I don't speak European.
Mm-hmm. I unfortunately understand the language.
Barely. Barely.
What do you fucking mean barely? I lived in the Balkans. War criminals were interesting.
I thought you were I'm sorry. We have gone from you being Greek to you being born in Australia to you living in the Balkans. Take a pick.
Greece is in the Balkans.
Shut up!
Yeah,
Shut up! The Balkans are a myth. It is not real. It was made by Big Travel to encourage travel sales, and they're actually flying people to a simulation off the coast of fucking California.
So let me guess, you told me to shut up, so thus you conceded.
Italy is not real. It was made by Big Pizza in coordination with Big Dairy. Play the fucking video.
You know what? You and Narj can get along with each other because you two make the things fuck up. Anyway, see, my joke's even better than his.
Yeah, but that's not setting the bar very high. Dude, that is taking the bar, digging a 6 feet hole, and setting the bar at 5 feet 9 inches. It's not hard to beat that.
Look, I think Gamza is right. Like, my jokes comes better when I just Photoshop the shit out of them.
You are right, though. You do have a better track of being funny than this fucker. This has gotten worse. It's gotten to the point where we haven't even started the video and we're roasting his ass.
It's because of the fucking 2 past instances with the other 2 videos. My goodness.
Play the fucking video.
Imagine the
Play
bloopers.
the fucking video.
It's cool.
Warhammer 40,000 is intrinsically right-wing.
He says
A statement that I should think would not have been overly controversial, really.
But you don't understand, Gran. It is the most masculine game ever, so thus 40k is right-wing. You know? And, dude, this contradicts so much when he said everything's political, and at the same time it's not political. And he's doing this very thing that he accuses.
He specifically tried to say everything's political because it's not political.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna write this down. I try to cover it in isolation, but this is gonna have a lot of
covering it in isolation is going to be a bad idea. This is one video, and we're using all these as a character evaluation.
Mm-hmm.
That ain't going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have to rewatch all these fucking videos. God damn it. You're lucky. You get to watch them once. I got to watch this shit twice.
Yes.
That's his comment on the matter.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, technically, I gotta watch it like 2-3 times when I do video editing. So, you know.
Yeah, but you get to watch it with me shitting bricks.
No, everything is political because it's not political. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Oh, wait. At the start of the video, Warhammer 40k is right wing. Meanwhile, you say everything is political because it's not political in your everything is political video.
But remember, if you try to say that Warhammer was not political, by his logic, that makes it political because it wasn't political. The man hasn't even got past saying Warhammer 40,000. That is all he said, and we are ripping him a fourth asshole already.
Alright, let's go.
We have gotten to this point. We have devolved into so much arch Warhammer hate that the man can say the name of a video, just the title, not even make a statement of opinion. He just says a name, and we're beating him to death with spoons.
Damn.
Continue.
Damn, this is what I feel like when I'm on the other side of the stick. Let's go.
Come on. It is a setting where even the most progressive and good, heavy quotation marks intended faction, the Tau, are a hyper-authoritarian, absolute caste system state that uses armies of fanatically loyal, indoctrinated soldiers to enforce their worldview on quite literally everyone.
He mentioned the Tau as arguments invalid.
And the closest thing you could find within the far-flung future with a resemblance to today's left-wing political values, well, it would be discovered perched atop a spire on Komarog.
What?
And I'm not kidding.
Huh?
Huh?
Let's rewatch that.
Indoctrinated soldiers to enforce their worldview on quite literally everyone. And the closest thing you could find within the far-flung future with a resemblance to today's left-wing political values, well, it would be discovered perched atop a spire on Komarog.
What? I'm sorry. No, pause it. I'm not even the most versed in Eldar lore, and I know better than to believe this. The Dark Eldar, which he is showing here, their whole ideology is torture people to hide us from the demon rapist. Their ideology is stick a person on a meat hook alive and hang them off the side of a ship, and if you're doing a parade, it's to capture more victims. Their entire ideology is we torture people or we die. I'm very familiar with woke ideology, and as stupid and as fucked up as it is, please elaborate on the similarities between these two.
He thinks it's also funny. I didn't laugh.
Yeah, got the whole squad laughing, buddy. Yeah, why not? Wait, while you're at it, define normal.
Define noble. Anyways, please elaborate the
Motherfucker,
similarities of progressive. Yeah, sorry. I was just writing down. Similarities of progressive
There
left.
is nothing actually in Warhammer lore that is comparable to real-world politics. That's why we have such a fucking problem with GW going woke. Real-world politics just don't fit in 40k in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't work. Nothing in there is comparable to the liberals. Nothing in there is comparable to communists. Nothing in there is comparable to right-wingers or Nazis or libertarians. There is nothing comparable.
Yeah.
The closest political structures you can compare 40K to is whatever the shit they had during the Roman Empire.
Accurate. What was it?
That hasn't been politics for 2,000 fucking years. Dumbass.
I can't even use the word. I was gonna use the word that you just used. We get killed, torture, and anything else just to keep the demon rapists away. But I'll just say Slanesh, just for the sake of this. Same thing.
Just say grapist. Just say demon grapist. And then you could actually just superimpose a clip from the grapist skit into there.
Hey, kid! Oh no, not the one with the kids.
I'm gonna tie you down. I'm gonna grape you. I'm gonna tie down your parents. I'm gonna grape them. I'm gonna grape your whole family.
Oh man, that aged poorly.
That was the idea. That was the idea. It was supposed to age poorly.
Please elaborate the similarities of the progressive left and Dark Elder, because Dark Elder is essentially we kill, torture, and anything as much as possible to keep the demon grapists away. In real life, politics doesn't fucking work because it's a fictional world. That's how I condensed it, at least.
Again, the closest politics that could potentially apply that are real world politics is fucking Roman Empire era politics. Maybe some Holy Roman Empire era politics.
We don't mention that.
Shit that hasn't mattered for 2,000 fucking years because the countries that use those politics have long since died.
Yeah, I think the Roman
Motherfucker.
Yeah, no, the Roman Empire was gone for like 2k years. Well, it's more than that, but whatever. I'll just say 2k
Yeah, the
years.
Roman Empire died not long after Christianity kind of became a thing, and then it kind of turned into the Holy Roman Empire, and then that fell apart by the First World War or some shit like that.
Oh.
And it's like, yeah, fucking, yeah.
Well,
no.
I'm going to put the part of...
It's not real world politics. It is at best ancient politics. And it is at worst ancient politics, and at best not politics.
There's a little minor mistake you did, but it's irrelevant for this topic, really. So
yeah, I know I didn't get my history perfectly accurate, but you get what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, what do you mean? Yeah. Holy Roman Empire, World War I. What a crazy fucking fanfic that will be.
Yeah, no, half of the Holy Roman Empire survived well into America's history. The eastern half of it was still around by the time the U.S. became a country. I just don't remember when specifically it fell.
Oh, wait. It seems like we're not talking about the same Holy Roman Empire, because the Holy Roman Empire was the one that had a lot of Germanic cultures, and they looked like a scrambled egg and all that. Not the... Yeah.
There was like the Eastern Roman Empire or whatever the fuck it was, and that lasted well into America's history before it collapsed.
I've never heard of this.
The western half of the Roman Empire fell before the eastern half did. Or the Holy Roman Empire, or whatever the fuck it was. You know what I mean.
Well, okay. And before we get sidetracked, let's continue.
Yeah.
Kidding. Anywho,
you could have corrected
before
me,
I...
but...
Oh, well, because what was it? To oversimplify this, and before we go into the rabbit hole and all that, blah, blah, blah. So there was the Eastern Roman Empire, and then there was there was the Western Roman Empire that fell. Eastern Roman Empire, well, even though they call themselves Romans, but we just know them as today as the Visiting Empire. And then...
Yeah,
later...
they called themselves Romans because it was an extension of the Holy Roman Empire.
Correct. And then when the Byzantines fell, there was like a completely different empire. They call themselves the Holy Roman Empire, but even though it's like atop of Germany and it has like scattered kingdoms, but somehow they're just unified together.
Which is really funny because last I checked, the Germanic area was an area that Rome couldn't conquer.
Exactly.
It was like their Vietnam. They never conquered the Germanics. So like the fucking Roman Empire fell and failed. They failed to conquer the Germanics. Then it fell, and then for whatever fucking reason, the Germanics decided, that Roman Empire thing wasn't a bad idea, and so they just decided to declare themselves the Roman Empire.
Oh, that's so weird.
For no fucking reason. The Roman Empire couldn't conquer them. They were never fucking part of it. They just decided it would be funny, I guess.
Yeah, that's why when I did like history and shit, most of us were like, yeah, this Holy Roman Empire thing, yeah, did not exist. It's not real.
It's not holy, it's not Roman, and it's not an empire.
Exactly. Like that fucking empire fell off once Napoleon kicked in. A 4 foot tall man kicked in, and the Holy Roman Empire just collapsed, and thus the Prussians arrived afterwards.
Yeah, and then they survived till World War I, and we kicked their ass. Anyways, continue.
It was called a shotgun.
It's called the Prussian Empire fell at the hands of the
Anywho,
combat shotgun.
Before I go off on today's topic, allow me to present the casus belli for this evening's elucidations. As is ever so common these days, my grievance was discovered on Twitter, with a pleasant Kenobi here asking, why is Warhammer so toxic? Largely, it's because of people like you, Kenobi. No, seriously, I always repeat this point every time.
Pause it, God fucking damn it! God fucking damn it! We're a minute in, and we've already been spending 15... Why is Warhammer toxic? Because it's full of a bunch of goddamn simps! It's full of a bunch of wiener schnitzel dick ball banana fuckers who have clinged themselves so hard to $80 plastic army men to the point where it has become their entire purpose in life to collect plastic army men and to make fun of people who collect the wrong plastic army men, or tell them that they're fucking gay for collecting plastic army men, because it's their entire personality. It is toxic because these people have an unhealthy attachment to it. It's not because there's woke people, though that doesn't help the problem. It's not because there's right-wingers, though that doesn't help the problem. It's because they're all fucking losers! It's because they're all fucking losers who have no life, no personality, and no social skills, so they have hyper-attached themselves to a shit-ass company and a shit-ass board game!
I'm just gonna write in my notes, let Grant cook. Just gonna write that down.
That's why it's toxic! That's part of the reason why I got so pissed off at this fucking community.
Yeah,
because I saw, dude, when I was still playing for Warhammer and I was still into Warhammer, I watched people genuinely harass each other for collecting the wrong fucking army or for playing the wrong fucking edition because they got hyper attached to their army and that army's lore and memes and that fucking edition. And then when the Helldivers bullshit happened, I watched the 40k community go and start harassing the fucking Helldivers players for playing Helldivers instead of wasting money on a woke ass piece of shit Gears of War clone. That's why it's toxic.
Damn you, Grant, you cannot say that. The Space Marine one is the great.
Shit in your fucking sink, asshole!
Does that sound like you conceded?
Conceded, I'm just getting started, boy.
Oh.
Hope you're ready to debate a 12 gauge.
I like even the thumbnail says, why does Warhammer have so many chuds? And yay. Yeah, and people come up to me when I had that woke and anti-woke video. When I had the woke video, people are like, oh, this guy, the one on the left, I forgot his name now. God damn it, it's not coming to mind. They're like, oh, he's not bad. His painting is great and all that. Huh?
He's a painter YouTuber. I used to watch his shit for a while too before I figured out he was woke.
Yeah. No, like people, they do the argument of separating the artist from the art. That's their argument.
You can only do that so much. You can only do that for so long with so much.
Yeah. Or because the argument is like, oh, they're not doing it on their channel, so it doesn't matter. It's fine.
Okay, separating the art from the artist applies when you're playing a game where it's like, okay, they're probably a little more liberal than me, but they're not shoving it in my face. It's still good art. I can do this. Woke people actively push past the limit of being able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So do people like Arch, mind you. Then again, Arch isn't an artist. He's a loser.
No, we've come to the conclusion that for for Arch is pretty much a degenerate that he thinks porn is art and then needs free speech. I'm making this shit up.
He doesn't even make porn. He doesn't even make porn. By his own standards, he's not even an artist.
Now, you see, if he AI generated, then he becomes an artist by default. Thanks, Shad.
I don't even think he AI generates shit. He just commissions fucking furry artists.
That's true. I was going to say, like...
He just commissions furry artists. He doesn't even make his own degenerate shit. He doesn't even AI generate shit. He just commissions furry artists.
I don't know why, because for a second there, because I remember Shadiversity was a co-host for his for the show.
No, he wasn't a co-host. He just interviewed Shadiversity.
Interviewed. And all I remember is Shadiversity saying, I am an artist because I use AI. I'm like, I don't know. Before...
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing with Shadiversity. He uses AI, but he actually can draw on his own. Normally, what he does is he will add in the prompts to color and correct his own drawings.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
so actually, Shadiversity is an artist. He is an artist who actually has a level of artistic skill. He just uses the AI to pick up where he can't.
And thus many people left.
Not to mention, his brother actually is a professional artist.
Yeah, there were some other stories that I've heard that Shadiversity, for some reason, hates his brother or something, or thinks he's just a better artist than his brother.
Nah, that's all bullshit. That's literally all bullshit slander. He has refuted that multiple times.
Okay.
He refutes it again in one of his latest videos, actually.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, they don't hate each other. They don't go neck and neck at each other like that. That's all bullshit. That was all bullshit that was made to slander Shadiversity when he came out in favor of AI art generators.
Probably. But,
because you got to remember, when the AI art generating bullshit came out, people were militaristically against it.
Correct. Still a thing. Okay, we're getting sidetracked.
He was one of the victims of that. But anyways.
Yeah.
And this comes up, but before progressivism, there was no sign on GW's door saying no blacks, gays, or Jews. Games Workshop did not discriminate against any...
Sorry?
That was the problem. They didn't keep out the minorities.
Anybody but the poor. But after the progressives, it became, if you agree with us, you are welcome. If not, you will not be missed. That is what turned what was once the single most welcoming geekdom community I have ever seen into today's, quote, toxic state. But we're not going to go back over that here.
I know I just ranted on this, but I have to clarify something here.
Yeah.
When I got into Warhammer, was early days of 8th edition when it was still mostly old guard. There wasn't the woke invasion yet. It wasn't the normie invasion. It wasn't mainstream. It was still widely the old guard. And it was toxic back then. Dare I say I actually had a worse experience with 40k players back then than I have had now. I'm not trying to paint the current state of the community and the current people in it as good. I think it is still toxic and has some serious shit-ass issues. But what I will say is that I've had more positive experiences now with the community than I have had back then with just the old guard, who were borderline hostile towards new people getting into it around that time.
I can confirm that with Smogan and Gamza when they were around that time as well. So... You know.
Yeah, well, and they were kind of exceptions to exceptions to the rule. But actually, it was a lot of people in Gamza's server who gave me a hard time and wanted me gone for basically being a new guy. Gamza was like, he stood up for me. He stood up for me, but he was like the exception to the rule, basically. All the old guard 40k players, they did not want me around.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, dare I say it was actually even more toxic back then. You actually find more people that are willing to let people in now. I'm not trying to defend the current 40k community. It is still highly toxic and still suffers from the same fucking problems. But I'm just saying that I've had better experiences now than I did back then. It didn't become toxic. If anything, it might have actually this whole thing might have let in some actually non-toxic people.
Yeah.
Again, not trying to justify GW, not trying to justify the Warhammers for Everyone post, not trying to justify the woke people or anything like that. I'm just pointing this out. Don't sit there and say that it was a better community before. It was almost objectively worse. It was almost objectively at least just as bad.
Yeah. Well, can't comment because got in 8th edition, played it a little bit from there, but got really into it in 9th edition. So mixed bag for me.
Same for me. I really got into it during 9th edition.
The reason I say
that was
I was gonna say I got into 8th edition, but I was playing like Tabletop Simulator, and before I'd played the physical one.
I played the physical version first, but yeah, like I said, I don't sit here, Arch. Don't sit here and tell me the community was better before this shit. It wasn't. If anything, a lot of the toxicity problems it has right now are baked into its fucking DNA.
I think he's really pulling off the anti-pans gaming, where he's like, dude, the games in the early 2000s was just better, man.
Yeah, they really weren't. You just had companies that were better with quality control back before they could fix it later on, but there was still shitty games too. There was a lot of shitty games.
Yep.
Shovelware existed. Is that one of the commentators explained to Kenobi that the reason why there are so many people he disagrees with in 40k is because it is indeed a masculine setting, and does thus indeed not mesh very well with gay race communism. Pretty simple, really. I then expanded on this by stating the obvious. 40k is a right-wing setting. Furthermore, it is explicitly anti-progressive.
All right, now we gotta bullshit this, because I know the argument he's trying to make.
It sounds like you have something you want to say, so I'll let you go first.
From what I'm gathering with this, because it doesn't have gay shit, thus it's right-wing.
Yeah, newsflash, asshole. Most shit in the 80s didn't have gay shit, including the left-wing stuff. And to say, because he's going to try and make part of this at least is his argument. He's going to partially say that it's partially right-wing because it's masculine. Guess what, motherfucker? The Soviet Union was pretty fucking masculine.
Yeah,
the Soviet Union didn't exactly go into gay race communism. They went into the labor communism. It was specifically a masculinized version of that shit. It had masculinity all over it. They were a military state. They had a huge push they had a huge focus on their military infrastructure. They focused towards farmers and factory workers and laborers, groups that were predominantly masculine. And most communist propaganda and art from the Soviet Union depicted men and men doing masculine things. So no, it's not right-wing because it's masculine, because there was liberal masculine shit too, and there was liberal stuff back then that wasn't gay. And on top of all that, I know where he's gonna go. I know exactly where he's gonna go with the Warhammer is anti-progressive because they don't like progressing in their sci-fi. That's not anti-progressive, that's just storytelling. Anti-progressive would be if it took a political stance against progressivism. 40k doesn't do that. 40k up until 10th edition, basically, in lore, isn't used to take a real-world political stance on anything. It never took a political stance. It wasn't against progressivism. It wasn't against traditionalism. It was a grimdark setting that was specifically written to make everything suck, and it didn't really give a shit about the politics of the real world. It is apolitical. It is not political. It was like that until recently. This doesn't make it right-wing, you dumb fuck!
I just made it so simple that it makes him so stupid. I was like, dude, most 1980s games, even the 90s games, didn't have gay shit. Doesn't mean it's right-wing with a fucking dumb logic. And the other,
One of the greatest female characters in all of fiction is Ridley Scott from Alien from the 70s. And that's not a political movie. There is nothing about the original Alien series that was political. There was no girl boss. There was no feminism, you go. There was none of that shit.
Yeah.
The most political thing was she owned a cat.
Accurate. Must be political.
Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah, most shit in the 80s, even the shit that did try to make a political stance, wasn't hyper political. 40K wasn't hyper political. Rogue Trader made a couple of jabs at politics. That was about it. It's not inherently right-wing because of this. It is inherently apolitical. It is inherently non-political, doesn't give a shit about politics, and is asking why you're trying to shove your Republican Party wiener in it. Or if you're a Wookiee, it's asking why the fuck you're trying to shove your fucking trans rights strap-on into it.
Yeah, I just made like very simple notes just to debunk him with very simple shit because even with that he can't even refute it. Like
yeah, pretty much.
It's right wing because it's masculine. It's like it's so dumb because I'll be like, have you seen the communist posters? Damn, it's so anti-masculine and progressive. That's already.
Yeah, it's so anti-masculine to show a buff dude who works at a factory holding up a hammer and sickle, which were symbols of his worker class at the time, which would have mostly been white dudes.
Yep. It's just I just find it funny. That's all. I just make it so simple just to prove him that he's a fucking dumbass.
Yeah, it's so fucking easy.
This is so like dealing with a Wookiee, I swear. Oh, there's no sexy women, thus it's woke. Oh, fuck me, man. All right.
Yeah, this is just identity politics. It's the same shit we bitch about on the left. The same shit we bitch about them doing.
This then made quite a few people, with a grand total of 72 brain cells and a biscuit between them, very upset. Making me, in turn, very, very pleased with myself.
I didn't laugh. I'm gonna write this down now again.
Wow, so funny. You got the whole squad laughing. The whole squad.
And we will use their nonsense for fun debunking later on. But first, having received an excuse as good as any to dive into this topic.
Sorry, I'm pausing it real quick. I know he said first, not first.
Oh, you didn't roll his R. You didn't roll your R's. He didn't roll his R's. Arch didn't roll his fucking R's. I thought it was part of his accent, guys. I thought it was part of his fucking accent.
Okay.
Topic, I shall. For Warhammer 40,000 is absolutely, intrinsically, right-wing. It could not be otherwise. Now, to adequately explain this position, I am first going to have to talk about what I mean when I use the terms left and right. For whilst I am sure by now all of you have a conceptual understanding of these terms,
All right, guys,
we are going to be talking about
okay,
broad...
Hold on. He's going to define left and right. Is he going to define normal? Already funnier than his fucking joke. We must define left and right. Okay, but can you define normal?
Be waiting for 3 episodes for this shit.
Been waiting for 4 fucking episodes. Can you define normal?
Yeah, can you define normal for once, bitch?
Morality,
That's
values,
what you
and in
need to
turn...
call this series. If you turn this into a series of bashing Arch, you just need to call it the Waiting for Arch to Define Normal series.
Just gotta put that in the bloopers. Video bloopers.
Bye, normal!
Yeah, waiting for Arch to define normal. Shit. Oh, fuck. I would like to do that on Twitter, but at the same time, I'm like, he's gonna block me. Oh, well.
I'm sure you could do that. Here's the thing. We can challenge him to a debate again. We could try and challenging him again, but he's probably going to ghost us again unless this gets shoved in his face. Worst case scenario, he ghosts you again, and then who gives a shit if he blocks you?
I'm sure by now all of you have a conceptual understanding of these terms. We are going to be talking about broad morality, values, and in turn politics here. And I'm going to bring up
Holy shit, is he gonna define moral? Is he gonna fucking define normal? We're talking about morals again. Guys, the fucking atheist is gonna talk about morals again. Here we fucking go.
I was like, he's like broad morality. I'm like, that doesn't make fucking sense. Broad morality means almost like,
It's just like shit that everybody agrees on, I guess.
yeah, okay, sure. Let's figure it out here.
a more firm definition. So I feel it
So he said more, but not more. Okay, I just want to put that out.
is necessary to properly go
Part
over
of
the
his accent,
terms.
my ass.
So, allow me to introduce you to Jonathan Haidt. You might have heard of him before,
thanks,
as
not
he
gay.
is an American social psychologist that came up with a pretty brilliant way to explain why people whom a mere decade
he's calling
ago
it brilliant,
could have
it's
played a
probably
game of
stupid.
40k at the same table and never thought a bad word about one another are now willing and eager to shove screaming feral raccoons up one another's asshole just for the privilege of hearing the screams.
Pause it.
The explanation
Pause it. I have a story that can directly prove this fucker's claim completely wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like story time with Uncle Nine?
Yeah, go for it.
This was back during 9th edition when I still played. And I was playing a game with a dude. Pretty right-wing dude, too. Like we were shitposting the kind of shitpost you could only get away with another right-wing guy. A tranny comes up to the table, dressed in like an 1800s Victorian era cloak with a Black Templar's purity seal pinned to it. Because they saw I was playing Black Templar. And they could hear our jokes, mind you. We weren't quiet. And they're like, oh shit, you got the new Templar box set? I'm like, yeah, pretty cool. Can I see some of your models? Go right ahead. They were open about being trans, but they didn't start the conversation with it. Actually, we kind of had to guess at it. I got along with them just fine. We had a good chat. We had some fun. Like I said, they heard the fucking jokes we were making, so they could probably guess my opinion on shit.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't care, and I didn't care. We only cared that I had some really cool Black Templars, and we both like Black Templars. And we were able to have a decent conversation. And I'd actually talked with that person multiple times after that and never had a negative interaction. Politics never got dragged into it, none of that stuff. And very clearly, we would have disagreed with each other on politics.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I had my Bible with me because when I played 40K, it was Sunday after church. So I had my Bible where people could see it.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's
what it is the two extremes can't get along. The majority of people can still get along just fine. It's just that the two extremes shout over everybody and kind of forcefully imply their view of things on the rest of their side. The more central, generalized right has the extremist ends of the right, not even like the far right, just the most extreme people in it, screaming their view of the left, and they kind of imply that view onto the rest of the right, and vice versa. Because who do you see? The people who are the loudest.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that, and this was, mind you, this wasn't like a long ass time ago either. This was like 2022. The fact that in 2022 I could have a conversation, me, a very clearly right-wing Christian guy who is very open about it and really didn't care, was able to have a conversation with a clearly left-wing transgender person where politics wasn't even brought up once. We didn't care, and it didn't turn into a screaming match, but rather a enjoyable conversation and enjoyable socialization, proves what he's saying wrong.
I was also gonna say, like, yeah, it almost sounded like, people just can't get along because of their politics and religion. I'm like, oh, really? Okay.
Dude, I have talked to people who are liberal. I've talked to people who are trans. I've talked to people who are authoritarian, who are libertarian. I have friends all over the spectrums of ideology and politics. My ass, you can't get along with people who disagree with anybody anymore. It's just the extreme minorities of each side trying to weaponize the passive majorities, or not even the passive, just the uncaring majorities. They're just trying to weaponize people. That's all it is. It's not that we can't get along. It's that the people who want to try and dictate our views of each other don't want us to get along.
Mm-hmm.
I can get along with these people just fine. I'm sure you can too. We can all get along with people we disagree. That has never gone away.
Yeah.
Anyways. So I just had to bash that because it's so fucking stupid.
Yeah, I'm just gonna write this down.
I had to bash that because my own fucking life proves that wrong.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I kind of knew this kind of at the start in general because, like, you just okay. How do I explain this? If you go outside and have a social interaction, it's a little bit different to what you actually think. Shocker! And people think differently.
And it's very different from the internet.
Mm-hmm.
And even on the internet, I can sit down and have conversations with people I disagree with on a lot that are positive and not politically charged and not full of just anger. And you could even do it on the internet. It's not hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just wrote down, like, I'm doing the killer bean meme. Let me put it in a language that you can understand.
Meme.
Yeah, let me put it in a language that you can understand. Normal people can have an agreement and disagreement. Like people who can touch grass and have a social interaction, unlike you, Arch.
I'm really kind of coming to the conclusion that Arch is the way he is because he doesn't touch grass. He doesn't socialize with anybody in real life outside of his like his parents, and he has to depend entirely on the internet for his personality, his socialization, all that shit. I'm really starting to get that view. I'm really starting to get that idea here.
Yeah. Yeah, what else?
I can't prove it, but it really does add up.
Yeah. It's like me. Like, I can't prove that Varrock is paid by GW, but he acts very simpy to GW. That's for sure.
Exactly.
What was it?
Exactly.
And that certain event that kind of puts Putin into the sidelights, but we don't talk about that. What was it? And the last part is, yeah, people can get along just fine that we can disagree. The ones that can't disagree is the ones who are the loudest. And that is the extremist. I think that's good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm learning the odds of good enough, bitch. And let's go.
Yeah, but
For this.
nowhere near my level.
I don't want to. I don't want to. I'm good. All right, it's cool.
Seemingly enormous divide that emerged over a very short period of time is because, he argues, we all have several moral instincts that have evolved in us as a species. And these moral instincts are valued by us more or less.
It requires evolution.
Oh.
It requires evolution. No wonder it's wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. It requires evolution just to hate on people, so it's all genetically built, so thus you have no free will. Huh? It's so dumb. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's dumb. If people are just... Okay. For the sake of this...
Look, when I talk about being racist because I'm German, it's a joke, guys. I'm just racist because I choose to be.
Wait, choice? I thought it was all evolution, Grant.
Look, I can prove free will just as easily as I can prove physics. I can prove physics by dropping these tweezers on my desk. Oh, wow, physics happened. I can prove free will. Tell me to do something.
Throw it back.
Shut up, nigger. There, I proved free will.
Excellent. You say that to God, and God is like, I see you conceded, and just throws you to hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's all evolution. Oh wait, fuck. Hating on people is evolution is dumb, because if that is the case, then you
Gay people.
have no free will. Retarded. Yeah, that's all I can write. Is like, if that is the case, then you don't really have free will.
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue.
Less based on our own complex preferences, without having to spell it out. So whilst you have a long and complicated reason for liking something, based on your brain chemistry, experiences, the way you were raised or influenced by society, etc., 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 your brain obviously does not rehash all of that information every time. And so you simply like that thing. You have a general preference. These preferences then become pretty stridently entrenched over the years, and so when challenged we tend to become combative, often for reasons that we can't quite articulate. Hate then further suggests...
No. I think
don't
we
have
can
that
articulate.
fucking problem.
Yeah, I don't have that. Okay, people who get defensive because they don't like being challenged. It's not that we can't articulate it.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with, oh, well, that's just their preference or anything. It's because it's an emotional reaction. It has nothing to do. Look, I was actually sitting here like, okay, yeah, this is kind of true. This is kind of how the brain works up until he gets to that point. Because no, it has nothing to do with that. Because actually, in a lot of cases, in the overwhelming majority of cases, people actually, at least in my experience, a lot of people actually can voice their distaste. And if it is because of a past experience, they can very easily tell you that. Like, it's not like very easily. It's not like they can't do it. They can do it almost on the spot. They can articulate why they don't like something, even if the reason doesn't make the most sense. What he's talking about is a purely emotional response, which is not actually the norm. And this is why I have the saying: if you can't voice your problem with it, and if you cannot tell me specifically what's wrong with something or how you would fix it, you don't actually have a problem with it. You just have an emotional distaste for it. That's what he's talking about. I'm sorry. I know why I don't like the things I don't like, and I can tell you why I don't like the things I don't like. And if there is like some past experience that resulted in me not liking it, I can tell you about that past experience. Unless I have genuinely forgotten that past experience, but even then in most cases, I'll know it's related to a past experience, I just can't remember it. And that is most people. Even people who are more emotional can do that. So that's bullshit.
It's funny. I love it every time where I just sound like a React Andy. And I'm just, it's funny. It's like
Well, this guy's literally like the argument that this stupid fucking book is making, that Arch is hereby, because he's quoting this book, also trying to make, is essentially that every preference is emotional responses that we can't explain. That's fucking bullshit. Most people can tell you why they don't like something. Even if their logic is stupid and bad, they can tell you. And it just takes a bit of debate if it's stupid and bad logic, and you can actually prove it. But they still have a logic and a reason, and they can tell you. It is not normal to have an emotional distaste for something. That is not the norm. That happens in extreme cases with fucking morons. Morons respond emotionally to everything. Morons can't describe the logic behind things. Morons have emotional responses. So what you're just talking about is morons, not the average person.
Oh, what? I gotta have to fix this wording the way I did it. No, it's not just preference. It's just an emotional reaction. That's why they are defensive. Plus, with the past experience, they can fucking articulate on the spot, even if it doesn't make much sense. If you don't like things and can't make a solution, that's not a logical reasoning. That's an emotional reasoning.
If you don't like things and you can't say why, you don't have a logical reason. It's an emotional response.
Okay, that's one. That's the one.
Because that's what he's talking about. He's talking about emotional responses to things. And all he's really saying is that, yeah, the people who get to the extremes with this shit and don't actually have logical reasoning They're just morons. That's all this is. They're just morons. They can't voice this shit because they don't have the intelligence to do so.
Mhm.
They can't reason this shit out. It is purely emotional because idiots. Okay, people do this in general. Idiots, smart people. This is just a natural function of the human brain. We fall back on information and knowledge that our brain already contains to solve problems. That is literally problem solving. Using information you already have to come to a conclusion to a situation.
Mhm.
People will default back to what they have for knowledge to solve a problem. Well, what do you do if you don't have knowledge? You have to fall back onto something, but you don't have knowledge to fall back on. Idiots don't have knowledge to fall back on, so they fall back onto the only other thing that their brain contains: emotion. This is also why appealing to emotion is so good at swaying lesser intelligent people, because that is what they have to think with. They have a lack of intelligence, so they have to use emotion. So if you want to sway them, just manipulate their emotions into a certain direction, and since that's what they have to fall back on, they will follow you, and they'll follow you as long as you can make them feel the way you need them to. The human brain falls back on what it has in favor of what it doesn't have. This is normally why when people like to solve problems, they try to do it on their own before they look up the information they need, unless they're in a situation where they just need to get it solved right away. They don't have time to do problem solving bullshit.
Yeah, true.
Because the human brain wants to fall back on the information it has. It's programmed to do that. Idiots don't have a lot of information. That is literally what being an idiot means. So they fall back on what they do have a lot of: emotion. And thus they form emotional responses. Their emotions make them feel a specific way, and they base their reaction accordingly. They base their reaction off of their emotions, which their emotions oftentimes will activate some form of self-preservation within the brain, resulting in emotional responses to stupid shit. People who have intelligence, though, do not do this because their brain has something to fall back on. It has knowledge to fall back on. It has logic and reasoning to fall back on. It has no need to fall back on emotions.
That makes sense. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. I like this one.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's human logic. That's human logic. That is literally how logic works. Logic is being able to use knowledge you already have to reason things out. People who don't have a lot of knowledge they still have their emotions, and so when they have to reason things out, they still have to reason things out to the same capability of regular people, of not idiots. So they do it with emotions. Because that's what they have a lot of. They have a lot of emotions in place of a lot of information. So they just use that.
What about women? No, I'm joking.
If they can get to a point where they actually do have a lot of information, you'll realize they start to make a lot less emotional reactions. How do I know this? I was the same fucking way. When I had less knowledge, I used to fall back more on my emotions. I did this a lot when I was a kid.
Yeah.
This is why kids are emotional little snob asses. They don't have knowledge, they have emotion. You're supposed to give them knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
As I grew up and got more knowledge, I fell back on my knowledge more. And I became I became a more logical person. I'm still very passionate. I can still get very, loud and passionate about shit, obviously. Mm-hmm. That's literally what these past 4 videos have been. But I'm falling back on logic to do that. I'm not acting emotionally.
Yeah.
Half the time I act up because it's funny.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, same here. No, that makes a lot of sense. Whenever I go to work and all that, and then whenever I go to work, I'm just like, yeah, I already know this shit. This is easy. Fuck it, let's cook. Oh, I got this one mistake mistake done. Oh, okay, whatever. Fuck it, I'll do it next time. Yeah, so that's because I already know. Yeah, okay, this makes sense.
Yeah, it's because you have the logic to solve that problem already. All that good shit.
Interesting.
Anyways.
Okay, I like that one.
Suggested that we could boil these preferences down to a handful of moral taste buds, like how one might enjoy salty flavors and another sweet flavors. These cores, these moral taste buds, are more or less universal, but the degree to which we value them are not. as this is what makes up our preferences, which will in turn translate into political
gonna let him
positions,
finish this,
and
then I have to
according
rip
to
him
the
another
data,
asshole.
he appears to be correct.
Okay, now pause it. This motherfucker tried to explain morality. He tried to explain the human conscious as like these moral taste buds that most people form similarly, but not everyone because no, dumbass. I'm sorry, but you cannot give a quote unquote scientific explanation to human consciousness like that. I'm sorry. This is where atheism really just fails. Morality doesn't work on an atheistic level. There is no reason for morality to have evolved into people like this. You'd have to. There's already so much bullshit with evolution, but one of the biggest things here is this literally requires people to have evolved this idea of society.
Yeah.
And the thing is, morality just doesn't work that way, because essentially this makes morality subjective.
Yeah,
This makes morality subjective to time and change in genetics that we can't even really prove exist. Okay? By your logic, Arch, what's to say that woke morality and communist morality isn't becoming proper morality? What's not to say that humanity is evolving to a point where socialism and woke ideology is the norm that is necessary for our species? By the way, still waiting for that definition on normal. What's to say that's not the case? What if the woke movement and the mentally, because we know that the woke movement is full of mentally ill people. What if this is just a sign that humanity is evolving to our next stage, and this is the morality and social structure we need for our species to thrive in our new evolutionary state? What's not to say that, Arch? That's the flaw with your argument of morality.
I will also
now, as a Christian, I actually have grounds for my morality. And it's not just, this is my personal taste in morality that I've come to that largely matches up with everybody. No, my morality is the guy that designed everything, the autism engineer of existence, told me specifically the functionality of his design, how it is supposed to function and how it is supposed to work. And it is right to follow that construction, whether I agree with it or not. I have far more superior grounds for my morality. It is not a personal taste thing. Most people's morals, a lot of people have morals that are literally tailored to their own personal opinions and tastes. But the stuff that is largely the same, in a lot of instances, people will have a problem with at least once.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, it is normal for moral structures throughout human history to heavily limit things that people want to do.
Like, this always goes back to
why would we come to a point where we all largely agree that there are things we shouldn't want to do? Especially if, there are people that tailor their morality purely around what they want to do. The fact that those people exist prove this wrong. The fact that people do custom tailor their morals and other people disagree with them proves this theory wrong. This means it's not a fucking taste thing. This means there has to be some objective right and wrong.
Didn't he say there was an absolute truth in his Helldivers video?
Yeah, he did. Mm-hmm. He did. This guy, he can't decide if he wants to argue morality is objective or subjective, so he tries to argue it both. It is so stupid.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to write down as, if morality is based on evolution, then there's no such thing as free will.
Well, again, I want to point this out because the whole free will thing I don't really think fully plays here. I can see the argument you're making, so I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. But what really gets me is, again, by this logic, for all we know, the mentally ill who have largely formed up the left are actually the next stage. By his logic, they could be the next stage of human evolution, and their morality is what the next phase of humanity needs to survive. By his logic. So he can't even argue. Even if he is trying to say that, there is objective morality, he can't even fully argue that, because by his own logic, there's a possibility that morality is changing to benefit the human species once again.
What was it? Yeah, free will. Woke is the next stage of evolution. I'm just vaguely writing this. Yeah. I was going to say, by that logic, then woke is the next stage of evolution. Dumbass.
Or it could be. We don't know. We don't know.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't know either.
It could be any one of us. It could be you. It could be me.
It could be me. It
Love
could even be, hi, I'm the pizza delivery guy. I just want my tip. I just want my money for delivering the pizza, and I'm going to go.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck you're on about.
Yep. Okay.
So let us have a look at these original 5 taste buds or values and their scores. The first is harm/care.
What does this have to do with Warhammer?
Self-explanatory enough.
I have no idea. What does this have to do with 40K?
Arch, what does this have to do with 40K being right wing? That's the video I came to watch. Like, what does this have to do with 40K being right wing, Arch? Like, that's what we're here to watch. Is this gonna be like the porn video again?
Most likely.
This is gonna be the porn video. This is gonna be like the porn video again.
Oh, dude, he really makes me want to skip just a tad bit. Because I like in the video down here, it just says context. So, yeah, intro, context, implications, moral values, horrors.
Yeah, but we're going to have to go through the context too, because context is king.
Yeah. True. Why are you still around? The Imperium are not the good guys. All female characters are not progressive.
Yeah, why are we still around, Nellop? That's a good question.
Yeah, good question. All right, these are interesting chapters that is being written down. I like this motherfucker.
Continue. Like I said, we can't skip, really. We kind of have to watch all of it.
2 times speed now.
This is our ability to empathize with others, act kindly and nicely, and how much we value care over harm. It evolved, obviously enough, to encourage and allow us to live in large groups
Actually, no.
and strengthen...
Pause it. Actually, it might be a good idea to set it to 2 times speed. That might actually be a good idea.
If he speaks too fast, I'll try to match it so we can listen to him well.
Our overall community.
Yeah.
Next, we have fairness/cheating. This evolved in
Okay,
order
yeah,
to give us an...
no, that's too fast. So that's like 1.5 or 1.25 or whatever the fuck it is.
Instinctual intuition of when resources or privileges were not distributed fairly, when somebody was cheating the system. And so as an extension to that, when action was needed to rid ourselves of those simply taking advantage of us.
You're gonna have to go back to like the
in-group
harm and
slash-
bullshit though.
Do I? Ah, shit.
Yeah, because it went too fast. It jumped through a bunch of shit.
I heard it just fine, but that's me being used to with Audible. Cool.
So let us have a look at these
fast language.
original 5 taste buds or values and their scores. The first is harm/care. Self-explanatory enough. This is our ability to empathize with others, act kindly and nicely, and how much we value care over harm. It evolved, obviously enough, to encourage and allow us to live in large groups and strengthened our overall community. Next, we have fairness/cheating. This evolved in order to give us an instinctual intuition of when resources or privileges were not distributed fairly, when somebody was cheating the system. And so as an extension to that, when action was needed to rid ourselves of those simply taking advantage
What
of
the
us.
fuck? Hold on.
Then we have
Hold on! Hold the fucking phone! We evolved the ability to have fairness and cheating so that we could weed out people when they were gaming the system. Motherfucker, how is anybody gonna... You have literally stated that we had to evolve the concept of cheating. Nigga, how you gonna cheat if you don't understand cheating? Did Nigga read an article? Did Nigga have a fucking instruction manual? How the fuck you gonna game the system if you don't even know that's possible, you dumb fuck?
You know what? You seem to know.
Did somebody evolve the ability to fucking rip you off?
Yeah, you seem like you know evolution more than I would, because all I know is.
Despite being homeschooled with a Christian bias, we still did have to deal with some curriculums that taught evolution.
Okay, that's fair. Because for me,
because they push that shit really hard in the U.S.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Because for me, because I don't know, I'm just simplifying it because there's no way you can argue around it. More or less, it's more of that. okay, if the base of morality is on evolution, then it's all just chemicals. There's no such thing as free will then.
Okay, no. Let me explain the basic. This is without going into all the theories of how shit happened. The basics of the concept of evolution is that a certain environmental change occurs, and in order for survival in order for the survival of a species done through the process of passed on mental conditioning and genetic mutation, a species will kind of grow a trait to counteract and continue survival with these new circumstances. The problem is, one, there is no proven cases of mutation adding genetic information, which is what's required here. And
Okay.
two, there is no evidence that mental conditioning results in
Evolution?
well, I mean, it results in, well, more so that it carries on. The argument there is like, oh well, the people who didn't do it die, and the people who did survive. There is minor evidence of genetic adapting. There are groups of people who, when they have lived in areas for several generations, you will notice that the environment has affected how they develop and grow from childbirth, and that's stuck around. So there is proof of genetic adapting. But evolution is dependent on that becoming straight up mutation that can result in the removal or addition of organs, or the replacement of organs, or the increasement in the functionality of organs, or things of that nature. We don't see that. Kenyans, for example, they have grown to be able, like, they can run really fucking fast because the environment they lived in, the shit they had to do to survive, and they had to exercise certain muscles, and things happened that eventually kind of resulted in genetic traits adapting to their environment. This can happen on such a small scale where if you stay in an environment long enough, you will start noticing that you are better suited to a specific environment, or you are more ill-suited to a specific environment. These changes happen. Even things as small as I got a wound in my left eye back in 2020 and that resulted in my left eye healing wonky. That wound will sometimes get agitated or even straight up reopen if it dries out or certain things happen. And it is, I shit you not, I have an identical problem in my right eye because the body will rewrite how your body is built on minor scales to balance things out. But you don't see this to an extent of major changes. Kenyans are still human. They are still the same species. They are still compatible with other humans. They have just developed enhancements in specific traits due to adaptation. Evolution is dependent on that going to the extreme of pure mutation. That doesn't fucking happen. And again, with this in mind, you have to make the argument that somebody evolved the ability to rip people off, thus resulting in others having to evolve the ability to notice somebody was ripping them off. And both of these would have had to take in hundreds of generations to actually come into play. This doesn't even fully fit within the realm of evolution. Because evolution argues that humans evolved from Neanderthals and shit, and that what happened was that we just evolved to have higher brain function that allowed us to process more complex concepts. Which means we wouldn't have even evolved the ability to understand these things. By the arguments of evolution, one day you just started, over generations, one day you just got a group of people who had superior brain capacity, and they were just randomly able to comprehend this shit.
Yeah.
So even by the theory of evolution, you do not evolve morality. We just evolved a higher brain function.
Yeah.
Which allowed us to think strategically. Continue.
All right. I just find it funny.
In-group/out-group, or loyalty and disloyalty. Again, fairly obviously. A large cohesive society that feels like it shares a common purpose and can act as a unified whole will have a distinct advantage over any group that can not. Basically, it's the exact opposite of diversity is our strength. Then we have authority/subversion. This is the understanding and the respect of hierarchies. It extends out of the loyalties point by imbuing legitimate hierarchies that have not already been neutralized by the Fairness Foundation with totemic authority. Though, mind you, this should not be mistaken for a preference for authoritarianism. Again, an illegitimate organization, a tyrannical authoritarian one, would already be perceived as such by the fairness preference. Nor should it be viewed as a simple liking of authority regardless of its nature. As an illegitimate authority would not be viewed as...
Like I already said, this is all basically, because this is what he's arguing off of, this all is dependent on the idea that we essentially evolved morality, which I've already stated the problem with that within the theory of evolution itself. I have nothing more really to say on it for
wait. No, I just realized. Is he gonna use this fucking argument and then just say, Warhammer to the core is right-wing all along because it's just generically built?
Well,
Something
you'll
like
see
that.
the argument he's gonna make. You'll see the argument he's gonna make.
As, again, a legitimate authority, and thus undermined by the previous foundations. Nor should this be viewed as a simple liking of authority regardless of its nature. Let me give you an example to further elucidate this. Authority might be the automatic respect for a police officer's position and, in turn, his authority, because we have all agreed that the police is a worthwhile organization. Thus, it is legitimate. Meanwhile, subverting that organization solely for one's own gains by using its authority against one's enemies is not a respect for authority. It is the opposite. It is subversion, and is therefore no longer legitimate. Should, for example, a force subvert the police and use its authority solely for its own purposes and against its opponents, be they political or whatever else, then it is no longer the legitimate organization we created. It is no longer the neutral organization intended to enforce the laws that we all agreed upon. Instead, it has become a partisan tool, which again, therefore, is not legitimate. That is why a respect for authority and a liking of the authority versus subversion does not mean you like all authority. And finally, we have...
Wait. Did you just pull something like... did he just make someone have a choice?
Yeah, did you just give somebody a fucking choice? Did you say there's a diversity there? But I thought we evolved this shit! Arch!
I'm just putting something up like, something that I like authoritarianism and some not. I'm like, wait. Then you're implying that there's someone who's making a choice. Yeah.
Do I smell free will, motherfucker? How dare you? Everybody knows that there's no such thing as free will. It's all been predetermined by logic and gay shit.
Yeah, do I smell free will in this bitch? So it's not evolution then.
Oh shit, here we go again. Unless he would make the argument that we developed free will, which just arguably we couldn't, that doesn't make sense evolutionally, because free will, like if evolution is the people who didn't evolve something die and the people who did evolve something survive to survive their new environment, free will would arguably be a negative trait to evolve because it would allow you to disagree with the pact, and humanity is argued to have evolved in some minor pack environment for their own survival against larger, more powerful creatures. So free will would actively harm that, which means arguably people who evolved free will, if evolution were the case, would have died first, because they would end up, there's a good chance that the majority of people who evolved free will would want to go against the tribe, which would be inherently negative.
Yeah. No, it's just weird. What was it?
Even the idea, even if you're going by the YOLO argument of we don't have free will, it's all just neurons firing and shit. Even that would have a negative effect, because you are looking at something that allows for the individual to go against the pact, and those people would have died first.
Yep.
So people with that set of neurons firing would have died out, and that wouldn't have continued.
Mm-hmm.
This is just a problem with evolution in general, but
Yeah. So, wait, something like authority or not, is that just free will? So it's not evolution then. That's all I wrote because I can't write it of anything else.
now I don't know if Arch would argue against free will. That's the thing, because you can't just imply, oh, all atheists think this shit, because not all atheists
No.
think that. They are common ideas amongst atheists, but not all believe them.
Yeah.
But even if he doesn't believe it, there's still blaringly obvious problems.
Yeah, no, this is at this point we're just taking down this fucking shit argument. Like I don't even know if he's 100% committed or not, but it just makes me suspect for him to add this book and just go all out. And I'm like, something tells me something. Yeah, no, earlier in his as he was going into this, he just said, "Oh, things are just a preference." But
he is talking like a duck. He might be walking like a duck, but we're not sure yet.
Yeah. Oh no, the reason I said, "Oh, did this motherfucker put some free will shit?" Because some people like authority or not, but then he might argue, "Oh, it's just a preference shit." So that he said a little bit at the beginning.
Well, preference would be free will, but anyways, continue. Like I said, the free will argument I don't think really applies here yet. But yeah, he might end up going that there is no free will route here. We don't know.
Oh, you better be. Just for the sake of it. Please. All right.
And degradation.
Continue!
This comes from our evolved ability to feel disgust, in order to protect us from unsanitary conditions or rotten and spoiled food. It later also doubled up to allow us to imbue certain things with automatic value. Initially, this was things like, those red berries over there are delicious, and despite their bright coloring, is not poisonous. And because we imbued that particular berry with this automatic value, nobody then, in 10 years' time, would look at the berries and go, but why are we eating them? They're red. You could simply then slap them on the back of the head and go, yeah, but we know these are good. Like, what the hell's wrong with you? And this would later on then also extend to morality, like thou shalt not kill, as an ethical shorthand for good and bad things, without again needing to reiterate why all the time. Instead of explaining why we shouldn't be killing each other, we simply say, this holy book says we shall not kill. God says we shall not kill. It is wisdom. It is something that is known, Khaleesi. And this, of course, later again evolved to include ideas or behaviors we do not like as well, like extremism or deviant sexual behaviors.
Huh?
So this guy is arguing that we are actively evolving new mindsets to this bullshit. He is actively arguing this. To this I will say, then how the fuck do we know that wokeism is not just the next evolutionary stage of our moral requirements as a species? How do you know this?
I'm trying to process this now.
I've heard this argument before. Basically, it's the idea of, like, yeah, we evolved religion and morality as a survival instinct early on, but we're supposedly evolving out of it. But again, my argument is, what then is your reason to think that wokeism is not the next evolutionary state of our morality for the survival of our species? It is arguably, in many ways, max preservation.
Mm-hmm.
It is, in many ways, arguably unification of the species for continued survival. What is your evidence that's not just the next stage of our evolution? Evolved morality falls apart when you start to realize that we can't even agree on morality. You cannot argue evolved. It doesn't work. Evolved morality doesn't work. Even within the grounds of evolution, it doesn't entirely work.
Yeah, another thing I was trying to argue is like, somehow we process the information from previous generations that tomato bad, and then somehow we figured out, that's the one that I was going with.
The idea is that the people who figured out it's bad and survived will pass it down to their kids.
Okay, this was what I was going to go with the murder part. Oh, thou shalt not kill. Okay, then why people still do it?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we have evolved to understand this, but we also evolved. This is another thing why free will just doesn't work with the idea of evolution. because people actively use free will to go against what we have found to be objectively good as a species. And with your own logic, what's to say that we haven't evolved to a point where murder is good? What's to say that murder is not, that people who are murderers and kill people have not evolved to determine a way that the people they're killing are in some way negative to the benefit of the species, and through some manner their brain can detect it and just expresses it through whatever means. What's not to say that? Once you start arguing that morality is a byproduct of evolution, you can just take it in any direction you fucking want. There is nothing that says wokeism isn't the next stage of morality our species needs. There's nothing to say the morals we have are actually good, and free will actively goes against this argument because free will allows us to go against these established morals constantly. Things that we have arguably come to the conclusion through history are good for our species.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just wrote down as this guy's trying to argue we evolved to understand some things, even morality. The problem is that we know murder is bad, but why are we still doing it? So that's a question. Why woke? Yeah, why woke isn't the next stage of evolution, Arj? And the last one.
Yeah, why isn't it? Why is it? In fact, why is it that people constantly, you get entire groups of people who build their identity around rebelling against established morality? That was the birth of woke ideology. That was the birth of metal. That was the birth of goth. That was the birth of the hippies. There has been multiple groups throughout history that have come to this conclusion that the moral structure that they are within is bad, and it is age and wisdom that makes them grow out of it. What is to say that none of these are the next stage of evolution? Well, number one, the fact that they got shut down, but then you have to ask, why did they evolve to do that?
Yeah. The last part that I put, like, evolved morality falls apart when we all can't agree on morality, so...
Yeah, it falls apart when we can't all even agree on... Even amongst Christians, there is a disagreement with morality. There is the fact that people can change their moralities. There is the fact that people change their morality throughout their entire life. These same groups that try to go against the established cultural morality, a lot of times they grow older and become supporters of the established cultural morality and try to raise kids into it. Why did they go through a phase of disagreeing with it? Why is it that people can disagree with morality within their own chunk of humanity? Why is it that people can change their morality to align with a different piece? Why is it that different countries have vastly different moralities in big areas? Rape is a good example. I know YouTube's not going to like this one. Muslims essentially teach that rape is okay in a lot of cases. In the West, we see it as inherently bad. Both cultures are just as old, actually. The Islamic culture is only 600 years younger than Christian culture. Islamic culture is only 600 years younger than Christian culture. Western culture is born out of Christian culture. Minus that 600-year gap, they are almost just as old. They have survived just as long. They have both built empires. They have both toppled empires. And they both control massive chunks of the world. Western Christian-based culture controls Europe, North America, and in many ways South America. Islamic culture controls the Midwest and most of Africa. And you know what? On top of that, Asian culture, again, a vastly different moral system in many ways. It's vastly different. Very few comparable things. Is older than both. It is older than both. It predates Christianity by a shit ton. They are three vastly different moral systems that are ancient as fuck and all technically coexist in the sense of we're all still here. We have all built societies, but they don't agree. And we can actually look, for example, at Muslim culture, and we can see that their morality has a negative effect on their society, and it has for 2,000 years, but it still persists. So this also breaks the idea of evolved morality, because no, we don't all come to about the same conclusion. We come to vastly different conclusions on vastly different things. Western cultures based out of Christianity, we've come to conclusions that murder is bad, rape is bad, lying is bad. Muslim society has come to conclusions that rape is okay in certain situations, murder is okay in a very and mind you, these are very, very broad situations.
Mm-hmm.
The Islamic culture has come to the conclusion that murder is okay, rape is okay, and lying is okay, and actually teach that these things are moral and good in certain circumstances. While Western culture has come to completely different conclusions.
Mm-hmm. It already falls apart.
Evolved morality falls apart.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, it falls apart.
Evolved morality already falls apart when you just walk outside and speak to your neighbor.
Yeah, really, it does. This idea of like evolved morality, it falls apart within seconds of actually testing the theory. So no, this is not a reliable determination of this shit.
Uh-huh.
This is not a reliable. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Even within the realm of evolution, it doesn't work.
Still curious. How does this relate to 40k inherently being right wing? Let's go.
With these values and their
Still
explanations in
waiting for
mind,
that
then,
definition of
how
normal.
did self-professed conservatives and liberals, or people who claim to be these things, right and left-wingers, if you will, score on this test? Well, the conservatives, the right-wingers, were shown to value all of the above to a similar level, with the greatest deviation being purity at 2.89 and authority at 3.28 on a sliding scale of 0 to 5, where anything above a 2.5 in essence would be the positive side of the scale. Meanwhile, the liberals show a massive divide, valuing harm/care and fairness very highly at 3.62 and 3.74, so higher than the right-valued authority. Meanwhile,
with this,
So even this test acknowledges there are vast differences. The very source you are trying to cite agrees with us here. It probably just doesn't want to acknowledge that this actually just disproves the statement.
I was gonna say this one just disproved what Arch said.
It's probably, if he's getting this from that fucking book. Actually, I don't think he is getting it from that fucking book. I think these are just different tests.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, anybody who had a brain cell, now I have a feeling this test doesn't acknowledge this because it's probably more trying to push their interpretation as factual. But this test does just straight up prove that what we're saying.
It's so stupid. It just disproved that evolution just falls apart because we're all different.
Now, I feel I should clarify, since somebody might make this argument and actually have grounds to make it. We have both said that morality, there has to be a objective right and wrong, and I have just gone on a rant about how different cultures have come to different conclusions on what is and isn't moral. Yes, two things can be true at once. I believe that there is an objective right and wrong. There has to be an objective right and wrong, and we have actually can figure it out logically.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe it is Christian morality. At the same time, humans are imperfect people, and not every culture and not every society is going to try and do that. A lot of cultures are going to try and just find ways to justify what they want to do, like the Muslim culture.
Mm-hmm.
And so they will come to different conclusions a lot of times through trying to justify wrong as right. I believe there is objective right and wrong. I believe that things like Islamic culture actively tries to fight to make what is wrong right for nothing other than their own selfish personal desires.
Yeah. The only thing I just wrote down is like, this very fucking source just disproved what he just said.
Mm-hmm.
While the left value in group/outgroup or loyalty and authority very little in the
Keep in mind, this is another thing that he just puts it on the screen, thinks he agrees with them, but it does the exact opposite.
You can't read it.
Yeah.
And you can't read it. But anyways.
Writing.
See, when I put shit on the screen, I at least make sure you can fucking read it.
Mm-hmm. What was it? Yeah, again, this guy. Then again, this is the guy that puts something on the screen and directly disagrees with him. And contradicts.
And you can't even read it.
Yeah, and he can't.
Look, here's the thing. I don't think he's lying about this source because he's actively saying what this.
Because what he's actively claiming the source says proves him wrong, which leads me to believe that he is in fact citing the source correctly.
All right.
Yeah, he's citing it correctly. He's just a little too stupid to understand what it's saying.
Yeah, no, like it makes me question now. Yeah, there's some repetitive stuff that I've seen multiple times. Okay.
Negative at 2.07 and 2.06. And more interesting still is that they completely reject purity at a 1.27 score. Again, if we
You
view
mean
this as
like-
a sliding scale,
You
then
mean
the
like
reason for our current
degeneracy? You mean like degeneracy, Arch?
Hmm.
The thing that in the last video we watched you tried to argue was acceptable and okay to a certain extent? You mean that? You mean they argued against that? It's almost like what I said last time. That's not a conservative or a right-wing argument.
Uh-huh.
Anyways.
day political divide becomes very apparent very quickly. The right values all of the moral foundations to a positive extent, as in above, 2.5, but allows none of the values to completely overrule the other, with the greatest spread, authority versus purity, only having a 0.39 points difference. So whilst the right values the judgment of a trusted institution higher than it does tradition, the one by no means completely overrules the other. There are times to the right when fairness must bend to purity, and there are times when purity must bend to fairness, etc., etc. But the left places all of its positive values on only 2 points: harm/care and fairness, whilst loyalty and authority are at best ignored as irrelevant at 2 points, and purity is outright rejected at 1.27. In other words, the left can only
I have a
connect
question.
with the
I have a question here. All right, Arch. What is this test defining as harmful and fair and all that shit and pure and all that shit? what is it? What is its definition of these things? Okay. Oh, sometimes fairness has to bend the knee to purity. You mean like not allowing pornography? What's their definition of fair? Is their definition of fairness that somebody should get to sleep around and record it and sell it to whoever the fuck they want?
Mm-hmm.
Is their definition of fair something that people would actually argue is not? Like, I don't think that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't just get to do whatever the fuck you want with that.
Wait, you think? And you're not using your
We're
genetics?
in a society. It's not fair to. It's. Yeah, I'm not using my genetics. Are you saying that's not fair? What is the definition of fair here? I would say that not allowing things that would destroy the bodies and minds of the society is fair. Because I would say that is just, and that being just is fair, and the reason it is fair is because it preserves the society. It keeps something bad from harming people. I would say that's fair and pure.
I mean, from the very beginning, when he shows this whole table, it's already breaking down as it is. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're just punching the scraps that is left.
Yeah, but
in the ground.
I had to hammer that home. What is he calling fair? What is he calling just? What is he calling pure? What's his definition of this shit?
He doesn't have any. Then again,
Yeah, exactly.
He just quotes whatever was from the bloody book. He's like, yeah, the purity is this, degradation is this.
Well, he's not quoting the book anymore. He's not quoting the book anymore. And the book didn't even say what purity and degradation and all that shit was. It didn't even say that. So yeah, what's the definition of fair, Arch? What's the definition of pure, Arch? What's the definition of normal, Arch?
All right.
right on 2 out of 5 of these key core moral values, and as they only see harm/care and fairness, the other 3 must therefore necessarily be viewed simply as obstacles to the furthering of harm/care and fairness. Thus, the left would never accept that sometimes purity must triumph over fairness, or that authority must triumph over care. And to do so then would to them be nothing short.
The care of what? The care of what?
Yeah, care of what? Care of the individual, care of society, care of what's actually good and bad, care for feelings, care of what? And again, this whole bending the knee thing, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to argue that what is this test's evaluation of what is fair, what is just, what is pure, etc., etc. What's their definition of this shit? Because I have a feeling that I would probably, arguably, disagree with what they would call fair.
Mm-hmm.
For example, I don't think it is fair to let a person whore themselves out and distribute it. I think that is unfair to society because it is allowing something harmful. Just like I don't think it is fair to allow recreational drugs to be openly used or just used in general. I don't think that's fair because it harms the society. It is allowing one person to benefit from the harm of a society. I do not think it is fair to not pass justice on these things because you are allowing people who are doing wrong things to go around and harm people, and you are allowing them to.
Mm-hmm.
The only argument you could make morally in favor of that would be the biblical idea of mercy. But the thing is, you gift mercy to people because they are showing some form of remorse. Like as a sign that they won't do it again, so you don't need to punish them.
Unless they're
But
really
if they're
good
not
at
doing that,
acting.
if they're going to keep causing the problem, it's not fair to society. It's not fair to other people to let a criminal go loose. It's not fair to let somebody whore themselves. These things aren't fair. So again, I have a sneaking suspicion that a lot of people would disagree with this study's definition of fair, of pure, of authority, etc., because this study was probably made with a moral bias. The people who had this study probably have a moral bias that would disagree with other people's moral biases. You can't define this shit. What they might call fair and unfair, another person might call fair and unfair in different ways. Like again, I wouldn't be surprised if they would call allowing pornography fair. I would not.
Yeah.
I bet that they would probably say abortion is fair. I would not.
Yes. Let's continue.
Of the blackest of evils, as they do not even recognize these moral values, or at the very least, find them inconsequential by comparison. This obviously has a lot of implications for our real world, as it means that when we look
The real world, the one that you made imagination of your head, you didn't even touch grass about? Anyways.
at our opposition and
Yeah,
think,
you mean the
"Man,
real world you don't even live in?
Yeah.
this dude does not even live in the same reality as me," that is because they quite literally do not. Allow me to present you with a poignant example. Remember the God Emperor Trump float from Italy? The right embraced that with gusto. They loved it. To the right, it was the coolest thing ever, and symbolized pretty much everything awesome.
I honestly just thought it was funny.
I remember that.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be a criticism of Trump, but yeah, no, people on the right thought it was funny and thought it was cool.
Yeah, that's it.
That's where the meme God Emperor. That's where the meme God Emperor Trump comes from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I saw this in video format, which I was like, epic.
I did too. I remember when it came out. I
Oh,
thought it
look,
was funny. It was funny.
look at those Twitter birds pretending to be the fucking cross god. Adorable.
Yeah, it's funny.
But the dude who created it, a very progressive liberal sculpture, he intended it as a critique. Just take a second to wrap your head around that. This enormous golden god creation of authority and spectacle was, in the eyes of a liberal, a scathing critique. Or, worse still, as the Huffington Post described it, terrifying. A more clear demonstration of the moral values could not possibly exist. For whilst the right sees authority...
What? Wait, what? Let me listen to that again before I bullshit it.
As the Huffington Post described it, terrifying. A more clear demonstration of the moral values could not possibly exist. For
So, more examples that morality, there's a possibility that it doesn't exist.
More examples that morality is subjective. And mind you, HuffPost will also proceed to argue that authority is good when it's their person that they support who has it.
Let me just write this down because I think this is what Art is saying.
what he's saying is that what he's talking about is actually true. There is just a vast difference in the interpretation of reality between the right and the left right now. Just what he's talking about is true. This is a thing that has been well documented. This is true.
Okay. Yeah, no, like the last
This is
part,
why what he's saying, like the right looks at a sign, a symbol of authority and power like that, and they think it's really cool and they think it's really good, but the left sees that and they see it as something bad and problematic and something to be removed because we view these things so vastly different. That he's right about.
if that's the case, then that contradicts what he just tried to give context about the whole evolution shit.
Yeah, again, the problem is any form of morality contradiction or any form of moral disagreement amongst society right now is going to disprove that, because either A, you have to acknowledge that there's a possibility that the human species is evolving a new morality, or B, you have to argue that humans just randomly evolve new moralities and then decide they suck and then return to normal moralities. Not to mention that the moralities that these people on the left are pushing right now are programmed into them. They wouldn't normally think this shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
So morality is evolutionary, except for when it has to be programmed in, and when we switch it around, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Even within evolution, it doesn't work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, like it's just the last part.
There's a reason that you don't hear a lot of it. There's a reason that I have not heard many evolutionists argue in favor of evolved morality, or at least not like this.
Mm-hmm. I was just gonna imply, like, he just said in the end, like, oh, there's a possibility there's no morality. I'm like, huh? Then again, that got my attention.
Yeah, if you're an atheist, if you believe in evolution, you will come to that conclusion because you remove the only grounds for morality. Here's the thing. I'm gonna cook again. Morality is directly connected to authority.
Okay.
Morality cannot exist without an authority to dictate it. If you remove that authority that dictates morality, morality then has no legs to stand on. When you try to argue that morality exists because it was things that our species developed to survive, then it is subject to whatever we have to do to survive at that point in time, which means that any major shifts in morality that any social shifts in morality that we're fighting against, you can't argue that you're fighting against a bad idea. For all you know, that is the next stage of morality that our species needs to evolve. If you try to argue that morality exists based off of, I don't even know all the things they try to argue it. But if you try to argue morality is based off of anything else, it falls apart because the only other things you have to base morality off of are subjective. The reason that religions have and can enforce morality is because it establishes that morality is a commandment from a higher power that has a right to establish how things should and should not be done.
Mm-hmm.
Morality does not work without authority. It is moral to follow the law because the law can be enforced. It is moral to have morality only when there is a God that can enforce it through punishment. Morality is downstream from authority, and it only really works with a religious authority. Because even if you look at morality as a government authority, because some people do apply morality to government, laws change, policies change, governments change. Their depictions of what will be moral is going to change. It's subject, it will change. Only a God can have unchanging absolute morality. And the thing about morality is it needs to be unchanging.
Yeah.
Or else it doesn't work.
Someone's gonna
if you can change morality, there's nothing to say that murder shouldn't be okay right now.
Yeah.
And actually, you know what? If you remove the idea that morality
is downstream from religious authority, I could make that argument. I can make the argument right now that morality should change to allow murder because we have a serious problem with destructive individuals from the far left and immigrants and all these sorts of things that we cannot remove through our legal system because of the moralities of the legal system and because of the moralities we have. And therefore, it should be moral and acceptable to just go out and kill people for no fucking reason other than you don't like them or you think they're causing a problem. And that should be moral because it can preserve the nation. And if you have subjective morality, you don't have any grounds to say that you can't make that argument. Even if you try to say, well, that's immoral because it would be bad for the species. In what way? That would be preserving our country and the preservation of countries and the preservation of individual separate ideologies is good for the species, arguably. Our evolution argues that.
Yeah.
So you have no grounds to argue against my argument, just like there are no grounds to argue against open borders if you have a non-religious enforced morality. Because then you can make the argument that, well, diversity is good for the species because in order for our continued survival, we need to unite under one banner. We need to diversify and merge and interbreed and all this shit so that we can remove these self-destructing wars so we can continue to progress the species. You cannot argue against these things unless you have a religious authority to instate morality. I can say murder is bad because God says it's bad and God has the right to say that.
Yep. And then people mock me for that. It's like, oh,
and he has the right to say that. And God has the right to say that because he made everything. And as the rightful designer, because there was nothing around to dictate God, he can choose how things work. And as the rightful designer, he knows how things work. He knows how things are made to work.
Pretty much.
You can't argue morality without religion.
Favorite topic. If there's no God, there's no morality. Simple as. Don't want to hear fucking people's fucking whinging shit. But yeah. Alright, let's continue.
Whilst the right sees authority, loyalty, and purity in a float modelled after the God Emperor of mankind, all the left sees is that it does not have care. It is not soft nor cuddly, and it certainly is not fair. This is an avatar of exceptionalism. And so to one group, it's awesome. To the other, it's terrifying. And now that we have finally defined our terms, let's bring this all back around to 40k.
Fuck! Come on. Oh, why did you go? I want to fuck.
He didn't define anything.
Oh man.
No. He didn't define shit.
I was going to say he didn't.
That was.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that wasn't a definition of anything. He did not define a goddamn thing. He laid out a bunch of generic, generalized terminology and didn't define shit. What's caring? What's authority? What is considered fair? What is considered pure? What is considered just? What is considered moral and immoral? You have not defined anything, Arch. You have gone through a theory of how morality evolved that can easily be proven wrong and doesn't define a goddamn thing. You did not define what is moral. He said here's another thing. He specifically said he was going to define the right and the left. He has not defined the right and the left. He has barely given a generalized structure of what the right and the left sees as moral without even establishing what morality is, how to define morality, or the morals of either group. He hasn't defined a goddamn thing. He went through a random structure of how each group determines their supposed morality and doesn't even bother to define the terms that were used in that study, doesn't even bother to define or talk about how these different classes apply or what applies to them. You haven't defined shit, Arch. What is the right? What is the left? What is morality? What is and is not moral? How can you prove it is and is not moral? Where's the definitions, Arch? What's the definition of What's the definition of normal? Define normal, Arch! Define normal!
I think this is one of the biggest problems, and this probably will be in the essay, and is essentially that he does not define things. There's multiple times where he says he's about to define, as you said in this video, left and right, and all he went through was about a book talking about like this morality evolution shit, and it doesn't even explain how from all this explains why 40k is inherently right. Yeah.
I think we're getting into the part of how it applies to 40k, as he just said. But how much of the video is even left?
16 minutes, so that's 30, okay, so 26 minutes?
So about half the video. He has about half the video to actually explain how 40k is right wing. But if it's anything like the first half, it's going to be full of assumptions, lack of explanation, lack of definition, all this shit. It's going to be generalizations and things that are only loosely connected, at best.
I'm not gonna lie, the only thing that pisses me off is when you try to prove someone wrong or something, the first thing is dismissal, and I'm just like, I'm gonna fucking crack your neck. Evolution, weakness looking ass. Shit.
The first thing is dismissal, because his sources, he made it the fuck up.
Yeah.
Even with the sources he brought up, he doesn't even use their definitions of like morale. I guess it kind of argued that morality is just the things we come to through our circumstances. That's the closest he gets to defining morality. Morality is the moral. Basically, I could boil it down to his again, that's the closest thing. I'm not even going to give that the benefit of the doubt. That's not a definition of morality. But the closest thing was basically just the definition of morality is the morals we have come to after after the experiences we've gone through as a species and as individuals.
Okay.
That is a summary. I know that is not what he said exactly, but you can see the problem. You have to use the word morality. You need to use the word moral to define morality.
Yeah.
You need to use morality to define morality for that to make sense.
This hurts my head.
The conclusion, or even to remove that, the conclusions we have come to as a species and individuals through our lived experiences.
Mm-hmm.
Conclusions on what? Well, conclusions on what's moral. What's moral? Well, it's these conclusions we've come to. Okay, but what makes them moral? Well, they're the conclusions we've come to. That doesn't mean shit. That genuinely doesn't mean shit. Morality is a comprehension and an understanding of right and wrong. Morality is specifically a worldview of what is right and what is wrong, or of what is acceptable, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That's morality. It is not the conclusions we have come to through our lived experiences as individuals and a species. It is what we see as right and wrong.
He could have just answered that, but instead he had to go the long way.
He has to go the long way, and I know why he did, because he has to lay out this stupid moral structure, or this stupid morality determination structure that doesn't even cover what is and isn't moral.
Well, it falls apart because he hasn't defined
And
shit.
Here's the thing. He wasn't even trying to define morality. This was supposed to be defining right and left. And he doesn't even do that. He goes through this rant of how the right and the left view the world with evolutionarily determined morality, and doesn't even go into what makes these things moral, or why they're seen as moral, or why the right and the left does this, or what the right and the left even are. Here, Arch, I'll do you a favor. I'll define right and left. Right is all of the currently more conservative and traditional ideologies of modern Western society. That is a belief of we need to preserve and continue through these structures and establish these governments, normally through some form of limitations. It's in many ways, it's traditionalism. In many ways, right-wing is traditionalism mixed with a belief in minor authority, while the left is communism.
The left is a belief in socialist communist ideology that mixed with an idea of progression, that we need to continually progress our species constantly, no matter what, to get to our ultimate state and to get to a supposed utopia. While right wing is a belief that we can't get to utopia, we need to preserve and do what we know works.
Mm-hmm. That is much more simpler than him wasting my fucking time.
And it's workable too, because you know what? Unlike his bullshit, I can actually tell you through those definitions why the left and the right view that stupid fucking balloon the way they do. The right likes that balloon because it is depicting Donald Trump as a position of power and authority, and they understand what Trump stands for is an idea of preserving the things we have that we know works and going back to and reverting back from things we know don't work to preserve our society. The left doesn't like it because they view Trump as a roadblock. They view Trump and they view authority as something in the way. They don't like authority. Authority is a preservatory tool even in dictatorial states. It is a preservatory tool to preserve the current state of things and not allow progression past that point. The left doesn't like that because they are progressive. They believe we need to constantly progress past our certain point, which means we need to have malleable morals that can change on the fly. We need to be able to go against established rules constantly because we need to keep progressing. That is their view. That is why they don't like that balloon, because it props up Trump as a authoritative figure who will stand for authority, control, and order. The left stands against that because they believe we need to progress. The right likes that because we believe we need to preserve.
Ironic.
The other bullshit about, these 5 things versus, the care and the aid don't matter to them, those are side effects. Those aren't the core problem. That's not even what causes them to define their morality.
Yep.
The right, for example, the right determines its morality based entirely around traditions that have been proven to work and established moral structures, normally through religion, because the right has a large connection to religion. It is the idea that these things work, these structures work, and that in many cases something has ordained that they work. If it is a religious right-winger, that thing that ordained it is God. If it is an atheist right-winger, that thing is history.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
Our morality is not determined by these things. These are side effects of what we view as moral. We view justice and purity and control and order and this shit as moral because of our moral structure. The right, at least in the US, you cannot deny this, the structure of the right has been Christianity.
Yeah.
And the moral structure of the left, again, you cannot argue against this, has been atheism. Communism is an atheist ideology. Karl Marx was an atheist. He hated religion.
Pretty much. Makes sense to me. Nothing I can argue on that. Alrighty.
Yeah.
It certainly is not fair. This is an avatar of exceptionalism. And so to one group, it's awesome. To the other, it's terrifying. And now that we have finally defined our terms, let's bring this all back around to 40k. With these moral values in hand, we can immediately and unequivocally see that Warhammer 40k is an inherently and absolutely right-wing setting. Never mind the imperium of man, even the most progressive fact.
Okay. Problem. You didn't define shit. Again.
You didn't define shit. You haven't even shown us how 40k is right-wing. Dude, I can make better arguments for Arch's standpoints, and I don't even agree with them. I can steelman his arguments better than he can make them. And I think his arguments are fucking retarded. Arch, when the guy that thinks you are a brain-dead incel who has not touched a blade of grass since he was a toddler is doing a better job and can fucking make your arguments better than you, you're probably doing something wrong. When the people who disagree with you understand your arguments and can make your arguments better than you might want to consider the possibility that your arguments are wrong. Because the reason I can make your arguments better than you, Arch, is because I have spent so much time bashing them. I understand the problems with them. I know your arguments because I argue against them.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know your own arguments nearly as well as you think. That's why it's this intellectual ass ramble. A little bit of a side tangent here, but did you know that a sign of intelligence is the ability to take a complex... Well, one, it is the idea to communicate an idea through complex manners, but it is mainly one of the biggest signs is the ability to take a complex concept and boil it down into simple terminology.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, just making something simple. So people can understand. Like Linux, like Linux should be more friendly, user-friendly, and can use things that we know of. But that ain't the case.
Exactly. Well, like I said, a sign of intelligence is not the ability to say big words. It is the ability to take a complex idea and boil it down into simplistic terminology that other people can understand. Arch, I'm going to say this right now. The fact that you have to spend 15 minutes to go off on this random concept, and at the end of it, you couldn't even define that concept, is a sign you don't understand that concept.
I think it's more of like him trying to be a hyper intellectual. Is there a psycho intellectual? Oh, I don't know. There's a specific word for it. Like people.
You're talking about an intellectual.
Yeah, but
that's just an intellectual.
Is it? Oh, okay. I thought that was a.
Nellop intellectuals are not smart. Intellectuals are people who do what Arch does. Intellectuals are self-established as smarter. They are not actually smarter. They believe themselves smarter.
I thought that was a word for it.
He's not a hyper intellectual. He's your average intellectual. Because intellectuals are fucking stupid.
Yeah, no, I thought there was like a specific word for it, as in like. They think they're so smart.
Yeah, there is.
Dumb.
It's intellectual. Keep going.
Is it just intellectual?
No, there is. It's just intellectual.
Okay.
Continue.
Pseudo intellectual? Whatever. Fuck it. Let's go.
Faction in the galaxy, the Tau, embrace far more of the right-wing values than the left. Obviously, their extremely fixed caste and command system leads them to score high.
He died. What a shit cunt.
In authority. They also value honor, both on and off the battlefield, where fire warrior squads create bonds of brotherhood between one another, and on the strategic field, where they bring other species into the greater good. And boy, the Tau score off the chart on the purity value. The entire point of the greater good is to endow the ethereals with an absolute authority base in.
Isn't Tau?
None of these things are right-wing. None of these things are inherently right-wing. Hell, the Tau are the ones that the joke about them is they're the space commie fish. None of these things are inherently right-wing or left-wing ideas. Most of these predate the concept of left and right-wing. Caste systems are pre-left and right-wing. Honorable warriors is pre-left and right-wing. These things predate our modern understanding of fucking politics. They do not apply to right or left wing. Right wingers don't talk about how they have their honorable code. They're pro-military. That's what you get from them. But they don't have like this honorable caste system. These things are not right or left wing. This is why I went on that whole spiel that one time about monarchy actually just being a proto socialism. Mm-hmm. Because these things are not right-wing, they're not left-wing, it's just authoritarianism and not authoritarianism.
Correct.
You cannot push these things like, oh yeah, the Tau are right-wing. No, it was an amoral story that was written with ideas that don't even have political stances. Yeah. The left and the right wing aren't arguing about an honor code. They're not arguing about a warrior code. And I know it's only going to get worse from here, but yeah, this is No, this is not inherently a right or a left-wing ideology. This isn't even an ideology that is commonly seen. Okay, Islam has a similar moral set, and I guess you could argue that Islam tends to hold more right-wing values, but at the same time, they also hold values that are vastly in the face of modern right-wing ideology.
Mm-hmm.
This is not inherently right-wing or left-wing. It's inherently old. It predates both, if we're talking about history.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Kitty, hello. This is bullshit. This is already bullshit.
So yeah, no, it just confused me because I was trying to process what he was trying to say. I'm a bit slow today. Yeah, he's saying like, oh, the tower is just right wing because of these things. I'm like, huh? The whole meme about them is communist fish. What? And the whole being like samurai and shit.
And the whole reason, that meme is a thing is just because of the whole greater good bullshit. Again, this is neither of these are right. These are not right or left wing ideals.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, this is only going to get worse, so we'll let him keep going.
Yeah, I'll try. Oh, I'll try to focus, but for some reason my brain is so. Too much arch.
Don't worry, that's why I'm here.
Yeah, too much arch. All right.
Don't worry, that's why I'm here.
Because it was they who brought unity to the old warring tribes, and thus created the Tao as we know them to be today. And to
That's
question
not a
that
right-wing
value, that tradition would
ideology.
be
If anything, that's left-wing.
unthinkable. And then,
Yeah.
If
Goodness.
anything, that's a left-wing ideology. That's an idea of unification and diversity. That is what the left is trying to do. If anything, that's a left-wing ideology. But again, it's not a left or a right-wing ideology because you're talking about tribalism versus nationalism. And while nationalism is widely held by the right, yes, tribalism isn't really held by anything. It's practiced by both sides, but it's a mindset more than it is an ideology. This isn't right wing or left wing. This was literally the Tao forming the concept of politics in lore, in universe.
Yep.
And by the way, they're a caste system. That is like ancient China. Ancient China was a caste system. You know something about ancient China? It predates the idea of left and right wing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's neither. This is like going into the argument. This is like the argument that one fucking monarchist made of, oh, my idea is the oldest, therefore it's right wing. No, it's not. It's just fucking old. Old doesn't make it jack shit. In fact, going by our current standards, old means it doesn't apply to neither because neither the right nor the left is considering these old ass fucking ideas.
At this point.
And even then, that idea falls flat on its face because republics and democracies predate our current understanding of monarchies and caste systems.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not either of them. It's not left wing, it's not right wing, it's just old, which is the constant theme of 40K. Old ass fucking ideas, but in space. And the only reason that 40K has this idea of old ass fucking ideologies in space is because Dune fucking did it.
Mm-hmm.
And Dune wasn't a political story either. Dune was literally what this guy, the author of Dune, basically wrote a story about what he thought would be the worst possible outcome of humanity as an interstellar species, which was literally just old ass fucking ideas that caused a lot of fucking problems in space. And that's why 40K does it too. It's not right wing or left wing. It's just dystopian. It's just the worst possible outcome in space.
All right, I'm going to go through this with you.
And mind you, most right wingers and left wingers would both agree that fucking monarchies and caste systems are bad ideas and the worst possible outcome. They would both agree on that.
What was it? Yeah, I'm just going to go through these notes. So the Tao is essentially communist fish as a meme because of the greater good. This whole spiel that doesn't say it's right wing. The Tao unifying and diversifying is more of a left thing. Plus, they are a caste system, which is
Again, it's not even a left or a right thing. It's just an old thing. It's the birth of fucking politics. It predates both.
It's more of a old thing that predates.
Just write it. Just put it down as these are old ideologies that aren't connected to left or right.
I can write that at the end of it.
That would probably just be the easiest way to summarize it instead of writing a whole ass paragraph.
Mm-hmm. These are things. Yeah, Italian unified. Plus, they are the caste system, which is Chinese from ancient times, which are neither left or right wing. 40k is essentially old fucking ideas that cause a lot of problems, but shove them in the universe. Plus, it's stolen from Dune. Actually, here's the logic then. If 40k is inherently right wing, then 40k that stole from Dune, thus Dune is right wing.
Which, you want to know something funny?
What?
Dune was written by a 60s liberal. Mind you, he is a classical liberal, which is a lot more agreeable because they do share a lot of ideas with right-wingers.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Dune was written by a 60s liberal. And it was written as an apolitical story that was just the worst possible outcome. It was written to be the... Mind you, this guy didn't know about Star Trek because Dune came out like a year before Star Trek. But in essence, Dune was written as the opposite of Star Trek. Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry's baby, I'd like to point out Gene Roddenberry is a Christian, was the best possible outcome for the human species in space. Dune is the worst possible outcome. Now, you could argue that their political values probably affected their views of these things, yes, but like I said, a conservative and a classical liberal are pretty much going to agree that a monarchist caste system run by a religious head, run by a self-established religious figure, is going to suck. Neither side wants that. We both agree that is bad, and that is something that predates left and right. That is an old-ass idea that has been historically proven to not work, and neither side likes it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And again, Gene Roddenberry, he was a more liberal guy. I don't want to say he was fully liberal because he was Christian, specifically Catholic. Yes, I know Catholic, but it is possible to be saved and Catholic. That does happen. He's going to hold default more right-wing ideologies even back then.
Yeah.
And like I said, he had some progressive ideas at his time. He was against racism in the 60s.
Crazy.
In the 60s, that's very different than saying you're against racism in the modern day. Back then, racism was still a problem.
Mm-hmm.
He was against that. He actively made Star Trek anti-racist. And again, the reason I bring up he's Christian, he wrote Star Trek as the best possible outcome for the human species. So if you go by the original series, it is the best possible outcome from a morally Christian standpoint. Christian first, political second, and almost non-existent. There are no political episodes in the original series, but there are moral episodes. Gene Roddenberry actively used the 1960s Star Trek to push moral concepts that were moral through Christian values, not political values.
Uh-huh.
The whole rant here, just to kind of bring it back to no, 40K is not inherently right-wing. It is inherently dystopian. It is an interpretation of the worst possible outcome based off an interpretation of the worst possible outcome from the standpoint of a very much moral mindset that would have, even in the case of Dune, still have been heavily influenced by Christian-based morality, because in the 60s, Christianity was still heavily seen as the core of morality. Not politics! None of these were political stories. I know. I went a little long-winded like Arch, but unlike Arch, I actually made sense out of it in the end.
Exactly, because I wrote the... Okay, I just wrote this in the end. I was like, okay, by this logic, if 40k is inherently right-wing, then they stole that idea from Dune, but Dune is being written by a liberal from the 60s that wanted to show the worst possible outcome. And it's already falling apart then, so it's not really inherently right-wing. So, I don't know.
And again, the fact that it's very important to establish that Dune was written by a liberal.
Mm-hmm.
It is still a worst possible outcome that conservatives see as the worst possible outcome.
Correct.
Conservatives and right-wingers look at Dune and we go, yeah, that's the worst possible outcome for our species.
Yep.
So it's not even written from the political standpoint of, oh, this is the liberal worst possible outcome. This is objectively the worst possible outcome as seen by everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I have root beer.
Yeah, I was like, 40k is not right wing, is this dystopian? This is where everybody agrees this is shit and nobody wants that. And then in the end, I was just like, how to show you're trying to push an agenda, Art, and that motherfucking clown in the mirror is you. I'm still going with that.
That's our other reoccurring joke, is the fucking clown in the mirror.
I'm still going with that. It's just funny. I can visualize it in my
funny.
head.
It's funny. Arch just looks in the mirror, is like, wow, look at that clown. Good thing it ain't me.
Exactly.
Yes, Arch, you are the clown.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see.
Oh, absolutely. The Tau are very fair to their own, willing to accept their way of life. And to those, to be fair, that might one day join their empire, but to everyone else, they will lie, cheat, manipulate, and use every means at their disposal to make them see the light. And
define lie, define
That's not very
cheat.
right-wing.
Yeah. It's not,
That's
yeah.
not very right-wing.
True. Yeah, it's not very
It's
right.
not exactly a right-wing stance to deceive people into agreeing with us. That's not exact. Arch, if you call yourself right-wing and that is what you call right-wing, I am very concerned for your influence on the culture war as a supposed right-winger. I am very concerned for your influence on a large majority of people on the right if that is what you're calling being right-wing. If you think lying, cheating, and deceiving people to push your agenda is a right-wing ideology, I am very concerned.
Mm-hmm.
I got root beer.
By deceiving and cheating. Yeah, I was gonna right wing. He said.
If you views lying, cheating, and deceiving to push an agenda as a right-wing ideology, I am very concerned for the level of influence he has over the right now. Because he is pretty influential when it comes to the culture war, at least.
Mm-hmm. Ah, yay. It's always those people who say they're Christian or right wing, and then once they start opening their mouth, it becomes very concerning.
You didn't. If you watch my video on grifters, because I did my own video on grifters, as you know, I talk about the concept of a ideological grifter, and I think this very much applies to Arch here. An ideological grifter is somebody who uses the same tactics as a grifter. They are in essence a grifter, but their end goal isn't to make money or to profit off of it. Their end goal is to push an ideology and to convert as many people to that ideology as possible. They are still a grifter. It's just not for monetary value. I very much am starting to see Arch as that as well. Which honestly, a lot of woke right individuals, a lot of people who would fall under woke right, are grifters. They are either monetary or ideological grifters.
I might need to do a little research, even though it might not be much, just to make sure that I'm well versed on that. Because, you know,
on what?
Ideological grifters. It's just more for me to read about, not, you know.
It's a term I came up with. It's a term I came up with to describe it, because I think it is kind of common knowledge that people use grifter tactics to push ideologies. It's actually, a lot of people will agree with that. But we just used the term grifter. But if I'm going to go into the specifics on it, I needed to come up with a way to separate a grifter for somebody who grifts for money and somebody who grifts for ideology. So that's a term I came up with.
So it's is that even valid if you make if you make your own thing, even though it makes sense?
If I establish what it is ahead of time, yeah. Unlike Arch, I actually establish what I'm referring to when I say an ideological grifter. I actually defined what I meant by that term.
Now that makes me think I should use that as a title. The ideological grifter, and it's an image of Arch being fat. Damn you, Gemza.
You just make. Hold on. What image generator do you use?
Oh, image generator. I don't use image generator other than ChatGPT at the moment, or Photoshop.
Make ChatGPT generate a picture of Arch Warhammer as Buttermilk Bob. See what it gives us.
Oh, dude, I can do that easily on Photoshop, but I just stretch him out.
No, dude, I want to see what it generates though, and I don't have like any accounts with image generators. Just do it for me. Just do it for me. I want to see what it does.
We'll do it later because soon I have to pick up my sister from school.
Damn.
So let's go.
And once inside of the light, well, there is no such thing as somebody taking an unequal share because the shares are determined by the ethereals. The only left-wing value
Oh, he was about to say explain the left wing.
one could plausibly argue that the Tau hold would be valuing care over harm, as they really do care about the welfare of their people, and even outsiders, though only up until the point where they refuse the greater good one too many times.
The thing that was left wing.
He called them right wing, and then acknowledged that they actively practice what we would probably see as a left wing idea. Specifically, a socialist idea, reinforcing the joke about them being commie space fish.
Mm-hmm.
Except for they're not being commie space fish because this is something that caste systems did.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is why I called monarchy just proto-socialism.
I was gonna say people may meme that it's a commie fish, but in space. But it's a fucking caste system. There we go.
It's just the problems with monarchy, like the rest of the governments in 40K. It's basically all monarchy.
So he just acknowledged
all monarchy, all theocracy.
He
old ass ideas that aren't practiced anymore.
He just acknowledged it's a left wing because what was it? Who was he acknowledging again? Because
he acknowledges it's left wing. It could be argued as left wing just to fucking ignore it. He acknowledges it long enough to acknowledge he's about to ignore it. Bro, what the fuck is that? Fucking dumbass.
He just acknowledged just to ignore it. Oh, faggot, and just moves him away.
Well, I'm going to ignore this argument.
Oh, the amount of R's that he didn't roll his tongue just makes me think he
I know, right? He is not rolling his R's a whole lot in this video. I don't think it's part of his accent, guys.
It's not. Dude, I know someone who does a part of his accent, and I know people who does not do it a part of their accent. And this is none of them.
And you know what? It's very normal for him not to roll his R's, too.
Exactly! Fuck!
There's a lot of situations where he doesn't roll his R's.
Tries to tell me that it is part of his accent when he watched my second video. Get the fuck on my side. Alright, that's cool.
Okay, hold on. Did he say it's part of his accent, or did he say it's part of his accent?
Part of his accent. Oh, yeah, true.
He didn't even roll his R! He didn't even roll his R while he was telling you that rolling his R's is part of his accent. He's doing it on purpose. It's a fucking lie. It's either a lie or it's a joke. If it's a lie, fuck you. If it's a joke, you got the whole squad laughing.
It just makes it worse. If it's real, then you're fuck you. If it's a second one, you didn't make me laugh. Aye, funny logo.
If it's real, fuck you. If it's a joke, double fuck you.
Yeah. Literally, I funny logo. Didn't laugh.
Yeah. Bro, there's a fucking I funny watermark on that R roll, bitch.
Mm-hmm. It's cool.
and then it's off to the sterilization camps. And if we were to add in the sixth, later developed moral value of liberty, well, again, absolute caste system. Let's just say that it would not improve the left's position.
Later.
And once more, I was not joking
Pause it,
about the Commodore.
Pause it. The concept of liberty is a sixth evolved. No, jackass. No, you know what? Let me do a Google search. I'm going to actually have to do an Arch-style history lesson. Except for unlike Arch, I'm going to make sense out of it!
Hopefully it doesn't take too long.
I'll try and keep it brief, but if you need to pause it to go pick up your sister, it's fine. I can wait.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to just find the person who fucking wrote this. Who wrote...
But thankfully I can pause both of my shit.
Mm-hmm. Ah. All right. So there is a concept called the stages of an empire, written by Polybius, a Greek historian and statesman. He was captured by the Romans, and honestly, he was a prisoner of war, but they treated him more like an honored guest because he was very much valued by the Romans. So these are the stages of a empire. And I would like to point out that the founding fathers of the United States actually read his works and were familiar with it, and it's why they chose the system that they did for the US. The stages are monarchy, ruled by a single just individual, which as it progresses, you will eventually end up with a unjust monarch, which leads into the next stage of tyranny. Monarchy becomes corrupted, with the ruler abusing their power. Next is aristocracy. I think that's how you say it. I don't know.
Aristocracy, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Aristocracy, thank you. Aristocracy, the wealthy and noble overthrow the tyrant.
Mm-hmm.
Oligarchy, aristocracy becomes corrupted, with the ruling class acting in their own self-interests. Democracy, the people rise up against the oligarchy. Ochlocracy, democracy degenerates into mob rule, often under the influence of demagogues. And then you just cycle back to monarchy. The cycle repeats with a strong leader potentially emerging from the chaos to establish a new monarchy. These are the cycles of an empire. And to go in a little bit more detail, when Polybius goes into the state of democracy, he specifically mentions that the people who will end up establishing the democracy will value freedom and liberty.
Mm-hmm.
For context, Polybius, a Greek historian and statesman, was alive and captured by not the Roman Empire, the early Roman Republic. This motherfucker was alive during the BC era. By a lot. This is not some newly evolved addition to morality. It's always been there. And in fact, it has played an important role in everything. The reason that the people want the monarch after ochlocracy is because they feel that the mob rule has devalued and removed their liberty, and they feel that one individual strong leader will protect their liberty. The reason that the aristocracy overthrows the tyrant is because they view the tyrant as infringing on their liberties and their rights and the people that are under them. The reason that the people will eventually rise up to overthrow the rich aristocracy is because they feel the aristocracy is infringing upon their freedoms and their liberties. This isn't just not new. This is inherently a key point of why every state of an empire happens. A part of it, even if they don't use the words freedom and liberty, is always that their freedom and liberties are infringed upon to the extreme. This is nothing new. You dumb fuck. People's desire for freedom, liberty, and independence literally drives their decision to establish every state of government on an empire, including socialism. One of the big driving forces for why socialism got popular in Russia was because they felt that the rich and the establishment and the bourgeoisie was infringing on their liberties and their freedoms. They just didn't use the words liberty and freedom, but they believed that when they established communism, they would get some level of this. That is what the push for utopia is. Every government's idealized system in some way defends those things. Even people who want authoritarianism believe that authoritarianism in some way is going to provide them with a sense of liberty and freedom from a problem, at least.
Makes sense.
Maybe they're not talking about freedom and liberty the way we do, but they'll see it as freedom and liberty from a problem.
Mhm.
Freedom and liberty from an opposing ideology.
Yeah.
Freedom and liberty to have a strong society. This is nothing new. It recurs over and over. It's one of the driving forces behind why governments get overthrown and replaced. So don't sit there and tell me it's new, dumb fuck.
The only no that I left, let him cook. Because it's something out of my scope, really.
This is the let Gran cook video, isn't it?
It seems like it a little bit, because I have nothing much to put in input at the moment, other than just
Fair enough.
stuff that I know a little bit. And I'm just like, yeah. Like, even, like, a good example, like Tal, they're meant to be, the caste system, as he said. But I can even debunk what he said about it's inherently right-wing, because the stuff that the Tau do by
It's
lore,
not.
it's not right-wing. So,
Dude, none of the things that any of the factions do are inherently right-wing by our standards.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, our standards are the first time that the concept of right and left wing as is have ever come into human history. All before this shit, other dividing things predated it.
Uh-huh.
So these are inherently new things, and you will see similarities between older dividing separations and the current one of right and left, but this is new shit. I'm sorry, you can't apply old as fuck ideologies and government systems to right and left wing, because even the ones that'll look inherently right wing, you will suddenly stumble upon something that the right would fucking cringe at.
Oh, goodness.
Because there were different separation systems, different ideologies, and different views on how those ideologies were and should be implemented. Even the reoccurring ideologies were viewed and implemented in different ways back then. And again, 40K, just like the things that inspired it, is just old-ass ideas, but in space.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Actually, the argument that he's gonna eventually make, this argument that 40K is inherently anti-progressive, if we're gonna talk about the political stance of the setting, no, it's not, because it is specifically a setting where humanity has regressed and been stuck in this regressed state, and it depicts that as a bad thing. That is a pro-progressive stance, if anything.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I was just gonna say it's fucking dystopian, retard. But yeah, like, well, how something that is dystopian inherently make it right wing? That's my question.
Yeah. Are you saying that right wingers are dystopian? Are you saying that a right wing system and a right wing society is fucking dystopian, Arch?
Actually, is
that what you're saying? Because that's a very liberal argument, if that's what you're saying.
Honestly, that's a good question of mine, and I'm proud of it now. Yippee! The bar wasn't high, but at least it's something.
Look, Nellop, here's the thing about digging a 6-foot hole in the ground and then setting the bar 5 feet 9 inches in there. We're still at ground level. The bar is not, so we're still pretty high above the bar.
Yeah, what was it? If 40K is dystopian, that's right, and it's right wing, then yeah. Wait, if 40K is dystopian, then it's right wing, then the right wing is dystopian. Oh my god. My goodness. So dumb. Hey. Okay.
Arch the idiot.
Maybe at some point, if I ever get to do this again, I'll do it as a stream. Just to participate with people around it so they can see me in real time, then just make an essay. But for the meantime...
Well,
it's
after
essay
this
time.
one, you probably could. After this video, you probably do have enough to make yours. In all honesty.
Yeah.
So you could make your video, and then if you wanted, we could just do streams where it's just the two of us making fun of Arch Dingus Hammer.
Yeah. It's just us sitting there. It's like, all right, chat, what do you think? And it's just going to be like top 3 viewers.
And like I said, we'll call it the Waiting for Arch to Define Normal podcast.
We're waiting for Arch to define normal.
Define
What is normal, Arch?
Arch? Define normal.
Oh my god, that's just
I'm
gonna be.
still waiting.
Oh, dude, that's gonna be a meme in my fucking video now. Come on now, Arch. You're trying to define this, and you couldn't define normal. Like, what are you, retarded?
Define normal.
Define
Arch.
normal.
It's me, Donald Trump, your favorite politician. Define normal, you stupid fucking Norwegian.
All right, let's go.
If you can't
Frog said
define
at the
normal,
beginning of the
I
video,
will tear
as
up
quite literally
Norway.
the most left-wing faction.
$69.
Sorry. Oh fuck. Ah fuck. I got the timestamp, so we're not doomed. Bump.
About the Komarog thing
Oh.
at the beginning of the video, as quite literally the most left-wing faction in 40k are the Dark Eldar, as they are
Okay, I want to see him explain.
consistently subversive, with every Drukhari constantly trying to better his position in the hierarchy by undermining it and everyone else's position. Their purity score would rival even that of our modern-day left, as there is nothing they would not defile to get ahead. That is...
Okay, so if the Dark Eldar are lying and deceiving, but you said lying and deceiving is a right-wing thing, if I understood it previously. So...
Define normal, Arch.
Oh my goodness.
Arch, define normal.
So he says Dark Eldar are left-wing because they can lie.
But he said that Warhammer is inherently right-wing. But doesn't Warhammer, especially doesn't older editions of Warhammer specifically set it up so that whatever faction you chose to play looked really cool to you? This would have meant that older editions of Warhammer would have been making the Eldar look as cool as possible so that people would be hyped to play Eldar.
It's crazy.
Could this be Warhammer promoting a left-wing faction and thus promoting a left-wing ideology?
Oh my god!
Why is the inherently right-wing setting promoting left-wing ideology? Arch.
Oh, dude, I want to bash.
Last I checked, right-wingers didn't want to promote left-wing ideology.
Yeah, it says Dark Eldar left wing because they like and see, but Yurley said right wing like the Tau. Yeah, earlier right wing is something like the Tau that can lie and deceit. But now you mentioned that, and now it's even funnier. Yeah, what was it?
Yeah, it's like his argument is falling apart as he tries to enforce it. This is not right wing. This is not left wing. If you want to use these arguments, there's giant fucking Mack truck sized holes in it. And it just so happens I don't have a Mack truck, but I have a lot of smaller things I can throw through the holes.
40k is inherently right wing, but it has a left wing faction called the Dark Eldar. Please make it sense.
Which it would actively promote to look as cool as possible to the people who want to play it, so that they are hyped to play it and want to buy it.
Oh, maybe I can.
Is 40k promoting a left-wing faction, Arch, when it does that? But then it would also be doing the same for the right-wing factions, right? So it's promoting the right-wing factions and the left-wing factions. Why would an inherently right-wing setting promote left-wing factions?
It's just fucking falling apart.
And for the counterpoint for all the wokies, who try to say that it's left-wing satire, why would the left-wing game promote right-wing ideologies as cool and awesome and you should totally play it? Something ain't adding up here. Like, something is not adding up here. And I know exactly what it is. It's that Warhammer is not political, it's not meant to be political. And that is why when both the left and the right shoehorn their fucking politics into Warhammer, it is annoying, out of place, and ruins shit and doesn't fucking fit.
This is why I made a video like months ago, how putting real life politics would just cause problems. It doesn't solve anything. And I think I have to relook the video, but I think it goes along the lines of stop comparing IPs to real life politics, because what's the good of
work?
Okay, what is the benefit of
the only time that you can apply actual real world politics to a setting and have it work is when that setting is made to critique or is made to parody or support those politics. And the problem with that is when you shove modern day politics into a setting, it doesn't age very well. It's very hard to do that in a way that will be good. You have to make it very generic so that it continues to be good. If I make a game that is specifically built around 2025's politics and 2025's views on things and events in 2025, by 2027, it's going to look like ass, and the story is going to be ass. The entirety of whether or not the story is good is going to be purely dependent on the age it was made in. And the second you are no longer in that age, it sucks donkey balls.
I've grown old. Okay. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Oh, it just made it worse. It's just like, if it's inherently right wing, then why is it promoting a left wing faction that is trying to sell it? And yeah. I like someone tried to argue that it is not satire of 40k during Rogue Trader in 2nd edition because they're not making fun of humans or something to make fun of, and I'm like, okay,
what?
You're autistic.
Yeah, it's just retarded. Because it's very common for satire to use non-human factions or non-human entities to critique humans and groups of humans in real life.
Because by definition, satire is meant to make fun of foolishness of humans and all that. But because it doesn't...
Not only that, but fucking satire and parody is actually dependent on its disconnect from reality to critique reality. It is dependent on that because it needs to be separate in order to make certain statements. It needs to actively be able to separate you from reality long enough to hear what it has to say. So it is very common to critique. Well, like, for example, Starship Troopers was a political critique story, and it depicts communists specifically as the bugs. The Terminids, not the Terminids, the Arachnids in Starship Troopers are specifically a critique of communists. And it does it effectively, so effectively that communists actually align themselves with the bugs in Starship Troopers. It does so by depicting them as something that is not human and using that lack of humanity to depict communism in a way that is easier to understand, but also to get away with saying it in a more blunt way that you couldn't say if it was a person.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah, no. I think
it's a very common tactic.
Yeah, I think the person was focusing too much of, it's not making fun of humans. Fucking, it's not satire then on Rogue Trader. I'm like, are you retarded? Have you not seen the images? So it's so serious that this guy called the first Inquisitor was so serious. I'm gonna go fuck myself.
Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau, my favorite.
Yeah, Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau was not satire. He was very serious. He had a fucking fedora out of all things. Okay, it's not satirical. Oh, it has satirical elements, but it's not really satire as a setting. Okay.
It has satirical elements, and it's probably satire.
Mm-hmm.
Because things that are not trying to be satirical tend to avoid satirical stuff within it.
Yeah, that's why 40K as of today try to be more serious than trying to be satire as a setting.
Yeah, stop trying to be satire.
Exactly.
And the people who say that is, including the people at GW, just don't understand their own fucking setting as is.
No, really. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm not gonna go another rabbit hole.
Nothing they value of tradition beyond, I guess, keeping Slanesh out. And amusingly, they are probably the closest thing to a liberty-oriented faction in 40k, as every Drukhari seeks the maximum personal liberty for himself, and sometimes even achieves it at the expense of everybody else.
Is there really?
No, they don't. Oh. They actively just torture people to stop Slanesh from eating them.
I was gonna say
they don't seek supreme. They do not seek the ultimate independence and liberty. They just seek to not be eaten by Slanesh, because Slanesh is a fucking Vornigga, and the best way to scare off the intergalactic Vornigga is to just hang people from fucking meat hooks off the side of what looks like a sailboat.
I was gonna say, if they're really libertarian,
like the ultimate individual liberty, my ass, they just trying to scare off the Vorniggas.
I was gonna say, if they're really libertarian, they wouldn't be under so much pressure, under a threat that they have to fend off.
Well, no, that libertarian is literally just ultimate independence. It would be like if the fucking Dark Eldar were libertarian, they would literally just let you do whatever the fuck you want without a care in the world. Do they do that? No, they actually have an active structured system with levels of authority that is specifically designed to keep them from dying.
Shocker. So...
Because they're trying to scare off the intergalactic Vornigga.
Yeah, or just more like pleasing the guys. Like, yeah, we're doing the job for you. All right, oh, fuck, whatever. Go fuck myself.
Yeah, that's how they keep her away.
Mm-hmm.
It makes Slanesh happy, and that's how they keep the intergalactic Vornigga dick chick away. Yes, all of that was canon, unfortunately. Apparently, I know 40k lore better than Arch.
And he does lore videos.
And he does fucking lore videos. I hate 40k lore. I've actually been forgetting 40k lore, thankfully. I still know it better than him. What the fuck?
Shocker.
What the hell?
Things like independent slaver bands, tiny cabals, small troops of witches, or even unaffiliated homunculi. And in-group / out-group and or loyalty? Oh, well. The Dark Eldar don't merely have a lack of loyalty to one another, it is generally expected and viewed as a virtue to betray anyone you can and get away with it.
That is not libertarian.
This sounds like a really... That is not libertarian in any sense of what libertarianism is whatsoever. Mm-hmm. Libertarianism is just the extremist version of live and let live. This is actively a level of corruption. This is just an extremely corrupt society with an extremely corrupt tribalist system. This is just tribalism. This is extremist tribalism. Not libertarianism.
Mm-hmm.
Not left. This is just extremist tribalism. Mixed with the constant threat of Slanesh.
Mm-hmm. Live,
and guess what? In tribalism, you have rogue actors all the time, and people who are not actually connected to a tribe all the time. Because tribes are very fucking strict, and they are very quick to banish people for stupid shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was gonna say. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, before you explained to me.
And people are very quick to leave the tribe, too, because they just have a disagreement with the tribe.
Mm-hmm. Like, even though I didn't know much about libertarianism until you told me, but for some reason, and gut feeling-wise, I'm like, that doesn't sound libertarian to me. Like,
yeah, it's not. It's not libertarian, it's not leftist, it's just fucking tribalism.
Yeah,
at best. That's the thing. Trying to apply a lot of fucking political systems to 40k is a pain in the ass because 40k wasn't built around modern political systems. In a lot of cases, it was barely even built around old-ass political systems. It was built around the Roman Empire in space, and the rest of the factions just kind of do shit. Like, you can loosely connect it to an older system that existed in human history, but not always. Like, dude, the fucking... it's not made to be political. And so the in-universe politics it does have are very fast and loose and don't entirely fit real-life politics because they're not made to. There's a reason that when it comes to the Imperium, 40K is always focused more on the religious aspect of it than it has the government aspect of it.
Mm-hmm. Religious aspect. This is to a certain
I am
extent.
making a really
Well, I was gonna say this is why I kind of liked the old 40K style. You know, even though I may not be the guy. If I was a guy who probably repeat the past, best case scenario, I would have joined 5th edition, not 3rd. Not because it's my preference, but I think that's most likely where I probably would have noticed Warhammer 40K if it was in my nearby area. But my point is that if I looked at old 40K stuff, and for the reasons I will look into 40K stuff, not because it's like big and absurd, but because it's scary, it has a lot of like religious shit, which makes it very euphoric. And
it's fucked up.
Exactly.
It's just fucked up.
Yeah. You look at it and you're like, whoo, damn, how are these guys surviving? That kind of thing. And yeah. And
yeah, exactly. It's like, holy shit, you actually come out of this at the end of the day?
You got any advice just in case for an ordinary guy like me?
It's like, hey, you guys know how to live through hell. Clearly, you could probably give me some advice that could get me through way less.
Pretty much. But, yeah, no, that's... And here's another thing, right? I think this will debunk what his overall video here. Like, him trying to say it's inherently right-wing, trying to shove politics and agenda. And if I go to an ordinary guy of why they got into 40K, they wouldn't get into it because of a political ideology. They got into the game because it's fucking cool.
Yeah. I didn't get into 40K because of politics. Hell, I just got into it because of the fucking Angry Marines. And then that was the gateway that made me look at it and go, wow, this is really fucking cool. I've never seen anything like this. I didn't care about politics. When I looked into it, the first thing I didn't think was, oh yeah, this is super right wing. I just thought, wow, this is really fucking cool. I've never seen anything like this before. My experience with sci-fi has been Halo and Star Trek.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And another thing, too, is a lot of left-wing people back in the day got into 40K as well.
Yeah. Yeah, people. Sometimes I just think, like, people just lost the plot.
Well, and here's the cherry on top, because I know what he's going to make this argument, because you want a bit of a spoiler for something. It's not in one of the videos you've seen, but this was something he said in one of his streams. You want a bit of a spoiler that you can definitely use in your video?
What?
He called the 2010 version of My Little Pony inherently right-wing. And he used the same logic that he's using for 40K. And and he actually did something very funny that he doesn't do in his videos called boiling it down into an easy to understand point. Mm-hmm. Can you guess what his argument for why My Little Pony is right-wing?
No gay shits?
Basically, because it was written in 2010, and back then they just shoved way less politics into things, and they just had a lot more stuff that at the time was considered common sense and normal, which he still has not defined normal. Mm-hmm. Which is why we really need to hammer him for defining normal. He will use normal to back up his arguments and then refuse to define it. And refuse to acknowledge what is and isn't normal, basically. Mm-hmm. But yeah, his argument was basically that, yeah, since it has things that we consider normal and that the right wing supports, it is therefore inherently right wing. His argument isn't even that the people who made it with the intention of being right wing. It's just that it casually just so happens to support things that are now seen as right wing views.
Yeah.
He is not even trying to argue that these things have political stances. He is trying to literally this is why his whole thing of everything is political is an accurate statement is important, and this is why when he argued that it's right is important, because he actively practices it, because this is a left-wing ideology. This is how the left calls things political. This is exactly how the left calls things political. It doesn't actually matter if it was made with political intent. It has to do with what it presents as normality. If it presents things that you can arguably make a political statement with, they will call it political. You can argue a political statement with My Little Ponies. Therefore, it is a political thing in Arch's eyes and in a liberal's eyes. Not because the people who wrote it with a political story in mind, but because there are things and themes in it that purely exist because of normality at the time and what was accepted as common sense. There are things in there that you can argue are a right-wing stance, and therefore it is right-wing.
Mm-hmm.
That is what he's doing with 40K, which is also why I can say, no, it is not inherently right-wing or left-wing, because it was not made with the intent of pushing politics, and it really doesn't. You have to take and force your worldview and your opinions onto 40K and onto My Little Ponies, unironically, to make a political statement out of it. There is no politics in these things. There is politics being shoved onto these things by outside forces.
Mm-hmm.
It is not until something is made with political intent that you can call it right or left wing. 40K was not originally made with political intent. It is now, but it wasn't back then.
As I say again, people who try to shove real-life politics into something that wasn't designed in the first place shouldn't belong there in the first place. Well.
Yeah, Arch is unironically some of the same people we should be gatekeeping out along with the fucking woke people.
True.
Do not let him near things. This is why this is probably the one good thing about him deciding to be against Helldivers. He cannot try and implement his politics onto Helldivers. He can just argue against it and hope for the best.
Yeah, then again, probably the Helldivers developers will be like, hey, we're sending you a cease and desist to stop talk about cringe about your politics.
No, because Arrowhead genuinely doesn't give a shit. They're smart.
Yeah. Oh,
Here's the thing. If they were to send a cease and desist to Arch, that could be misconstrued as a political statement. This is why when the political drama happened with their fucking community manager, they didn't come out and make a statement of, she doesn't represent the company, these aren't her ideals, blah, blah, blah. They just shut her up and were quiet about it. Because if they didn't shut her up, they would be making a political statement in her favor. But if they said anything about shutting her up or anything against her, they would be making a political statement. But if they just shut her up and went on with their lives, they would not be making a statement.
Yeah,
because
good point.
Helldivers 2 is apolitical and argues things about society that both the left and the right agree with. The modern left and the modern Dude, every version of the left within the 2000s and every version of the right within the 2000s all unanimously agree that Vietnam and Vietnam and Bush era politics sucked ass.
Mm-hmm.
That is a politically unifying statement.
Yeah. Nah, I was trying to do the meme of, oh yeah, Arch trying to do political shit, cringe. That's all. That's all I was trying to do.
But yeah, no, so he is just doing the same stupid thing as the left of cramming politics into places where politics do not belong, thus becoming the same exact problem we're trying to get rid of with the left.
Arch is like a faggot. He can't resist the temptation of dick.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Oh, shit.
Arch and his posse are the same people that should be gate-kept out of a community, just like the fucking left. We should put them in the same camp of do not allow.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know what his opinion is about Doom the Dark Ages. That would be funny.
If he did cover anything about it, he was probably on board with the it's woke because it's got a woman in it thing.
Probably. That's cool.
Hell, the only reason their loyalty score would be even a whisker above the Skaven is the addition of the caveat, betray anyone you can get away with betraying, rather than the Skaven version of just do it for the lulz. Now, granted, they certainly fail the Care Harm Foundation, which is pretty key to the left, but this still leaves the Dark Eldar with far more points in common with the left than any other faction.
Hold the fucking phone. You have just said they are left wing, but you have now acknowledged that they don't even align with the two most important things to the left. God, it's almost like 40K was not made to be political, and when you try to make it political, it doesn't fucking fit. This motherfucker.
Okay.
This fucking Norwegian dick wiener.
All right, let's proceed. I have nothing else to comment because I want to get through this.
Yeah.
I mean, shit. Even chaos values loyalty and authority. Its very foundation, after all, is armies of fanatically loyal.
Hold up. If it respects authority, that goes against the whole principle of what chaos is. Chaos is about chaos. What do you mean authority?
Doesn't Korn care not where the blood spills, and thus if you spill the blood of your own dudes, he doesn't give a shit? As long as it was in honorable combat. Isn't Tzeentch's whole thing manipulation, confusion, and betrayal?
Yeah.
Isn't Slaanesh horny?
Yeah. If there's authority...
Where the fuck does any of this deal with loyal fanatics? Slaanesh's thing is literally just enjoy everything you can to the ultimate extreme, which can straight up result in just betrayal and disloyalty. Tzeentch's thing is manipulation, confusion, and knowledge, which would lead to betrayal. What's the faction that's most aligned with him if you're looking at chaos? It tends to be Alpha Legion. Alpha Legion is kind of, then there's like the Thousand Sons. They're knowledge seekers. They'll do whatever they can for knowledge. Tzeentch is not loyal to shit.
Mm-hmm.
Khorne's champion of Karn literally will go into a blood-fueled rage where he kills his own guy, his own dudes. He is a champion of Khorne. Nurgle's the only one that doesn't seem to actively betray people. Nurgle's the only one that doesn't actively betray people.
Yeah. Well, he just lures them in. And he's like, yeah, you'll be happy when you join us. So I guess he's a little bit deceitful, but they wouldn't even know that.
Not even. Nurgle is, even then, he genuinely thinks he's doing nice shit. And the people who follow him genuinely think he's doing nice shit.
Yeah, I was just going to write them down like, Khorne, Tzeentch, Slaanesh are none of them are loyal. Yeah.
None of them are dependent on loyalty.
Actually, that's better.
Not even Nurgle. Even though he's the only one who doesn't seem to actively betray people, he is not dependent on loyalty. That is not his shtick. His shtick is make you very sick.
I guess they don't enforce authority either, because...
They really don't.
Because
if you make them happy, they give you powers, and if you don't, other than that, they just don't give a shit.
I'll just type they just
like the Chaos Gods don't go out and punish people for disobeying them. They don't go out and do. They don't care if you just make them happy in a way that pushes their end goal, which their end goal is just fucking survival. They'll reward you with some powers, and that's literally it. I mean, I guess you could argue that Nurgle is dependent on loyalty in the sense that he's loyal to his girlfriend.
Damn you, Grand. Alright.
Damn you, Grand. Yeah, but that's just him being a fucking simp.
True. And it puts her in the jar.
He did. He put her in the jar.
Uh-huh. Nobody would.
So he doesn't even have the good kind of loyalty. He has the cringe kind.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, like, yeah, authority on chaos. So this motherfucker. Okay, so it's even worse now. So not only that he doesn't know about Helldivers, I'm even more concerned now that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. 40. Oh my god, this is the nightmare that I've ever expected. I was like, one day I should surely he knows a little bit of 40k stuff. There's no fucking way. Now it's getting worse. Oh
He doesn't
yeah.
even know Warhammer lore, and he runs a Warhammer lore channel, and he doesn't even know Warhammer lore. Oh no, dude, his conversion to an SJW is just complete. I mean, it's probably been complete a long ass time ago, but here we are. That's the final confirmation he needed. He is a fucking right wing SJW.
So the people who say
Down to a T.
So
he does, dude. His understanding of the lore is literally as far as how can he push an agenda with it. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say the people who said like years ago that Arch is a little bit problematic, where he just misleads lore and just says shit out of his ass. They are probably correct now.
Yeah, they probably are correct. Now, the people who bitch about him making offensive jokes, I don't give a shit about that. Dude, how many times have I said nigger across these 4 recordings? I don't give a shit about that. But if it comes to him getting the fucking lore wrong, they're right. They're just right. We're seeing it right now. They're just correct. He gets the lore wrong.
Mm-hmm. Look, I might get something.
He sucks at lore.
Look, I might get some things wrong, but not as bad as this one, where everybody knows what people do.
If you get lore wrong, you're not acting like you're the ultimate guide to Warhammer lore.
That is true.
If you get something wrong, I know you will accept that you've gotten it wrong. This guy actively depicts himself as the arbiter of 40k lore.
Like he says Warhammer, but he didn't roll his R's.
Yeah, he hasn't. Dude, I don't think he's really rolled his R's at all in this video.
Yeah, no, he just gave up. Let me. I'll be right back. Let me check on something.
Part of his accent, my ass. What are you doing?
So I got like 9 minutes before I fucking disappear for like another 40 minutes or an hour, more or less.
How much is left of the video?
15 minutes.
You want to just pause it and come back later or something like that? Because I can wait till you've gotten back from picking up your sister or whatever.
Yeah, no, it's just the problem is it takes about 20-ish minutes to go there and then 20-ish minutes to come back, and it almost wraps out of like an hour. It's actually annoying.
But do you have to work today?
Yeah, but it comes much later, so I got time.
I can wait an hour.
Yeah, you sure you can wait an hour?
Yeah, I'll be on.
Okay.
Dude, it's only like 10 o'clock. That'll be 11. I'll be fine.
All right, pause recording, unpause. All right.
Let me get...
And now let's pretend that nothing ever happened.
Nothing happened at all.
Mm-hmm. It's just 1 second off.
There is a severe thunderstorm warning in my area that was then followed by a severe thunderstorm, which is still going.
With another thunderstorm coming into nearby your area.
I don't know if you can hear it, but that's some loud ass thunder.
I do not.
Oh yeah, it's pretty bad.
All right.
I say bad, but I like rain.
Right.
Anyways.
Let's proceed.
Cultists. And of course, applying these fundamentally human values to any species in 40k is kinda missing the point. Duh. But as we are discussing, the universe is a science.
We just started up again. He's saying stupid shit. He just started up again.
Let's
He's
repeat
saying
that.
stupid shit. God fucking damn it.
Let's repeat that. Let me rehear that. It's that I didn't. That I
Loyal
wasn't going
cultists.
deaf.
And of course, applying these fundamentally human values to any species in 40k is kinda missing the point. Duh.
Did this motherfucker in 1 simple second just admit that the past 21 minutes and 22 seconds of his 36-minute and 26-second video is complete and utter horseshit?
So applying human morality on something that is not human is
Which
missing
would
the point.
also include politickies. Did this motherfucker just admit that his whole stance is actual dog cock?
Again, he loves contradicting himself.
This man made us sit here for 20 minutes, listen to some horseshit explanation of morality, and then apply it to 40k just to admit that applying it to 40k misses the point.
He wastes my fucking time.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
There's no other way to explain this other than he wastes my fucking time like an average woman from a cashier that didn't give me the fucking shit that I needed. And I'm just like...
And mind you...
Dude, it's like that old lady from the fucking retail store.
This also comes right after he has displayed that he doesn't even understand what right wing is. Dude, is this guy like the fucking liberal psyop, maybe? This has got to be a troll. This has got to be a fucking troll. I can't take this motherfucker. I can't take this nigga seriously anymore. This has to be a fucking troll.
This guy can't make a joke. There's no way he is. There's no way he is.
This guy has to be a fucking psyop. This guy has to be a fucking psyop. Either a psyop or a really good troll.
I don't know. He can't take jokes, man. I can't see him.
And I don't see a troll keeping it up for for over a decade.
That will be an interesting goal for a troll. So, yeah, I made you believe that I was right wing.
I made you believe I was a right wing for 11 years. But actually, I don't need to roll my R's anymore because I am uncovering myself as the liberal psyop. You've all been communized.
So fucking retarded. All I'm writing right now is like, made 21 minutes. He made a 21-minute video about morality. Where I'm wasting my fucking time when he said morality doesn't apply.
Motherfucker made a video. Oh, Warhammer's inherently right wing. Goes through some random shit that has nothing to do with what right or left wing actually is. Just goes on some random morality spiel. Then tries to apply some standards he has established that don't even connect to each other. Like, he hasn't established what right wing is or what left wing is. He has barely established morality. And he has barely established morality, has definitely not established what right and left wing is, and then tries to apply it to 40k to establish that 40k is right wing. The first two factions he does it with he has to admit one has some left-wing aspects at best, and the other is more left-wing than right-wing, but at the same time also doesn't have the most important pieces of his established left-wing morality, thus meaning they're more left-wing than right-wing, and then acknowledges that this is missing the point. And he hasn't even made an argument for why 40K is right wing. In the process, he has actually established he doesn't even understand what right wing is himself. Oh my god. The man doesn't even. This video doesn't just establish that Arch Warhammer is in fact, or this video does not just establish that 40K is in fact not inherently right wing. It establishes that Arch isn't right wing. He doesn't understand what right wing is. But the last video, he was actively pushing left wing talking points as if they were right wing talking points. This video, he has failed to actually identify what left and right wing actually are. He doesn't know what it is. He's not right wing. He thinks he is because he doesn't like the left. That's what it is. He doesn't like the far left, and therefore he thinks he's right wing. In reality, he's more center left than anything else. He was a liberal
someone
20, 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
He is a liberal 30 years ago, which actually is still a liberal right now. He is a classical liberal at best. He is a center-left guy. He's not right-wing. This confirms it. Arch Warhammer is not on the right. He's on the left.
If I recall, someone said Arch tried so hard to do because he's much more of a centrist back then, and he tried to focus on it's about the stake. It's about what was it? Judging something on his merit. But because his whole audience is literally right-wing extremists, and they don't like that, so he had to lean to the audience. That's what I
don't even think it's accurate to say his audience is right-wing extremists per se, because that would be neo-Nazis. That would be neo-Nazis and shit like that. He's not. His audience isn't that. His audience is right-wing SJWs. Or woke right, which is kind of the new version of right-wing extremists. Yeah. So I guess you could say that the new right-wing extremists are being born out of his audience. But no, the extreme right-wing extremists, that would be like Nazis and shit.
Okay.
I think what it is he is a centrist. He is more center-left than anything. But he has convinced himself he is on the right because he has interacted so much in the culture war. I've seen this happen. People who interact with the culture war for prolonged periods of time, they devolve in, this is why I bitched about tribalism so much. They devolve into tribalism. They start seeing things as us versus them mentality, and they start mistaking anybody who agrees with them on one thing as on their side, and they will eventually align themselves with one of the two major camps. So there's a lot of people who would actually be centrists or even liberals who have aligned themselves and labeled themselves as right-wing, and the tribalist camp of the culture war right has accepted them. But in reality, they're just liberals. They're just classical liberals or center leftists. But they have been so indoctrinated by the culture war into thinking they're right wing that they've just been aligning themselves with the right. Arch Warhammer is not right wing. He is liberal centrist.
Mm-hmm.
He's arguing liberal talking points from 20 years ago. He is stating liberal ideas from 20. He is
a liberal centrist. He's a liberal centrist. That's all he is. He is a liberal centrist that has taken extremist woke tactics to push his viewpoints. He is literally extreme center.
Bang right in the middle.
He is the most extreme version of the center. Like, you have to turn the political alignment chart into a circle, and then you have the far right, the far left, and then you have the extreme. Then you have the far center. He's fucking far center. He has taken the extremist approach to enforcing centrism.
How the fuck does that work?
How the fuck does that even work? You know what? He's right. He's not woke right because he's not on the right. He's not on the right. I don't know where he is, but he's not on the right. The only thing I can think of is he is extreme centrist. He is authoritarian centrist. He has invented his own category of I'm in the center and I will enforce it militaristically.
To whatever he thinks is good.
Yeah, just literally just imagine if libertarians decided that they were going to start enforcing their ideologies at gunpoint. And a bunch of people on the right have been watching him and being influenced by him, so he's made a bunch of woke right people without a shadow of a doubt. But he's not on the right. If he is on the right, he is so close to being a centrist that it's really hard to say he's on the right. It's just his methodology. It's just his fucking methodology that it's so. I don't know what he is. I genuinely, honest to God, don't know what he is. I don't know what to classify him as anymore. I don't think he even knows what the fuck he is anymore. He's something. He started in the center. He went kind of right, but he's still arguing for left-wing ideas, and he's got woke tactics. What the fuck are you, Arch? I, honest to God, don't know what I'm supposed to call you anymore. I will agree with you on this. I don't think woke right works anymore, but that's because I don't think right works for you, buddy. Where the fuck are you on this chart?
He's a Demion, but ideological grifter.
You know what he is? If you were to take the chart and make it like out of a physical piece of paper, and you used like little cardboard markers, he's the one marker that accidentally got flicked off the board and is hiding under a fucking couch somewhere.
I don't even think he knows what he's doing, but he would just assume that he's on the right.
I kind of gotta agree. I don't even think he really knows. I think he has spent so long telling himself on the right that he honestly couldn't put himself on the left. I don't think anybody could really put him on the left at this point. But I can't. But he's not arguing for shit that the right wants either. What the again? Authoritarian centrist. That's the best I've got.
It's so retarded.
It is, but then again, so is the past 4 fucking videos we've watched from this guy.
Then again, this is why I don't even use the chart. I'm just like, Christian, done.
Well, yeah, I've started doing that too. It's like, what am I? I'm a fucking Christian. Well, why do you think I made the new chart of authoritarian and not authoritarian? Because the political leading chart just kind of doesn't work anymore. There's too many similarities between right-wing ideologies and left-wing ideologies. So a bunch of people have tried to remedy that by saying, "Oh, well, this ideology is actually more left-wing than right-wing because it aligns with the left more than it does the right." But at the same time, you have to sit there and go, "But if you go too far on the right, you'll end up at this point." Okay, I'm sorry. Liberals are not.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Liberals are not going to the extreme and becoming Nazis. They're going to the extreme and becoming communists. It is people on the right who go to the extreme and become Nazis. So it can't be that these are actually left-wing ideologies. It has to be that they eventually end up at the same point, but there is still major differences between the two in what they want to enforce with some of these similar ideals. And that's why I just started going with the authoritarian and not authoritarian chart, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you go too far right or too far left, you still end up at authoritarianism.
Yeah, it makes sense to me, really.
And
because
the
they all
further, and
imply
this is probably
authority.
why I'm having so much trouble placing where Arch is, because if you do go far enough in either the right or the left, you start finding the same ideologies, but it's weird. So
Mhm.
again, I don't really think we can put him on a right or left chart, because I don't think that chart really works very well.
I mean, he doesn't even know what the fuck he is, and he doesn't even define left or
He
right.
doesn't. He just assumes
So
that
I just
he's
think-
right, and therefore I don't know. Oh,
You know what? Here's a better chart for him. Retard.
the retard and the
No.
not retard chart. Where are you, Arch? You are firmly planted at the most extreme end of retard.
Because what we do know definitely is he's retarded, he is a degenerate, and he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking
And he
about.
probably
that one
has
I
not-
am
And
very
he has
confident.
probably not touched a blade of grass since he was 12.
Yeah, that one we can confidently say. But to where he is on the political chart, I have
At this
no
point,
fucking
genuinely
idea.
honest to God, don't know. I'm gonna just assume, I'm gonna keep using right, because that's where he'd put himself, and that's where the people who align with him tend to be, is on the right. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying this with the caveat of I don't actually think he's on the right. I just don't know where else he is.
Because I don't even know if the right idea of putting him as an ideological grifter might be correct. Because right now,
Oh no,
it
he
seems
very
like
much is.
He's
Well,
kind of
actually,
like
if
it.
he's not on the right, but he is working with the right and trying to move the right in specific directions, that would make him even more of a political or an ideological grifter than fucking Endymion. Because at least Endymion, despite being an ideological grifter, is still a right winger, and he's still very much based in the right wing of shit. But if Arch is not actually as firmly planted in the right as he portrays himself, but he is still trying to dictate and manipulate the right towards certain agendas, that's even more like a grifter.
Interesting.
So he is definitely an ideological grifter. That's been cemented.
Mm-hmm. Because obviously people will know, if they read the definition properly, grifter is someone who deceives people for monetary gain, but this one is replace monetary for ideological gain.
Okay. Hold on a second.
Makes sense.
Okay, I don't think that ideological grifter is actually a term, but it looks like political grifter is. Maybe. It's definitely okay. A political grifter is somebody who uses political platforms and positions for personal enrichment or gain. I know that Google will give me an AI overview for what an ideological grifter is, but that doesn't actually mean it's a legit term. But it does. It does give an AI overview. I want to see what it says for the AI overview. An ideological grifter is someone who exploits political or social ideologies for personal gain, often without genuine belief in the cause they promote. They may use rhetoric and performative actions to attract followers, raise money, or gain influence, but their primary motivations is self-enrichment or power rather than sincere commitment to the ideology. Yeah, that's basically what I. So, I mean, this, it's giving me an AI overview. It might be an actual term. But that's essentially what it is. It's somebody who is using ideological standpoints to push either their own benefit, gain power, money, or to basically power. But it's more aimed at power, which if you're pushing a political group towards your ideology, that would essentially be giving you power.
It's giving me a definition. It's giving me a word called graft.
Graft, as understood in American English, is a form of political corruption defined as the unscrupulous use of a politician's authority for personal gain. But he's not a politician, so that wouldn't apply. Yeah, no, political grafts occur when funds intended for public projects are intentionally misdirected in order to maximize the benefit to private interest. That would not apply to this.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it seems like
All right, let's see,
ideological grifter
Quora.
is the best term to use. I mean, even just the fact that, look, I'm not going to say it's an actual term just because there's a Google AI overview. That's just an AI processing what I said and probably looking for things that would apply. But I think the fact that even the AI overview can give me a definition for it is a sign that it's. I mean, it gave me the definition I was using before I even tried fucking looking it up. I think it's safe to say that that's what it is.
It even tells you where he got the whole thing.
Really, it does? Hold on, let me see.
Yeah,
because I didn't look at that.
It will show you the text and then show you like the sources at the bottom of where he got it.
Hold on, let me see that. Because I looked at ideological grifter. I didn't look at the sources here. It's not giving me the sources for this. It's not giving me its sources. It seems like this is a term that people have just kind of come up with, and it's not actually an official term, but they needed something to refer to it.
Fair enough. So it's either ideological or political grifter, I guess.
He would be an ideological grifter. Arch would be an ideological grifter. Yeah. Political grifter is something different.
Yeah. Because here in the Urban Dictionary, it just says grifter is somebody who can influence anybody, anywhere, at any time into
that is Urban Dictionary. That is just how a word is being used socially. It's not actual effective. But why are we trying to redefine words, Nellop?
Oh no, I was just trying to figure out the.
We've got the best information we have on the topic, my guy. Right. I can tell you right now, the reason that Urban Dictionary is giving you that definition is because for a very long period of time, people needed to refer to, I guess, ideological grifters as something, but there wasn't really a term for it. So they started using the word grifter in the wrong way because it best suited the situation. This is a thing that happens in language all the time.
Like they use it.
They have to use the best word that actually applies to the situation until an actual word or term comes into play that will directly refer to that. So they have to misuse a word with the closest definition. In this case, it was grifter because grifter was specifically about con artists, basically, but there was no better term really to use. So they had to use grifter until people, I guess, started throwing ideological grifter around. I guess I'm not the only one using that word.
Yeah, someone's cooking.
Right, it was a giant collective stew.
Yeah, let us continue. This is almost like 4 hours.
But as we are discussing,
4 hours. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
As a science fiction entity that we humans enjoy, we'll forgive the stretch for now. And so, with this laid out then, it is simply impossible to view 40k as anything but a right-wing setting.
Hold on! Going back to if you're applying these things, if you're applying these human things to alien species, you're kind of missing the point. But since there needs to be some humanity in order to understand it or whatever, we'll let this slide. You can't see 40k as anything but right wing. One, you have literally just acknowledged that we are committing essentially a logical flaw here to make your argument. In order for your argument to work, we literally have to commit a logical flaw by your own admission. Because we can't really apply these things to this alien factions in this setting. They're not human. They are not supposed to have human things applied to them like that. They are humanized to a minimum for storytelling purposes only. So for one, there's that, and for two, as we've established, you don't actually understand what right wing is, and even then you have admitted that certain factions are in fact not right wing. Certain playable factions that GW has hyped up as cool things and good things to make you want to buy them. So you have acknowledged that there are things in 40K that are inherent. I think I died on you. Did I die on you?
I look at my side chat.
All right, hold on a second here. I wasn't looking at the side check. I was in D. Oh, you didn't hear what I said, did you?
Nope.
Okay, I'll say it again.
I just changed the stream to 30 FPS and 60 for some reason because he has a struggle.
It's
So,
probably
go for it.
because of my weather too, but fucking. So to lay out what Arch has just said here, he has said that if you are trying to apply human moralities to these factions in 40K, that you're missing the point, which is committing a logical flaw. He is admitting to a logical flaw, and he's saying if we commit this logical flaw, you can't see 40K as anything but right wing. Well, one, in order to see it that way, we need to commit as he has admitted, a logical flaw. A flaw in our logic needs to be openly and knowingly committed to come to that conclusion. For one. But two, he has admitted that there are multiple factions that, by his own logical flaw, would actually come off as left-wing. He said, to go to the beginning of this, he said, and I quote, the closest thing to good guys in the setting are the Tau, who actively practice some notably left-wing ideologies. Then you have the Dark Eldar, who actively practice left-wing ideologies, according to him, despite not meeting the core ones, which means that even if I commit this flaw in my logic that he is saying I have to commit to see this, it's still wrong, because you do this and you see a bunch of left-leaning factions, some of which are arguably morally good by some standpoint, in 40K. And all factions are equally marketed as really cool and super awesome, and you should get hyped to play it.
Correct. It's a product, not a political statement.
It's a product, not a political statement. But by his own logic, in order to see his point, I need to commit that logical flaw of applying human morality to non-human entities. And what I see, if I do this anyways, is not a right-wing setting, but arguably a more liberalized setting, because there are multiple factions that do liberal things and have their own good reasons for doing so. So even if he admits that I have to think incorrectly, I have to do something that is logically and factually wrong to get his point, and even when I do so, I don't come to the conclusion he says I'll come to. You actually come to a different conclusion.
I just wrote down is if you're this is the recent right now. If you're applying human morality to 40K, it's missing the point. So that's the one that he stated before. Meanwhile, he's trying to go back to say, well, 40K is inherently right wing, but there's even with the logical flaw that you just stated, it's already disproven of him wasting my fucking time, and also he doesn't define what right wing is.
Flaw
so
by his own standards. By his own standards that he has laid out, his logical flaw shows you that 40K is inherently left-wing.
Yeah, true.
Because there are more factions that practice because there are multiple factions that actively practice liberal ideology for their own benefit. Not right-wing ideology. And you know what? I could probably apply it to the Imperium too. In fact, I know I can. And ignoring the new lore with the Femstodes and all that shit, The Imperium has an all-female
Yeah.
military force. So they have an all-female military force. Their main military force, the Imperial Guard, accepts both male and female recruits. They have female inquisitors and male inquisitors. They have female and male politicians and like planetary governors and the likes. They do not care about race. Within humanity, they do not care about race. They don't really seem to care about sexuality, even in older versions. It's completely untouched on.
Yeah.
So they don't care about that. They overwhelmingly actually just let planets rule themselves however they see fit, as long as they pay their taxes. But the Imperium still has the right to go in and control a planet completely if need be. They actively practice censorship on not just the individuals and politics, but also religion too. There's an entire extension of the Inquisition whose whole job is to control and censor the predominant church of the Imperium.
Mm-hmm.
And they only allow state-authorized ideologies and religious beliefs. They even audit and dictate the beliefs and the right to existence of Space Marine chapters. These all align with left-leaning policies. More than anything, if we're going to commit the logical fallacy that Arch is saying we need to and apply real-world human morals and politics and whatnot to 40K, there are more left-leaning policies in 40K than there are right-leaning policies. Even in the Imperium, which is arguably the quote-unquote most right-wing faction in the game, actively practices some staple left-wing ideals and policies. Everywhere from just classical liberal to authoritarian leftist.
It's getting worse the more we look at it. It was like, yeah, so by this logical flaw that he tries to say that it's inherently right wing, but then when you look at 40K, by this flaw, even though the 40K was not built like that, yeah, as you said, it's more left leaning.
Yeah, it's more left leaning. The only thing about it that really isn't left leaning is that it's not woke ideology. It's authoritarian ideology, and it's authoritarian liberal ideology. I don't even want to say communist, because they don't practice communist ideology. That's probably the most right-wing thing about the Imperium. There is still a level of a capitalist-styled market.
Yeah.
But they are more liberal than anything else. They're authoritarian liberals.
Ironic.
So either Arch has completely misinterpreted shit, or he genuinely doesn't understand what right-wing actually is. And I'm leaning more towards he doesn't understand what right-wing actually is, because that aligns with some of the shit that he's tried to push and defend. He is actively tried to push and defend more liberal policies and liberal ideologies as right-wing. But they're not. They're inherently not right-wing. So no, if you do commit the fallacy that you need to commit, or not the fallacy, but the logical flaw that you need to commit to see 40K as right-wing, you don't actually see a right-wing setting, you see a left-wing setting. But even that is stretching it, because if you are applying human real-life moralities and human real-life politics to 40K, you are missing the point. It's not liberal, it's not left-wing, it's not right-wing. It is dystopian monarchy in space.
Yeah.
Which is why the Dark Eldar, which he has argued are extremely liberal, can have all these quote-unquote liberal views and liberal actions, while actively ignoring what he has decided are the two core tenets of liberal morality. Because they're not liberal, they're tribalist in a monarchist society. They are tribalists in a world that is largely dominated by different levels of authoritarian and of medieval authoritarianism.
It's not even left or
Yep.
right. But if you are going to apply that logical fallacy, 40K comes off as more left-wing than anything else.
How ironic for him to say the left can't understand that, and then he speaks nonsense, and then it shows that he doesn't know what
Yeah,
he's talking
he, honest
about.
to God, doesn't seem to know what the hell he's on about. It's like he thinks he's got this shit figured out, but in reality, he doesn't know his he doesn't know his head from his asshole, and he doesn't know his asshole from a hole in the ground.
I'm really curious of the comments after this.
Probably all shit
if I
that
got
agrees
time, of
with him,
course.
honestly.
Most likely.
We'll have to take a look,
Embraces
but yeah.
all of the values of the right, even as it rejects those of the left. Even going so far, of course, as to reject the very idea of progress. The Eldar are a dwindling species that will never make anything truly new ever again. The Imperium has...
Okay, pause it. I need to clarify this. Progressivism is not inherently a liberal ideology. It's not inherently a left-wing ideology. Progressivism is it's communist, and the thing about communism is it's tacked itself onto the left, but it's also kind of its own weird thing because there's a lot of left-leaning ideologies that just straight up don't agree with it. Progressivism is just the idea that we need to advance and progress the species regardless, no matter what. Just everything needs to be progressed, which it quickly turns into regressivism. The right isn't against progression. A lot of the left is not for progression, and a lot of the right is not against progression. So the idea of, oh, it's against progress, therefore it's right wing, that's his whole argument. That's the only argument I've ever really heard. It's like, oh, well, the Imperium is against progress of any type, therefore it's right wing. There are left wing ideas that would be against progress. Once you get to a communist state, for example, on the far left, they don't want you to progress past it. In reality, they don't want you to actually progress past it. They want you to keep going down the path that they've set, which you're kind of already there once you get to socialism. That's supposed to be the end of the line, essentially. The rest of it's horse shit.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there are people on the right who are okay with certain levels of social progression. The right, for example, abolishing slavery was technically a progressive ideology at its time, and it was pushed by the Republican Party. The Republican Party is the historically conservative party. Conservatism is inherently right-wing. So that is a progressive policy that has historically been held and supported, at least in the U.S., by the right. Things like that. So
interesting.
Yeah, just because it's pro-progression doesn't mean it's left-wing, and just because it's anti-progression doesn't mean it's right-wing. It all depends on the type of progression. And mind you, the Imperium is against technological progress purely for religious reasons. Social progress is a little different. They have a strict grip on their society, but that is less out of an attempt to keep it where it is and more out of an attempt to keep a chaos incursion. If the society progresses in ways that don't cause chaos to be happy, they don't stop it. Gilliman is technically a progressive force in 40K. He is progressing the society of the Imperium. You don't see the Imperium trying to stop him. They're overwhelmingly trying to enforce him. There was one story, I believe, where the High Lords of Terra tried to overthrow him, and that wasn't because he was progressing the society, but because he was going to remove them from power.
That is correct. Yeah.
So it's not even that it's against progressivism; it's against technological progression and the growth of ideologies that could bring chaos. And again, that's not inherently right or left wing. The closer you get to centrism, the right and the left both kind of hold this idea of we should progress in some areas and stay stagnant in others. Then the disagreement just tends to be on where we should progress and where we should be steadfast. And even then, you will find common ground. So just
is
because
correct.
it's not progressing anything, one, it's not progressing anything in any of the areas that right or left wing really gives a shit about. And two, it's not inherently right or left wing. Unbridled progressivism is tacked onto the left wing, but just the idea of progress and not progressing is not. And again, even the Imperium, they're not against all progress. They're against bad progress. They're against progress that could destroy the Imperium from within, whether it be technological with things such as AI, or whether it be social with certain chaos-infused movements. Even the Mechanicus actually does allow the introduction of new technologies, as long as it can be proven to be not tech heresy. Whether it be because you found it from the dark age of technology or whatever, or from the Imperium, or from the pre-Imperium era where they had really nice shit, or whether you can prove that it's not tech heresy through how you invented it, they don't just say you can't invent technology. They're just very strict about it so you don't accidentally bring an AI revolt. But I mean, the whole idea of the Primaris, which, as you and I have established in previous conversation, don't actually break the lore. It's bad writing, but it doesn't break the lore. They brought back a bunch of heresy era tech, which is superior to 40k era tech. And it was technology that they could prove, yeah, this is legit. This isn't heresy or anything. And guess what? Arch would agree with me on this. Arch
Maybe he changed.
No, he still has this video out there. Arch would agree with me on this because he did a video when the repulsor tank was introduced. Now, the repulsor tank is my second favorite Primaris tank. The Estrella Super Heavy will always be my favorite because I love fuck you fortress tanks. But the repulsor will, specifically the Executioner, will be my second favorite always because it is a Space Bradley. And I love the Bradley. It literally, the lore of this thing is they were able, and other repulsor type vehicles like the Space Bradley, they were able to show this is technology that the Imperium has had. This is technology that the Imperium has used before. We are not doing anything severe with it. We are re-implementing lost technology. The improvements that we have made are not tech heresy on these grounds, this, and this. And the Mechanicus was able to sit there and go, okay, yes, this is accurate. And I'm not going into this extreme autistic detail, but Arch did a video on it, and he literally said that he liked it. This is how new technology should be implemented in 40k. Which means there is room for levels of progress within the Imperium. And it doesn't break old lore. It doesn't break pre-8th edition lore to do it.
Yep. Can we continue?
Has near completely abandoned the promises of reason and technological advancement, preferring to rediscover the lost fragments of humanity's technological golden age. The only species that could be said to actually embrace progress is the Tau, and even then only technologically, as they do so in order to better persuade and conquer all other life and indoctrinate it in its own absolute philosophy. And this is, of course, an inescapable reality of the 41st millennium. The Imperium isn't oppressive and cruel for the shits and giggles of it. It is because it is a decaying empire, shattered by betrayal. It is a realm of men under assault by gods, and intergalactic predators, and super ancient space skeletons. No amount of peace, love, or compassion is going to save a single human being. Only ruthless militarism and endless armies of men wielding trillions of mass-produced lasguns and bayonets will ensure even a chance
and
of survival.
None of these things are inherently right-wing. None of that is inherently right-wing.
That's why
the Soviet Union did.
That's what
the Soviet Union did that. The Soviet Union was left-wing. China does that. China is they're communist. Communism is technically left-wing. At least tacked onto the left, not the right. North Korea does that to the best of their ability. Communist countries, which is like peak liberalism in some cases, are some of the most militarized countries in the world. In fact, the more right-wing a country is, while they are pro-military, it tends to be mostly a volunteer force.
And when they're not at war, they keep it's only a reserve force. More right-wing countries tend to have lesser militaries until they enter a war. They just stay prepared for a war. It is within modern history mostly left-wing empires and left-wing countries that actively militarize like that, because they are the ones that end up getting to the point where they need to constantly enforce their own doctrine much more. Their military ends up becoming almost a police force in many cases. So what he's talking about is not inherently a right-wing thing. It's an authoritarian thing that we actually see a lot more in what we would consider leftist countries.
I was gonna write down like, and all of this you just said is not right wing, and that's more leftist thing ever. And then I just talk about like how communist tends to be more militaristic and all that shit to show off, but also
also to oppress their own people. Yeah, which guess what? The Imperium does that too. He has just acknowledged the Imperium oppresses its own people. That is inherently not a right-wing stance. In the modern day, in which you have to use the modern day, not like super modern, but from the introduction of the concept of left and right to now, you have to use that era of politics. Inherently, what he's talking about is not right wing. That shit is inherently not right wing.
And he still hasn't defined what's left and right.
He doesn't. He genuinely doesn't understand them. He either genuinely doesn't understand them, which I'm leaning towards that, or he maliciously knows these things aren't right wing, but he's actively trying to push the right wing into what he wants it to be. I'm leaning more towards he doesn't understand it. Until proven wrong, I think he doesn't understand right wing.
Okay.
Or, as I say here, as we move into the left genuinely does not understand this section of the video, the 40k universe is not a dark galaxy filled with horrors because it is right-wing. It is a right-wing because it is a dark galaxy filled with horrors where to be anything but is to be dead.
So if I understand this correctly, so he's saying essentially it's right-wing because it's dystopian. I'm putting words to his mouth, but that's what I'm gathering.
He's saying that it's right-wing because it's dystopian, yeah, so that goes back to the question, is dystopian inherently right-wing? Is dystopian society inherently right-wing? I'd also like to point out that essentially what he's saying is it's right-wing because of a self-preservation instinct. Self-preservation is not political. Actually, denying it is political, but acting on self-preservation is not inherently political. It's not inherently right-wing. It's not inherently left-wing. Even communist countries have a sense of self-preservation. That's why they militarize. They need to preserve the communist order. It's not inherently right or left-wing. It's just human nature to have self-preservation on the mind. Yeah, it's not right-wing, or he's saying that dystopian settings are right-wing, which in that case he's saying that the right-wing is dystopian. Which then brings me to the question of, is Arch really right-wing again? It just all loops back to that. Is he really right-wing, and does he even understand what it means to be right-wing? And I have to say no to both. I genuinely don't think he understands what the right is. I think he's just kind of either tacked himself on or been tacked on because he's been in the culture war for so goddamn long. A similar thing almost happened with Short Fat Otaku, Dev, like Hardwire brought up. The only difference is Dev has not forgotten the fact that he's a liberal. And so, but he still managed to get a highly right-wing audience, and the only reason he's got a bad reputation right now is because he clung to his liberalism and actually started to openly go more far left and piss off his right-wing audience.
And again, just to demonstrate to you that no, the left really genuinely does not understand or grasp these qualities, let me show you some highlights here. Beginning with the obvious, of course. Leia Minis, why are you still around? Genuine question. The left is incapable of being genuine, incidentally. It feels like you people never enjoy anything. All you ever do is be pissed at stuff that really isn't that important. We've already gone over the definition of a tourist on this channel, somebody who places their politics above their hobby. And then
holy shit, he actually defined something.
Holy fuck, he actually defined something. You wanna know what's fucking hilarious? He fits his own fucking definition! He has just established it! A tourist is somebody who puts their own politics above their hobbies.
Like you, in your argument of 40K is inherently right-wing and how we have to actually ignore rules of a fictional setting in order for this to make sense? You mean you, Mr. Everything is political, and we should adopt that mentality? Arch, you put your politics over your hobby. You use your hobby to push your politics. By your own definition, Arch, you're a fucking tourist.
I'm just gonna point out this video and everything is political as an example. Oh, and the Helldivers 2 video actually.
The
that
one
work.
time he actually defines something and he fits his own fucking definition of a problem. What the fuck? No wonder he doesn't define anything. If he did, he'd end up fitting his own fucking definition.
Okay, I have a curious thing. This is going on the video. I don't care. Imagine if I critique fucking Arch, his butt buddy called Marshall Bohemian is gonna go and defend in his stead like a bitch.
Ah!
Like a bitch. Like a sim that he is. Sucking dick and just slobbering that shit.
Hey, we might
Fuck
agree
yeah.
on almost everything, but at least if you end up in a shit-flinging fest, I'm not helping you.
You know what? Fair.
Nah, I'm popping
Hey,
popcorn and watching
accept-
that shit. You're all on your own, buddy.
Fine, I will do it myself. Fuck
Exactly.
you.
I'd expect you to be able to do it yourself. If you needed my help to save your dumb ass, I'm gonna side with the guy calling you wrong. Because clearly you don't have an argument.
Me? An argument? Never. I always have an argument, but the retarded. And already a better joke than fucking Arches.
Yeah.
Easy.
Once again.
Yeah, I made myself
This
better.
is the definition
Right.
of it. You don't think it's that important because to you, it's irrelevant. You have a greater good, and the hobby is at best a vehicle to propagate that greater good. To me, the hobby is a goal in and of itself. I do not partake in Warhammer 40,000 for any greater goal. To me, when I am reading about 40k, when I'm talking about 40k or playing a 40k game, I am doing so simply to do those things. And so those things are actually really important to me.
Except for you actively have used 40k to push your politics and have said that we should adopt the everything is political mindset specifically to push politics and to push political ideas we disagree without. And
He is the very thing
you
that
are
he
literally
tries to
doing
critique.
the same stupid shit. I'm actually gonna I'm gonna call out his definition of a tourist now, because I don't agree with it. I think a tourist is somebody
Okay.
who latches to a hobby that they know nothing about just because it's popular. Because I have
Correct.
seen this was back when I first got into 40k. I have seen tourists who were not actually pushing ideology, but they didn't understand the hobby for shit. So I would actually argue that no, a tourist is just anybody who latches to a hobby they don't understand about and act as if they are a part of its community, and when in reality they aren't familiar with the hobby. They're only there because it's popular. That said,
Correct.
a big portion of that is indeed political ideologues. And so if Arch is getting the lore this disgustingly wrong, and Arch is using 40k to push his political ideologies, yeah, he might engage with the lore because he enjoys it, and he might enjoy the tabletop. But how much of the tabletop does he actually play? How much does he engage with the lore outside of making his content? And once again, he is using 40k to push his ideologies right now.
if he wasn't if he initially was an actual fan of 40K, because I believe somebody could start out as a legit fan and become a tourist. If he was at any point
Impossible.
a legitimate fan of 40K, I would argue that he has become a tourist. Because another thing, we don't actually know how much he engages with 40K outside of essentially his YouTube business. He engages with it for content reasons. He engages with it for apparently political reasons, but we don't know how much he engages with it as a hobby.
Yeah. That's fair.
Another thing, too, he actively complains about 40K. He actively dislikes the current state of 40K, but he still seems to engage with it. He still does his lore videos. He still talks about it. He still very much ties himself to 40K. That's kind of not exactly... You know I have issues with that sort of mentality. And he acts with it in a way that benefits, again, his YouTube channel, which he operates like a business. So yeah, the question really is, okay, but how much are you actually engaging with it at a hobby at this point?
Yeah. Okay.
Because I enjoy them, and I wish to keep them separate and protected from other nonsense. Not to mention, of course, if it really is not that important, then let me simply have my way, and you can go away. And to further illustrate some tourism, Mustard Revenge, claiming so hard that 40K's right wing is such an own goal. The Imperium is a corrupt, dying corpse with no hope of returning to its former glory. That is correct. The Imperium once embraced many of the progressivist ideals, in fact. The Imperium was once, perhaps, at the very least, far closer than it is.
It still does. It canonically still does. And this guy didn't make any arguments about it being left-wing. He just said arguing it's right-wing is stupid and proceeded to list actual in-universe lore reasons as for why. At this point, even if this motherfucker is a fucking Wookiee, he's right. Because like I said before, even a broken clock is right twice a day. So if his argument is it's not right-wing because of these lore reasons, I agree with him. Because that's literally what we have established ourselves here. It's not right-wing.
Yeah.
It never was. It was never political. That's basically what this guy's argument is. It's not right-wing. It's a dying corpse of an empire. That's not right-wing or left-wing. That's dystopian.
A dystopian fucking thing. Like, holy shit.
Just today,
this is like saying Berserk is right-wing because it's gritty and Guts has a love interest.
Oh, is he just fucking reviewing?
None of those things are inherently right-wing.
Okay, now he's just doing like the post.
Do you know what else Berserk has?
Do I have to?
Nellop.
What?
Oh no, did I die again?
To be honest, I only seen like no.
Nellop.
Yeah.
Nellop. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I think that just because I had that thunderstorm, it fucked up my connection a bit there. But did you hear what I was saying?
The only thing. Kinda, and then you were like,
what was
"Can
the
you hear
last
me?"
thing I said?
Can't remember.
God damn it!
I'm tired.
You say what you're gonna say, and I'll try and remember what the rest of what I was saying was.
This video here, it's just full of fucking posts. He's going back and forth each post, and I'm just like, do I have to go through this video right now?
Honestly, I'd say at that point we don't have to. He's already wasted our time with this one. This was literally a waste of time followed by an admission that he's not right-wing. Okay, I remember what I was saying. Yeah, Berserk is not inherently right-wing. Just because it's gritty,
you asking me something
gritty and has a love interest character doesn't mean it's right-wing. Nothing about that is inherently right-wing.
You asking me something about Berserk?
Oh yeah, you know what else Berserk has? Fucking penis gorillas. Literally fucking, there's an entire chapter
where they're running around in Casca's brain hole and they're being chased by gorillas with cockheads for heads. Literal penises for heads.
Interesting.
Does that sound inherently right-wing to you? No, it
Nope.
sounds...
But I still like the story of the horse.
Yeah, the fucking
You know
horse.
what I mean.
Is that inherently right-wing for you? Does that sound inherently right-wing to you?
No, it sounds stupid. And it wastes my fucking
it's
time.
Not,
oh
it's
my
not
god! I
inherently
cannot be
right-wing.
mad with this
There's
video.
nothing... You can make an argument that grittier stories and that stories of dystopian futures tend to attract people on the right more, and I actually, unlike Arch here, can make an argument for that. Since the left, especially the far left, is so focused on progression and the idea that progression will lead to utopia, they want to fixate on stories where everything is happy and cheery and has a happy, cheery outcome. This is also why a lot of things that are inherently left-wing in media tend to be super cheery and almost cartoonish in nature. That, and they're just kind of immature. But that's really what it is. They are so hyper-fixated on progressing towards utopia that they don't even want to think about a potential failure of that idea, which dystopian is a failure of their idea. The right is... people on the right tend to be more grounded in the real world and more haha funny based in reality. They tend to find enjoyment in stories that are more realistic, stories where things did go wrong, or stories where things went right but they have to struggle for it, because they focus more on what's real, whether it have been through history or in the current day. So they tend to enjoy grittier stories because they're more focused on believability and things that can actually happen. They don't have their head in the clouds of utopia. They have their head on the ground of reality. So you can make an argument that dystopian stories are more attractive to people on the right, but they are not inherently right-wing. A lot of dystopian stories were actually written by liberals who actually weren't so far gone. They were still quite based in reality, that wanted to write a story that was almost a warning.
Yeah.
Or they just wanted to explore what they saw as the bad end. There is a very silly animal laying on my computer right now, being very silly.
Yeah, the animal that I'm seeing right now is on Arch's screen.
Are you talking about Arch or the black guy?
I think that's a woman.
That's a woman?
Yeah, that was my reaction as well. All I see is Arch and a
I
monkey.
never thought I'm gonna be honest, I never actually thought I'd have to use that meme unironically, but here we are.
Mm-hmm.
Provocative title, you say? Why, yes. That is exactly what I was going for. As slightly hyperbolic though it may be, there is a valuable argument and point to be made here, as quite a bit of mainstream media alleges that Claudine Gay being dethroned from the position of president at Harvard is an example of right-wing cancel culture. And yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
The progressives have taught us very well. And now, it is time for you to be afraid.
Okay. So, from what I'm gathering, he just says, oh, you told... Goddamn. Phlegm.
Don't die on me.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I want to die so quickly right now after watching Arch. So, he's implying the wokies, the leftists, taught them so many tactics, and they're like, oh, it's our turn to use it.
Time roast you.
Yeah.
So in other words, what he's saying is we should start using the left's tactics.
So once again, he's just reconfirming we should use the left's tactics. SpongeBob,
Because
what the fuck?
right-wing cancel culture is a good thing. It is, as the progressives might call it, oh, what was that endearing term again? Ah, yes. Consequence culture.
No, it's not.
We didn't
Cancel
laugh.
culture of any kind is not good. Our entire argument with the woke side, like one of the biggest problems that people had with the far left was the goddamn cancel culture. They didn't like that a fucking retard who was an obvious fucking retard would sit there and go, oh, you disagree with me, and try to ruin your fucking life.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like it when they do it. The whole reason you got a platform is because people didn't like it when they did it, and now you're saying we should fucking do it?
You know what's ironic?
I have a little Bible for you here. I don't remember the specific verse, but you can look this up. It's in the New Testament, so Nellop doesn't know about it. It
Fuck
says the Bible literally says that wanting to destroy somebody else's life like that is demonic.
Mhm.
I don't fucking support that. That's not good. There is better ways to do this shit. If somebody says something stupid, then just call them stupid. If somebody does something wrong, then we can talk about consequences through the proper channels.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if we start doing this fucking internet vigilanteism, all we're doing is making the problem worse.
I got something better.
Yes.
So this video was out, okay, January the 4th, 2024. He says that, and very ironic for him, he got cancelled by PayPal.
Takes his own fucking medicine, I guess. And then again, he's been canceled before. He has been canceled before.
Yeah. I'm just talking about more of a recent event, that's all. I'm like, oh yeah.
Well, like I said, this is a big problem with the fucking. This is one of the biggest issues with the whole the PayPal bullshit and the fucking payment processor bullshit. There is actual means and actual systems to pass proper justice that need to be used respectfully and correctly. The fact that they're not being used that way is making the problem worse, and just demanding that we don't use them correctly, and just again internet vigilanteism also makes the problem worse. And newsflash, asshole, the reason we have these systems is specifically to avoid harming people for shit they've done that isn't wrong.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say also
sorry.
This all sounds like fucking Transformers 1 movie. Optimus wants to bring justice, Megatron wants to get revenge.
Yeah, and once you seek revenge, it just becomes a never-ending cycle of destruction.
Mm-hmm. Kind of fitting.
Yeah.
But also we started to learn and found out how Megatron became a dick.
Pretty much. Hi,
it.
Kitty. Yes, I know you are here, Kitty.
I'll do it myself after I put. Oh fuck! I forgot the fucking.
You want to know what's you you want to know what's really ironic about that whole thing?
The movie
about Megatron's desire to kill Sentinel and shit.
Yeah.
The standard punishment for treason, which would have been what Sentinel Prime did, is execution. He would have waited. If he would have sided with Optimus Prime, Sentinel probably would have been executed. He probably would have died anyways.
Nah, I gotta fulfill the prophecy of Megatron killing Sentinel. It's always been a thing.
No, it hasn't.
Well, there was one movie that Optimus killed him.
Well, no, that's only been done a couple of times in Transformers lore.
Yeah.
Actually, Sentinel Prime's a pretty new character.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I like how he's depicted in Transformers Animated. He's not even actually like a leader per se. He's just a military officer who's a douchebag.
Accurate. Arrogance is his main core trait.
Pretty fucking much. Anyways.
He's like, I'm just better than you. Anyways. Yeah. I like he says, yeah, cancel culture is good. I mean, this motherfucker got cancel culture by PayPal. Ironic.
Yeah, his whole thing is basically can be boiled down to we need to get revenge. I don't want revenge. I want justice and I want repair. Revenge isn't going to solve shit. It's just going to justify your enemy at the end of the day.
Actually,
you become the thing you sought to destroy if you go the revenge route. And that's not going to fix anything. You're just going to get more people against you. I want these things to be ended through just means, with the result being the problem is solved.
Mm-hmm. What was it? Revenge is not the answer. Oh, justice. Yeah.
Yeah. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. There's a reason for that.
Yeah, revenge is not a good idea, and you're proving the enemy's point. Your enemy's point right, which will get more people against you. Justice will be a more preferable, proper system.
Well, it's not even that he proves the enemy right. He just justifies the enemy in retaliating.
That's a better way. Yeah,
Because what Arch doesn't prove the woke correct, outside of maybe proving that when they say we're bad, that we're actually bad when we're not. But really all it does is it just justifies their own retaliation. Because, well, he's trying to retaliate against them, he's trying to hurt them. At that point, it's no longer about right or wrong, it's just about self-preservation.
Correct. Yeah, justice will be preferred here. All right, cool.
But beyond the...
Also, I didn't laugh. 0 laughs.
Yeah, I got the whole squad laughing again, Arch.
Dude, the draw... How... Dude, your jokes was so dry, it made Africa look good.
Uh-huh!
Yeah. At least my...
Mm-hmm.
I guess my joke was average. All right.
Average, but... Okay, your joke was less funny and more accurate.
Fair enough.
Anyways.
the mocking Schadenfreude, there is a point here to be made. See, back in the day, I've been around long enough to remember this, one of the leading arguments from, well, my side of the internet was, do not use these destructive tactics. Do not use these inherently bad tactics, regardless of the target, because if you do, there will come a day when they are used against you. And the left laughed. No. This will never happen. We are correct. We are on the right side of history. People will understand our terror tactics. Our French Revolution will be lauded by the masses, and there is no point at which we ourselves will find our necks in little, wooden blocks staring down.
I'd like to point something out here.
Mm-hmm.
He is literally acknowledging the very problem with using these tactics while trying to justify using these tactics. Once again, he is using the thing that proves him wrong like as evidence for him being right. Yes, the people on the right back of the day said, hey, don't use these tactics. It'll be used against you. It will justify retaliation. The left laughed. The left decided, no, this is what we have to do to ensure our regime. And now they're being stuck on the barrel of it to an extent. They're getting in trouble, rather. I will not say that the exact same tactics are being used against them, but they are definitely finding themselves in shitty water.
Yeah.
He has acknowledged the problem with these tactics, but he's going to use that to argue we should use these tactics. No, because you've just stated the problem with these tactics. I don't want to find myself on the barrel of the gun of revenge because I did something shitty.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if I do this to them, if we do this to the left, then that will just cause another left-wing regime to come up, this time with the justification of they did it to us. Mind you, the whole reason we have the current left-wing regime that we've been struggling with was because of the Satanic Panic, which was essentially the same thing. Similar right-wing tactics, similar right-wing cancel culture, etc., etc. Okay.
And yeah.
Fun.
Yeah.
Anyways, like I was saying, just fucking... He is literally acknowledging the problem with what he's saying and acting as if it is evidence. It is pure revenge. It's like, well, they did it to us, we should do it to them. No, fucker, because then they'll feel justified in doing it to us again. You want to stop them? Use the tactics that have been making them lose in recent years. They've been losing to logic and reason. They've gone insane. People have watched them go insane. That's what lost them. Stick to logic, stick to reason, and stick to morality, and they will continue to lose. Take their tactics, and that's why people start throwing the words woke right around. You dumb fuck. because what else is happening is people are on high alert for this behavior already because of the past 10 years. They're gonna notice when you do it much fucking quicker, and they're gonna take issue with you doing it much fucking faster because they're already on high alert for it. It's just reconfirming that.
And they called me a madman. I love the Thanos clip.
Look, insane people will view everybody around them as insane. This is I'm not saying this man is clinically insane, but that is actually a clinically recorded phenomena. People who are insane and people who have gone whack jobs and people who have just they've lost it.
Mm-hmm.
They will look at the rest of the world as insane because they come to this point where they think they've figured everything out, but they are so sure in their mind that the way that they've got things figured out, the way that they've processed things has to be the truth. And when they see that the rest of the world disagrees with them, then they just kind of automatically assume the rest of the world's got it wrong because they didn't figure it out.
Yeah, sounds about right.
So, not saying he is clinically insane.
No.
I am just saying he has gone so fucking whack job that everybody else looks wrong to him, when in reality, he's the one who's wrong. Hey, dipshit. When everybody looks like the problem, then you're probably the problem.
Mm-hmm. It's funny. Yeah. Okay.
Anyways.
Basket. Well,
never do that smile ever again. What the fuck was that? I'm gonna say this again.
Staring down into
I didn't see it.
paper basket.
You look like a fucking pedophile. You look like oh my god. Arch, that smile makes it look like the first 30 pages of the Epstein files is just your name. How many fucking times have you gone to the island, Arch? Good God, you look like your main form of transportation is a beaten up white Chevy van with free candy painted on the side. You look like you are not allowed within 3 miles of a goddamn school.
Look.
You look like the guy that they have to kick out of the fucking play place at the McDonald's. Okay, if a mall has a fucking arcade in it, you look like the guy that the security is constantly called because whenever you're asked if you're waiting for your kid, your response is you don't have a kid, but you're still hanging around the fucking arcade. You look like you bought a Chuck E. Cheese.
What 7 years not touching
But for
grass?
the wrong reasons.
What 7 years not touching grass does to a motherfucker? And look, Gran, he's got Riz. Restraining order.
Oh yeah, he's got a lot of Riz. About 50 counts of it.
He is the most wanted federal fucking prisoner.
Wanted in 3 fucking countries and Roblox.
And because of
Yeah,
that,
this motherfucker, that smile makes him look like he has several thousand hours in Roblox despite being in his 30s.
I love playing Roblox. I love playing with children. Oh, wait.
Motherfucker looks like you would defend real life Lolicon.
Oh, dude, don't jinx it. I mean,
dude,
he
this
defended...
fucker, this fucker looks like he's got a fucking... Dude, that smile makes Arch look like he's got a fucking Sonichu amulet hidden somewhere in his house.
I mean, not Arch, fucking Gran. Like, he literally defends porn. What makes you think he won't be the next Sonichu, but for 40k?
Oh my god. That's not even funny because it's just factual. Fuck.
Well, people laugh because it's true.
Yeah, people laugh because it's true. Just fucking Chris Chan was funny because he was actually doing that. But anyway, and you know what? Arch is gonna see this video. Somebody's gonna bring this video to Arch's attention. They're gonna like pay him to watch it in a stream. They're gonna get to this part. He's gonna be like, "Oh,
No.
see, they don't have an AUG."
They don't have an argument against me because they're resorting to insulting me and calling me a pedophile. Obviously, they don't have an argument. Nigga, we making fun of you because you goddamn stupid. I ain't trying to make a legit argument right now. You look like you have a wanted poster for diddling 3-year-olds, and I'm gonna make fun of you for it.
What makes you think he used to be a teacher and then he got in trouble for specifics? Anyways.
You know that would explain the inaccuracies in his lore videos.
That's true. Good point. Good point.
You know what? Holy shit!
Wait,
Holy
hold
shit!
up.
This explains why he. Hold on. No, dude. This explains why he's hanging around fucking VTubers so much. He's a simp fucking pervert who probably has a fucking restraining order, and so he tries to bait VTubers into his stream, so hoping he can get some. Ah! I have bad news for you, Arch. They're probably all married. You ain't getting any of that VTuber ass. Notice how this is funnier than like anything Arch has ever fucking said.
This is much greater than the iPhone incident. Oh, let me get you an iPhone.
Yeah, how much you wanna bet? How much you wanna bet he uses a fucking iPhone?
Dude.
Motherfucker apparently works at his parents' robotics company. How much you want to bet this nigga using an iPhone? Motherfucker probably using a goddamn iPhone. You know what? You know, we should send Hardwire's dad after him.
Yeah, he dead.
He's my dad.
Yeah, he's his
my
dad.
dad.
He's his dad. He
my
not fan
dad.
of iPhone. He's dead.
He's dead.
And he's dead. I like this whole
Dead.
this
Dude,
whole
we
thing is
really-
being a roast
Dude, we
fest.
really should. Dude, it has been. Oh, we kind of needed to just roast the motherfucker. Dude, this would make a great stream series. Just the two of us going through Arch's shit, making fun of him.
What I was gonna do, I was gonna purposefully put all the bloopers all together into one video, but it's super long that not even Arch is gonna watch it.
Watch, he's gonna watch it.
The whole thing.
Watch
no
him do.
fucking
Watch
way.
him do. Watch this be the thing that actually gets him to watch your fucking videos all the way through. Is the goddamn blooper reel.
Dude, I swear.
He'll
if-
skip through your shit when you make an argument, but when you release a blooper reel of us making fun of him, then he'll watch the old thing because he needs to retort all the shit we say to defend his fucking ego. That's gonna be what gets him to watch. He has to defend his fucking honor as a pedophile.
I mean, he does like My Little Ponies, so that says something.
God damn it! I forgot about that shit! Dude, this fucking pedo joke is working way too well. I'm kind of concerned. This pedo joke just works way too well. It got me concerned.
He likes My
hell
Little
no.
Ponies. He does furry shit. And he makes questionable thumbnails that are way too fucking horny.
My little child.
He's got VTubers on
my
his
little-
side. I'm just
My
saying.
little toddler, get in the
I don't think this is YouTube appropriate. Rumble? Maybe. Fuck it, we're bowling. Fuck.
Fuck it, we ballin'. Put this shit on Rumble. The uncensored fucking blooper reel goes on Rumble.
Yeah, fuck it, might as well. It's like, take it. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's all good. Because I just thought, like, we need a restraining order of him to stay away from horses. What's next, Arch? Are you going to be the next Vosh of that one single incident?
Oh no. Man heard the horse cock song and got a boner. Arch, whenever he's taking a shower, he's just like, there's no cock like horse cock.
I'm going to try so hard to get it through YouTube, but... Oh, fuck. I'll be demonetized for this, but I don't care.
Hold on. I gotta double check something. Hold on. YouTube's gonna be... My internet provider's gonna be very confused about my browsing history here for a second. So the horsecock song that I just referenced, as a matter of fact, is on YouTube. The whole thing.
Is this the this is my horse and my horse is big or something? I can't remember.
No, there's actually a song where it just goes, "There's no cock like horse cock," and that is on YouTube.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
The whole thing, uncensored, is on YouTube. Just say.
Well, turns out that the day of the basket has indeed arrived, and the cancellation of Claudine Gay is
I don't want to know what's in that
particularly
basket.
important because the modern-day progressive movement emerged largely from academia, and the fact that this has now reached so deep
Academia.
back into academia as to dethrone a sitting president of Harvard
He didn't roll his
is
R. He didn't roll his
extraordinary-
R. He didn't roll his R. He didn't roll his fucking R.
Hard.
indicative
Oh,
of just
fucking ass.
how weak the progressive position has become.
Dude.
As
Watch
Claudine
him come out and be like, guys, watch him come out. If this video releases, watch him come out and be like, it's just, I'm doing it because it's funny. That's all. It was all just a funny meme. Yes, I said it was part of my accent because it was a funny meme. Yes.
That will
sure,
contradict
funny.
the
It's funny.
very thing that he said on the video that he reacted to me and saying it was part of his accent. He can't lie to me!
Yeah. Well, obviously he's gonna claim like, well, that was obviously a joke. Obviously, I was joking. I was joking. That was supposed to be a funny. Everybody knows that I'm faking it. And it's like, yeah, why the fuck did it take you a year?
And why is my squad isn't laughing yet? They haven't chuckled yet.
We've been laughing more at you than we have with you, buddy.
Pretty much. Yay.
Gay, make no mistake, was hired primarily due to her shade rather than her numerous academic achievements.
Her shade. You mean black? You can't say black? What's wrong with black?
Come on, say it, Arch.
Say it's a
nigger.
color!
Say Arch. Say
Okay, I don't know about that one, but black.
Just say
Well,
black.
that and her
Still
blatant
allowed to say
refusal
black.
Mm-hmm.
to say that, yes, you should indeed not allow people to call for the genocide of Jews on Harvard campuses.
I'm laughing
Holy
so
shit, he's
hard.
not. Holy shit, he's not anti-Jew. What the fuck?
Yeah,
I didn't
shocker.
expect that, knowing his audience.
Mm-hmm. I'm not yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not even laughing at this. This is meant to be funny.
Was that supposed to be a joke? I don't think that was supposed to be a joke, but then again,
I mean,
we can't really tell. His jokes suck.
Arch's jokes are so bad, he's making me look human. Like, he's making me look more human than anything else. Holy shit.
Holy shit.
This man doesn't even touch any grass, and he makes me look good. And I go out a couple of times, but god damn.
You go out to work.
I go to work, to the gym, take out the dogs. So yeah, I got shit to do. And then my family is like,
Yeah,
we
he
should go
takes
for a
out
week
the dog.
somewhere. So
Yeah, he takes out the dog.
he got a dog in him.
Oh, what the hell? Dog tastes so good.
that-
Oh
he-
my
He
god.
got a dog in him. All right, let me repeat that again.
Blatant refusal to say that, yes, you should indeed not allow people to call for the genocide of Jews on Harvard campuses.
Oh, what's so funny?
Isn't it so fun? Guys, isn't it a very humorous joke? I mentioned you can't kill the Jews. So funny.
Dan, you made your whole audience laugh. I'm laughing so hard right now. I shit myself and I laugh.
Wow, that joke was so unfunny it made me fart.
That joke was so unfunny that I didn't even flush the toilet. Like, what the fuck?
Ew, Nick! Fuck! Flush that shit!
Ah, there you go. It works.
Flush that shit right now, motherfucker!
See it already better than what Arch is doing. Holy shit! All right, let's go. That's gonna be a new chapter for Arch. Not funny.
The not funny chapter.
Not funny. Didn't laugh. Right.
Not funny, didn't laugh. Not funny, didn't laugh. Not
the left is
funny,
taking up the position of
didn't
free speech
laugh.
the left is taking up the position of free speech absolutism now, is it? Oh, do not even
Got
try that.
the
God, help
whole
me. Oh,
squad
heavens help me indeed.
laughing.
And I do love, by the way, that we are now calling this the culture war. Mainstream and progressivist media have come to calling it the culture war now. Why? Because back in the day, it wasn't a culture war. It was, as mentioned, consequence culture. It was merely an execution. But now that the opposition have taken to firing back, well, now it's a conflict. How dare they? How dare they?
Got the whole squad laughing.
What he said, is that correct? Like, it used to be named differently instead of culture war?
I think so. I think that like the cult. No, it's not.
I was gonna say.
Both sides called it the culture war. They just called cancel culture, consequence culture. But everybody called it the culture war.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Like, that's how I remembered it, at least. Like, I was more of an observer than participating, to be honest.
Yeah, no, it was called the culture war. Everybody called it the culture war back then.
Yeah, you had a guy called Humongous, and that crazy.
Oh, I remember Humongous.
Mm-hmm. And then the feminists that said, we're gonna somehow police gamers in CSGO for misbehaving.
Remember Bully Hunters?
Oh,
That
yeah.
thing that lasted for all of 2 minutes.
Yep, pretty much. Yeah. Dude, back in the day was crazy.
Some crazy ass shit. Hard
Yeah.
to believe it's actually almost over.
Mm-hmm.
Dare they indeed. As I want to read out a couple.
Yeah, you know what's funny? He just skipped half of the article already. Let's watch this again. This is Arch in real time.
Back. Well,
Hey,
now
what
it's a
the
conflict.
hell?
How dare they? No, dare they indeed. As I want to read out a couple of paragraphs of this article in particular here. The larger lessons of things departed of should give
funny, didn't laugh.
pause to anyone who still harbors fond
This
reveries.
video, like, this is just us roasting him, which is fine. I'm just
Yeah.
pointing out that, yeah, though, he's not actually saying much. He's just being an idiot.
Yeah, and he already avoid half of the, like a quarter of the paragraph. He's like, I just need to read this paragraph here. That proves me right, even though probably the article, from what we found out, the article proved him wrong multiple times. He can't read.
Well, all he's talking about is just this article about this person getting removed. I remember when this happened.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the only person who covered it, and he's not wrong. He's just reading into it and trying to use it to push a narrative.
Yeah.
That intellectual inquiry should not follow basic dictates of party agitprop. See, it's always been that, or at the very least in modern history it has. Again, the left wing of the day came from academia. Your party agitprop was the very core fundamental foundation of modern day academia. You're only annoyed now because it's the other side's agitprop that is reaching back into academia and saying, no, stop indoctrinating kids, you goddamn crazy communist bastards.
Here's the thing, though. What makes you better when you take the exact same tactics and use it against it as retaliation? As revenge, I mean. And then they gotta retaliate because you're doing the same thing to them. The guy, okay.
And what really makes you better, and really another thing, how are you better when you're so unfunny?
How are you better when you're so funny? I was gonna add that in before I forget. But yeah, now what was gonna write? What? Yeah, I was gonna like.
But
write
yeah,
a
no,
question.
like how are you better if you are you? Okay, great. Maybe you're not going in and indoctrinating kids in schools,
Mhm.
but you're still overwhelmingly saying we should use their tactics. So how are you better, Arch? How are you better for saying, hey guys, we should be doing the same thing as the people we have a problem with? How are you better?
Yeah. Give a second. Tactics for yourself. Yeah, what makes you better than them when you're taking Woki's tactics for yourself as a revenge ploy? Not sure if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does.
Yeah. I'm just gonna make this as a genuine question. Like, what? Like, genuinely, what does this really make you better, or does this make you the very?
It doesn't make him better too. Is the thing? It just doesn't.
Oh
He's
yeah,
not better.
yeah.
If
It's more of a
the
question.
ends don't justify the means.
Mm-hmm.
Because like that's kind of what this boils down to. We need revenge, and what justifies it is the ends that we're getting to. But the problem is the ends don't justify the means. Dare I say, the means oftentimes corrupt the ends.
I will make a very small argument. Even though the left, even though they are not indoctrinating kids, but I think if they were in power, they will indoctrinate the kids to think a certain way.
Probably.
That's what I would think, because I don't think there will be much different when it comes to the thinking of, we're going to indoctrinate you, but in our way, because our way is better. So,
I honestly, probably, I wouldn't be surprised if people like this would start using the schools as their own weapons.
mm-hmm.
Because like, there's one thing when parents teach their kids a certain way, because that's the job of a parent. But when it becomes ideologues pushing shit in schools and whatnot, and schools have always been some form of an indoctrination machine. At least the modern education system has, I should say. Because the modern education system has always been made for indoctrination purposes, nothing more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you get in power, you will indoctrinate the kids, but differently.
Maybe not will, but wouldn't be surprised.
I'm just confident that they will indoctrinate
Yeah, but
them.
you never want to assume things you don't know.
I mean, if someone's in power, like, what makes them not indoctrinate the kids? It's like...
Like I said, you don't know.
Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Wrote it differently. Sweet. All right.
For all the right-wing agita over scholarly standards and the neglected mandate of viewpoint diversity, the crusade against gay, like the one preceding Ifit Pennon, was a raw ideological putsch. Well, in parts, yes. Now, large part as well was the fact that Gay was a particularly easy target, as again, her intellectual and academic background was lacking at best, certainly for somebody being in the position of president of Harvard. Her inability to answer even the most simplistic of moral questions also further hampered her. Manhattan Institute fellow Christopher Rufo, who first publicized the gay plagiarism charges, laid out the whole MO from the upset in 2 weeks ago. We launched the Claudine gay plagiarism story from the right. The next step is to smuggle it into media apparatus of the left, legitimizing the narrative to center-left actors who have the power to hot topple her, then squeeze. Correct. And the beauty of this is, I'll show you back to the previous point. Do not use these weapons, for they will be turned upon you. How did they do this? They, in their own world of words apparently, smuggled it into the media apparatus of the left. You know, the whole enormous grinding machine you've constructed to destroy people, to crush them, to remove them from the internet, to remove them from modern day living, to get them removed from social media platforms, to get them removed from virtually every way of reaching out to an audience, to get them removed from their jobs. That apparatus, that is the machine
So we
were
shouldn't do
referring
it?
to.
Is what you're saying? We shouldn't do it either? That's what I would think, is we shouldn't do it either.
I just want to see where he is gonna try to justify it. Is like, oh, you know, there's all the, because at the beginning of his argument in the video is about, oh, we should do it in the way of revenge, you know, that kind of thing. So we should like, but from what I'm seeing here, he's almost like contradicting himself, because he's trying to say like, you know, these,
Again?
yeah, well, he's trying to say like, again, because he's trying to say like, oh, you know, we were taught by the leftists, so we will use it in return. And meanwhile, he's trying to say like, oh, you know, all these things that they did was wrong, but for us, it's not, even though they're doing the exact same thing. How fucking
Rules
annoying.
for me, but not for thee. And their justification is, well, they did it to us. Yeah, they did it to us, which is why I know I don't want it done anymore. Period. I don't care who does it. Just don't do it anymore.
That was the weapon you should not unsheathe, and now your opposition is looking at it and thinking, man, that's awfully effective, isn't it? What if we could use that? Wait, we can? Well... I'm going to take this as face value here. They've said this and they did this, and I'll applaud it.
And dare I say, most people on the right aren't.
Mm-hmm.
Dare I say, most people on the right aren't using that weapon.
They prefer not to use it because why would you? But yeah, no, this
Because we've seen what it does. It's like, okay, yeah, we'd prefer not to use this weapon. We know the damage it'll do to people. We know the problems it'll do to us. We didn't like this weapon being used. why would we use it ourselves? That is most people.
Yeah, like a nuclear bomb.
Arch is just kind of, and this is while still acknowledging that last video we covered, we kind of came to the conclusion he's not really that right wing.
Mm-hmm.
But he really is representing a portion of the right that is, it's a new extreme.
Correct.
Okay, it's not the Nazi, it's not the Yazis, it's not the fascisms,
No.
but it is a new extreme. It is a new ideological extreme being born on the right.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just, yeah. It's the wokiest part on the left. On the right, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Now, all I can say on this is just essentially, yeah, rules for thee, but not for me.
Rules for thee, but not for my ass!
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm just gonna write down like at the last part is like, I hope you realize, which that's me assuming you're realizing it, that you are making my point in my culture war brain rot video correct, the more correct.
People take this nigga seriously.
And people take this bitch seriously. Or maybe they take him seriously because that's how the audience feels like. They want revenge against the enemy because it's more of an emotional thing.
No, opposites don't attract as nearly as much as the saying would have you think. This is very much people of a similar mindset and a similar feeling who are being drawn to this.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to imply. But yeah, no, those who have like a similar mindsets that, you know, that confirms their ideas, that matches with them. So pretty much the things that agree with them, good. Anything disagree, bad. So.
Exactly. They want things that'll agree with them, not things that'll disagree.
Mm-hmm. Hey. Already halfway.
This is probably why Gamza isn't popular on this side either. Like Arch's people, they're not exactly big fans of good old gonads either.
I wouldn't be surprised because literally Gamza stands his ground. He's got a ground to stand, and that is the Bible. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, he has his grounds. He knows what he believes. He stands for it, and he really doesn't care about this shit nearly that much, or not in the same way. He's not.
Yeah.
He's really not. If you watched my video with him,
yeah,
and really all you have to do is just talk to the guy. Exactly. He's not a tribalist like these people.
Yeah, all he cares is about the truth, as he states multiple times. But yeah.
Exactly. Hi, kitty.
Yeah.
Anyways, continue.
Gotta love Gamza. Damn you, Gamza.
Damn you, Gamza. Son of a bitch.
All right.
Of this mandate was clear in the right-ready abandonment of his earlier postures of free speech absolutism. Well, here's the thing. Free speech absolutism, if we take it to its logical conclusion, is obviously incorrect, since we need to have stuff like libel laws. But what we're saying with free speech absolutism in large is that you should be allowed to say anything you want to say.
What laws? Liability laws?
And there should be very few laws against what it's legal to say. Agitation for outright violence, stuff like that. Everything else should be largely fine. And again, free speech absolutism. Here's the thing. These aren't the right wing's standards. You are not being cancelled by the right wing's standards. You are being cancelled by the left wing's standards. This is your apparatus. This is your rule set. This is your playground.
I need you to pause it for a second.
Yeah.
Right wing free speech absolutism is just the idea that you should be able to voice any opinion you have. That's the key word, though. Opinion. Calling for violence is not an opinion. Slander is not an opinion. Things like that are not opinions.
Yeah.
That's not free speech absolutism. I understand that people will argue it is, but it's not free speech absolutism. I mean, technically lying is free speech, but it depends on the means.
Yeah.
Or not the means, on the end goals and shits. But this... And another thing too, you're not being canceled on the rights. Okay.
And what if he does?
I don't know. It's just I wanted to clarify the free speech absolutism thing because
Yeah.
I have seen it misused.
For me, I don't know. It's just straightforward. It's just, yeah, you're allowed to speak your opinion freely with okay. I was gonna say without any pushback, but no, without being shut down. That's what I was trying to say. You know.
No, you can be shut down.
Oh, as in like.
If your opinion is wrong, it can be attacked and shut down. You can't be silenced.
That one. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. you know, like
Yeah.
silenced.
Which is what we have in the U.S. by constitutional law, mind you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's nothing much really I can say. It's like, yeah, free speech is just allowed to speak your opinion and not being silenced. So you're always going to speak your opinion and have consequences, right, Arch? You know, here's a thing called a disagreement. You know, like your audience doesn't know about, right? Like, if someone speaks their opinion a little bit differently, you know, this is just a little bit different. So why are you trying to silence the ones that trying to disagree with you, retard?
Wait, he tries to silence people?
Oh well, his audience does, even with you. Remember?
Oh yeah, his audience does. I forgot. You're talking about me, okay?
Yeah, no, I was gonna say like think about it. If his audience is doing that, wouldn't that mean to a certain extent that Arch is allowing this to happen?
Yeah, well, yeah, he's allowing it to happen.
Mm-hmm.
He lets that shit happen in his server, and I mean, if you watch some of his streams and shit, he kind of encourages it too. If you watch how they treat Dev, not trying to come to Dev's defense here. Dev's a fucking problem. He also would support silencing people, but yeah, I don't think Arch is as against this shit as he thinks, or as he claims. So, but anyways.
I was gonna try to write notes. Speaks about free speech. Meanwhile, you're trying to silence people. That comes directly from your audience. That you, as the big influence you are, allowed it.
Yes, Kitty, I know you're here. I
allowed
have not
it.
forgotten you are here, Kitty.
Even in your.
Do I need to check your water dish?
Discord
Is that why you're bugging me? You need your water dish checked?
Easy. Okay.
Against you. You cannot look to your opposition and go, oh, hold on there, what about your principles, when they're using your bat to beat you over the head with? They are making a point. That is literally what this is. Now, there is absolutely the potential for right-wing cancel culture to go too far and become simply just another form of mainstream cancel culture.
Cancel culture's too far, bitch. Cancel culture is the too far. Don't sit here and tell me there is a potential for right-wing cancel culture to go too far. Cancel culture is the too far point. When you are shutting people down and trying to harm their lives and harm their livelihood and ruin their reputation over opinion, that is the too far point. There is no potential for far-right cancel culture to go too far. Right-wing cancel culture is too far. Cancel culture in general is too far. If you are getting to the point where you are enacting cancel culture or fucking whatever they call it, consequence culture, you are going too far.
I was going to also mention at the beginning of the video, he is a big support of right-wing cancel culture. So he has the audacity to speak about free speech. Meanwhile, he's trying to say, well, if it goes too far, no. You're into this shit. You said you accept cancel culture on the right wing is good. So that means he's trying to silence someone, and that is not free speech. It contradicts what you said.
He tries to have his cake and eat it too. He's done this multiple times where he talks about, we have to make sure the right doesn't go too far. Well, actively being what going too far on the right is. He does it so fucking much.
Yeah, this pussy ain't gonna debate me. This motherfucker has nothing.
Oh, yeah, no, he ain't. Yeah, he ain't gonna debate shit.
He's afraid!
It's afraid! Yeah, literally. Fucking, he can't debate because it'll be so easy to destroy what he says.
Oh gosh, Jesus!
I want to see YOLO debate him.
No,
wanna
Yolo's
see
gonna
YOLO
sit
debate
there. He's
Arch.
like, anyways, have you ever touched kids? He's like gonna go on filter mode.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I want to watch YOLO debate him.
He's gonna say some insane shit. It's like, how much do you like horses? Oh yeah, yeah. What is the best episode of My Little Pony? He's gonna say some random shit like that.
Yeah, exactly. It would be fucking great. I would pay money to see that.
I love that man.
I would pay money to watch Arch try to debate YOLO. YOLO can beat me in a debate, and he has some of the shittiest arguments known to man.
Honestly, I would like Yellow to be my mod. I haven't asked him to be honest, but I just assume.
What, am I not
he's
good enough for you?
Huh?
What, am I not good enough for you? Do I need to use more gotcha questions in my arguments?
Okay, here's the thing, right? If you two are mods and just fighting each other, it will look more funny.
Damn, motherfucker gonna turn his mod team into entertainment. I see how it is.
Yeah, you have to remember, Grant, this is a dictatorship. I do what I will in my household.
This is not a dictatorship. This is a managed democracy.
That's what I want you to believe. Propaganda.
Nigga, a managed democracy is a dictatorship with extra steps. That's the whole point of a managed... That's the whole joke in Helldivers. A managed democracy is a dictatorship with extra steps.
I see a man, not dick. We're not the same. Anyways. Anyways, let's go.
Man thinks he can be a dictator. He's not even human.
You're wrong on this one, because Arch is proving the point that I'm looking more human than he is.
You're an honorary human.
Yeah, exactly. I'm an honorary
You're not
human.
there yet.
That one time Gran is wrong for the most minute point.
Hold on. How am I wrong to say that you're an honorary human? You're not there yet.
True, but at the very least, I'm more human than him.
Yeah, but you still don't get human rights.
Yeah, good
You
point.
get European rights.
Well, I got European and Australian rights. It's fucking funny.
Yeah, which they're just privileges.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially hate speech laws.
Because Europe and Australia believes that rights are given by the government. So you don't have rights. You have government issued privileges.
Yeah, unfortunately. Fucking hate speech laws.
Anyways.
Entirely possible. The right is no more immune to this than the left inherently. But right now, this is cancel culture of the left being wielded by the right. And you have no room whatsoever to complain about it.
What makes you fucking better than them that you are taking their fucking tools and you're like, yeah, we're gonna do this in a revenge? The ends does not justify the means.
What makes you think that you can use the tools better? What makes you think that you're going to be more just with the same tools? The fact that you want to use their tools shows that you're not more just, because they're unjust tools. These are not just tools. These are the tools of the unjust. These are the tools of oppressors and of evil, corrupt people. These are not just tools. You can't use them better. They're not made to be used better. It's like the one ring to rule them all. You cannot use the one ring to rule them all for good.
Mm-hmm.
It's evil, and everybody who's tried to use it ends up corrupted.
It's funny because I never got a satisfactory answer of how the right will do things better.
Because it just wouldn't.
Yeah, they just wouldn't. I don't like. I
You know what else?
Yeah, what was it?
Sorry, go ahead. You finish your point.
I was gonna try to finish my point. Yeah, because I've gone to this. I've noticed so far in arguments, in debates, is that okay? How are you guys so much better when you're doing the exact same thing as them? Oh, we're just better because we might improve gaming and all that, so we're not gonna have ugly bitches and all that.
Their argument is literally just we're better because we're not the left. That doesn't mean shit. You're still human. You're still human. You can still fail.
Yeah, you're born to fail.
You know what else we haven't gotten a definitive answer to?
What?
The definition of normal. Define normal, Arch!
Define normal, Nick. Already 8 minutes, and this is our outdoor recording. Okay, this is not too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Yeah, this is what I expected on the other video, but nah, the Helldivers one, nah, we were just literally bashing every fucking second. He breathes. No!
It's because he breathes like a fucking retard.
You are not better. The tools were made by corrupt people with mental ill issues, and saying you are going to use it against them. Again, it's you are the very thing you swore to destroy.
Now would be an acceptable time for a Star Wars reference.
With Anakin, or is it completely different?
You were supposed to destroy the dark side, not join it.
Exactly. Or the Lord of the Rings meme. Like, destroy the ring! No.
I mean, I did make the joke about the one ring to rule them all, so.
Yeah, that's true.
Either way, yeah, no, it's just fucking... Corrupt tools cannot be used incorruptly. They are just tools, but they are not tools made with good intentions. Just like you can't take... You know, to use an anti-gun argument here for a second, even though I am very much pro-gun.
Evidently.
They will try to claim that guns kill people. No, guns don't kill people. People kill people. But you can't use a gun for anything other than like taking a life or preparing to take a life.
Yeah. What's
it's a
the
gun
thing that you always say?
It's a gun, it's not a versatile tool. It is a tool specifically for ending life. That's all it can do.
Yeah. I was gonna say, what's the thing that you always say, like, the rights are taken when you're trying to take someone else's life? Rights?
Your rights end where my rights begin.
That one. And actually, this is very fitting for this situation. Your rights end when their rights begins.
Yes, because contrary to common belief, they have rights.
Mm-hmm.
They have rights too.
Yeah, how ironic. How ironic. Yeah, I like some people say, oh, now you're saying this because the right are winning now. And I'm like, it's not about that you're winning. It's about the methods you are using is not in a good light.
Yeah, I want the right to win. That's why I'm arguing against this shit. This is not the right winning. This would make the right lose. Hardcore.
Yeah. Especially in the long term. It's going to be even worse.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Like, people always think about...
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, people think about these short-term things like, we're finally winning. Yeah, okay, you're going to have your fucking cake and eat it, but what's going to happen afterwards when we have another decade of fucking lefties? Oh, yeah, we won so good on that short term.
Or a decade of right-wings that are acting like lefties.
Maybe. Yeah.
That's what we're headed towards. That's what we're headed towards. It's what people are trying to call out right now.
Fucking people try to argue with me. Fucking hell. I can already tell they're arch users. Retards. Because when I started growing my channel, they usually say, oh, these are the audience. Like in the dashboard, it will say like, oh, these are the audience who are subscribed to you, but they subscribe to someone else. You know who the three biggest channels were in my dashboard?
I have a feeling Gams is up there.
Gams is the third one. Second one was Valrak. And the first one was Arch.
Really?
Yeah.
Why the fuck are the two top shared subscriber channels, the 40K Simps and the Woke Right? You don't align with either of those.
Yep. Yeah, pretty much.
What the fuck?
Yeah, no, pretty much.
Maybe opposites do attract. I might have to walk that one back.
Then again, I think it was because I was a fairly new channel. They didn't know who I was. Actually, I don't even know
They heard 40K and saw not woke 40K, immediately assumed that you would be like that. What is it at right now? What are the top 3 channels that are like?
I'll have to give a look because I can't recall. Because I can't recall where it is.
Damn. Because it'd be interesting to see what it's at now. No, Kitty. No. You know you can't be up there when I'm painting. You know you can't be up here when I'm painting. You'll get paint on you. I don't need a neon colored cat. Be very hard to clean, but you'll be very easy to find. You'll glow in the dark.
Give me a moment.
Yeah, I don't need a glow in the dark kitty. Say what? What'd you say, no? Damn, he died of cringe.
Anyways, yeah, I just had someone in the room. Yeah. Now I have to figure out where the fuck is the... Because they usually tell me. I just can't remember where I looked at it. Content. Audience. I hope this is on this tab. Show me the audience. Why is it loading?
Show me the audience.
Come on. Jesus Christ. Oh, no,
you have to give it a second to take your IP address and use it to steal your identity, obviously.
Oh my
It's a Google
god.
website.
It's still almost the same, but the Gams is not there.
Really?
Oh, actually. No, Gams is not there. The last one is Pontius. That's like 3 pages. There's like 3 pages, and the Pontius is the last one.
Damn.
Wait, hold up.
You lost all your Gonad subscribers. What?
Why am I seeing a VTuber in my fucking third page?
What the fuck?
Get
Well,
the fuck out of my
side.
sight! Cringe!
That explains where all the VTuber sims came from.
I don't know. I haven't checked the audience for a long while.
Who's the VTuber? Who's the VTuber?
The VTuber is called Kirsch? Kirschche.
Oh God, I think I've heard of them.
All right, let me show you my screen share.
Hold on.
Oh, fuck.
I'm looking up this person. Oh my god, I've heard of this fucker before. She's like the fucking conspiracy theory. She's the conspiracy theory VTuber, I think.
Okay, that sounds fun. That sounds already funny.
Yeah, she's the conspiracy theory VTuber that fucking... She's the one who was responsible for exposing Bridge.
I don't know who that is.
Bridge? The thing that BlackRock started to replace DEI?
I'm very stupid on this. I'm sorry.
Really? You didn't hear about that? That was a big ass that was a big fucking deal because
I didn't hear this. No.
Fucking BlackRock and shit, they're like, oh, we gotta walk back DEI, and then they right afterwards they started up Bridge, which was just DEI with a different name.
Huh. I might have to look into it.
Yeah, that's some old ass fucking news, dude. How did you not know about that?
I guess I just missed one thing. Maybe I was just too busy. I don't know. Yeah, those are my 3 pages. It goes from left to right.
Hold on a second. I have to pick my nose.
He has to pick his nose. Eel.
Where are your 3 pages?
Oh, you don't see on the screen? Oh, wait.
You retard!
Yeah,
dude, if you want to stream multiple things like that, you just need to share screen, not fucking stream an individual program.
I was going to say, the problem with sharing a screen is that it won't do the audio recording. No.
That's why you use the built-in Discord streaming bullshit.
As in, like...
Dude, you don't need to use OBS to stream to Discord. And if you stream to Discord directly... And then you can just use share screen, and then you can show me all your different tabs and shit. Then I can see all your hentai.
Cringe. No, I could just what was it? Share screen.
Dumbass.
I could just change the screen. Really, it's not that big of a deal.
Yes, Jezza, I know you were here. I have not forgotten about you.
All right. So you should. Oh, entire screen. There we go. Screen number 2. There you go. And then I'll put it back to the app. There you go. That's my whole list.
Hold on. It's kind of... You have to zoom in.
All right, we'll start with page number 1.
Arch, Valrak, Northern Exile.
Yeah.
Shit, I didn't know you had... I've watched some of his shit. He's
all right.
Sometimes he's fucking retarded, sometimes he's fun. Outer Circle? Oh, there's V. There's fucking V. Lack of entertainment, that's V.
Not anymore. Reality can be whatever I want. This is so off topic. All right, number 2. I'll go through this.
Fucking V.
Oh, this fat.
Oh,
I was gonna.
That fucker! Fucking breakfast. That stupid That's a highlighter, you jackass. Yurtsky, never heard of that loser.
Never heard of it. I might be curious of what this is about. This one sounds very tabletop shit. So
Probably.
yeah.
Yeah, the only one there I really recognize is Ace and then Breakfast with Retards.
I've seen
Remnant.
thumbnails. I've not seen videos.
Remnants is based.
This is the VTuber
Rem-
that I've seen.
That's Kurtz.
Oh, yeah.
Mr.
Why is it highlighted?
Bones 40K? Mr. Bones 40K. Who the fuck is that?
You don't want to know.
Oh god, let me guess, some really stupid shit.
Very soy motherfucker.
Why the fuck are people watching him and you?
I don't know. What is according to this thing? Channels your audience watches. This is what my audience watch.
This needs to be a video. Just take this part where we're going through this shit and expose your entire subscriber base.
Yeah, I just look at it. I'm like, it's gonna be that.
Nate, what the fuck are you losers watching? What the fuck are you losers watching? And I have no idea who the fuck Inquisitor Romanov is.
Never heard of
And then
it.
there's Pontius.
Aw.
And Pontius is Italian. Yeah,
He's the
that's
last.
gonna be you to your audience. That's just you to your audience right now.
This was
And
page
Pontius-
3.
Page 3, and that's where we found the worst one, Pontius, because he's Italian.
I'll just message directly to Pontius. Can you send me more of your audience? Thank you. So you can be on the first page. Thank you.
We need to dethrone the fucking VTuber.
And Arj is the first one on the list.
Oh my god, that would explain all the fucking monarchists and retards, because Arch is one of those people and he attracts a bunch of them. So if you've somehow managed to attract Arch's audience,
Yeah.
but hey, look at the bright side. You probably won't have to try too hard to get their audience pissed off. You probably
Yeah.
won't have to try too hard to piss off Arch's audience with this video. It's
Yeah.
probably going to happen by default. Most of your subscribers are subscribed to John Horsecock here.
Recursive war on campus wokeness. Suddenly, the timorous replies to the university's head tendered and Stephanie's bantering were ticketed to meet with real-world consequences, just as the left partisans in the culture war had long said they should.
Didn't he say he's got to read a paragraph? He's reading more than a paragraph. He's reading the article. He skipped quarter of the article. I wonder what the quarter of the article says now.
The fuck? Yeah, what the fuck does the part that he skipped say?
I'm actually curious. What did he skip from this?
I saw this video. I never caught on to that. I saw this video when it came out. I never caught on to that. Damn, he fucking skipped an entire chunk of what the fuck? What did you skip, Arch? What did you skip? Arch, be a good boy. The fuck did you skip?
Exactly yet again. You have championed a set of standards. You have argued for the creation of a rule set that will condemn people for their positions, or even for their refusal to take a position. Like, a wonderful recent example. Oh, there's two. Hell, let's take Hogwarts Legacy, right? So, J.K. Rowling's position is that women means adult human female. Simple as. For that, she has become the Satan of the left, and Hogwarts Legacy became one of the greatest beacons of right-wingism ever. Because with...
No, it didn't.
Was it? No. That's
No,
not what I
It
heard.
became a beacon of anti-woke because the wokes didn't like it, but a beacon of right. Oh my god, I think I understand why he thinks his position is right wing. He literally defines right as not the far left. Jackass. No. Right wing does not just mean not the left. There is a specific set of standards and values and ideals that are considered right wing. You fucking retard.
Okay, well, at least we know why he thinks he's right wing.
Yeah, at least we know that much now.
Actually, no.
And my mom still thinks this guy's a fucking loser.
What was it? This is very accurate with his behavior.
Congratulations. See, Arch, not even my mother likes you. She
Not my
won't even
dad.
make you brownies.
Not even my dad.
See, my mom wouldn't even make you her famous chocolate mint brownies. She'll make me brownies, Arch. My mom will make me brownies. She made me brownies. She won't make you brownies. Fuck you. You don't get brownies. They're my brownies. More brownies for me, not for your gay ass.
Just like you said, rules for me, not for thee. But oh wait, what? Rules for thee, not for me. Okay, whoops. But do that with brownies.
You know what he is?
Yeah, brownies for me, but not for thee. You know what he is?
Hmm?
He's libertarian.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, at least
His ideas line up more with libertarian. He is fucking socially militant libertarian. That's apparently a fucking thing now. There apparently. Oh my god, yeah, woke right would be wrong. It's woke libertarian.
that
He's
doesn't-
woke libertarian, guys.
people who hear that shit, they're just gonna be like, "What the fuck? How does that work?"
Watch Arch. That's how it works. Arch Cringe Hammer. That if you watch Arch Cringe Hammer, then you will know what fucking woke libertarian is.
Yeah, like we struggle so hard.
Which
we're
most
like,
of your audience does.
yeah, I like on the previous video, we're like, "What the fuck is he? Centrist? What the fuck?"
It's like, what the fuck are you? The most militant authoritarian version of a centrist? Yeah, he's a socially militant libertarian.
Sounds like it. Yeah, he sounds more libertarian.
And that explains why he would think he's tacked onto the right too. Libertarianism has almost always been tacked onto the right, despite the fact that it's not actually a right-wing ideology, but it keeps getting tacked onto the right. But libertarians and right-wingers disagree on a whole fucking lot.
Oh fuck! Why did I? Oh, now I have to like I have to rewatch a little bit. Give me 10 seconds back.
Indicates that women means adult human female. Simple as. For that, she has become.
Oh yeah, the Hogwarts part. I thought it was the opposite. I thought Hogwarts itself was woke, from what I've heard. But
It was, but because it was based off of a J.K. Rowling. It was based off of J.K. Rowling's works. The woke didn't like it because J.K. Rowling is anti-trans, despite being pro-feminism and extremely fucking left-wing. She disagrees on the trans bullshit, so they attack her.
this is literally Space Marine 2 again.
Yep, guys. Since the woke people don't like it, it must be right-wing. Trans fucking writer.
I don't know how else I can break this down with Space Marine 2 when it came to the campaign. Like, it's not just me, just there's colored people, there's that. I have grounds. If the person who made this, who has a intention to make certain things to push a message, like that is more valid than saying, "Oh, Helldivers 2 has black people. Thus is woke."
Remember the people who call Space Marine 2 masculine and based in the same sentence will call Doom the Dark Ages woke and cringe. Space Marine 2, the game with a trans writer that had to go with it through a rewrite because the wokeism was too much and they knew it, and so they had to back off on it, but still allowed some of it. Versus the game that is literally Hugo Martin's boner franchise. You know, this is his brainchild boner game. This is what he's wanted to make the whole time, which literally consists of giant mechs, dudes that rip shit in half with their bare fucking hands, and heavy metal machine guns and music. Yeah, the game that literally just screams masculinity and was made by the guy who made the original Pacific Rim is woke, but the game made by a fucking trans writer owned by a woke company is totally not, guys.
The whole game was woke.
Okay. Actually, I have a better way to put it. The game they will call the game with a trans writer masculine and based, but they will call the game that was literally made by a dude from Texas, a red state, a dude from Texas who just wanted to make a game that screams all the shit that dudes are into.
Mm-hmm.
And does so successfully. They'll call that game woke. The game that is literally just full of guys that are just like, they look like they can fucking bench press a tank. Again, fucking Pacific Rim style giant mechs beating the shit out of massive demons, huge ass fucking weaponry, and a heavy metal soundtrack with the main character literally being a fucking jacked as shit ex-Marine Christian. They're calling that the woke game, but they'll call the game written by a true writer that doesn't even understand the fucking lore. That's the based one, guys.
What makes it even worse is that when the game was released, everyone was calling it, "Oh, this is a right-wing victory. It is such a good game," and all that. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Nah.
Genuinely, honest to God, fuck you, you goddamn retard nigga monkey. You actual fucking idiot balloon.
And I don't think any of them admitted they were like, maybe they were wrong or anything. It was just like, hey guys, so Doom the Dark Ages came out, and this is a victory against the woke.
Yeah, no, they tried to find other reasons to bitch about it.
True.
Instead of just admitting, oh, this game wasn't woke, they just tried to find other things about it to complain about. Oh, it's got this one black actress that ends up everywhere and is kind of woke. Therefore, the game is woke. Does she do anything woke in the game? No. Did they put her in there for a woke reason? No. Did you even know it was her until you looked up the casting? No.
I swear.
Oh!
My videos, is sooner or later, is me starting bashing on content creators that try to go against like the games and all that. They say this is woke, this isn't, and I'm like, oh yeah, all right, let me just bash you of why your things you're saying you're stupid. This is one of the reasons. This is one of the examples.
Pretty much. These people actually just don't know what the fuck they're talking about. This is why I said it's okay to wait for something to be kind of older news, because it's better to get all the fucking information. These people don't bother getting all the information. They just know their ideology. They do a surface level research to either find drama over it or find a way to start drama over it, and then just use it as a vessel to push their agendas. They don't actually do any research or any shit like that. It's honest to God, it's better to just do research.
Yeah,
It's
agreed.
better to wait.
Satan of the left, and Hogwarts Legacy became one of the greatest beacons of right-wingism ever. Because
No, it didn't.
This is funny because he calls this the beacon of light, and I can already tell this guy is telling.
No, he said beacon of right-wingism.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, beacon of right wingism, and calling 40K inherently right wing, and I wouldn't be surprised if he called it masculine either. And yet,
He has.
And yet, he doesn't even know the game. He doesn't like. I don't know about Hogwarts Legacy. Like, I gotta have to admit, like, this is based on what I've heard about, but at the same time, this proves my point that I can relate to is Space Marine 2.
You know what he's doing? You know what he's doing?
What?
He's practicing what she preaches. He's practicing the idea of everything's political and that we have to claim things as being on our side of politics. That's what he's doing. He's going out, he's calling these things right wing so that he can have a political claim to them, so he can play the culture war game the way the left does. That's what he's doing. He's calling things right wing because he can loosely sort of kind of not really make an argument for them being right wing, and he's doing that specifically to push his agenda. Why? Because he has made it very clear that he believes that's what we should be doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When somebody tells you who they are, or somebody tells you what they are, believe them. He has told us very much what he is, what his end goals are, and what he's trying to do. Just believe him. Why is he calling this shit right wing? Because he views social value in claiming things for quote unquote his side. That's what it is.
Yeah, the only thing I don't understand is those fucking VTubers. Maybe they might say, oh, he's just a good friend and all that. Maybe, I guess.
Maybe, but at the same time, it is weird. It probably is just that there has been kind of a thing for like more right wing / based quote unquote VTubers. So that is a thing. But at the same time, it is kind of really fucking weird that this guy seems to be trying to actively cultivate a community of VTubers.
Yeah, no, because I was going to say, like, it's either, oh, he was a good friend, and I have a feeling they don't know.
Lumi isn't even the first one. Lumi isn't even the first one. He had one. There was one that he'd hang out with before her.
Yeah, I had a feeling that it was the case. I don't know who, but I just had a feeling.
I forget the name. I forget the names, like Rose or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lumi's not the first.
Yeah, I just have an eerie feeling that the case is more of that people don't know Arch that much. Guilty as charged here as well. And then when you look into it, it's a lot worse. So
yeah, a lot of this is starting to really seem like there's a lot of this is starting to seem like he might have a few secrets to hide.
Are they private?
Not for long.
All right, let's go.
But yeah, there's a few things that like kind of imply that there's something else going on. We'll take him seriously, and he still hasn't defined normal.
Correct.
With the release of Hogwarts Legacy, it shone an enormous light upon the most screechingly absurdist behaviour of the modern-day progressivist movement we have ever seen. It brought it to the fore in one of the largest modern-day franchises that a lot of younger people were into, and it illuminated the madness to them. Hogwarts Legacy has unironically done more for the conservative culture war than most of you two.
This is the motherfucker who played Kingdom Come Deliverance unironically. I'm just saying this.
Also,
And he tried to
no,
make a video to
Hogwarts
defend
Legacy
himself.
did not do anything for the right wing of the culture war. It did not do shit.
It was just a game.
It did not. Yeah, it was just a game. The drama around it, all it did was make the left look a little more whack job in an era where they already fucking looked whack job.
I'll say this as an observer: what happened with Hogwarts Legacy is just people who were assholes told people to not play the game. Like even
people got harassed over it.
mhm.
People got told not to play the game. People bought the game because the people who were telling them not to play the game were people they didn't like, and that was about the long and the short of it. Like I said,
Yeah.
none of this shit is actually what's winning the culture war. This is just what's pissing people off with the left. The reason that they're specifically starting to side with more right-wing groups is because the right is pushing for normality. The reason that Trump won the election is because he's pushing for a form of normality. This is not winning the culture war. This is all bullshit. Some people, a minority of people are engaged with it, but a majority of people still really don't care, and that's actually why they're against the left. Because they don't care, and they're being forced to care. Trying to force them to care from your own standpoint isn't going to change that. It's not going to make them side in your favor. They're just going to look at you and go, this is the same reason why I didn't like the left. Which is exactly what's happening. The term woke right didn't come out of nowhere, and the reason that people are being called woke right isn't for no reason. It's because that same thing is already starting to happen, because you guys aren't even waiting to finish off the left before you do it. You didn't even wait for the left to be finished off before you started going insane whack job. So these people are already on high alert for people who are trying to push politics that they don't care about into shit that they do for fun. And you're doing it now. You're doing it at the same time as the other side. So they're on high alert. They're going to be after you. And I dare you to keep it up. I dare you to keep it up, because at this point with both the woke left and the woke right, mutual destruction. You both need to be destroyed as soon as possible, because the sooner you are both destroyed and out of any form of power, just any form of social influence is completely out of your grasp, the sooner we can get back to rebuilding and have a form of normality. And by the way, I will define normal, unlike Arch. Normal and normality is just the standard state of things that humans prefer. There is a reason that there is a consistent definition of what is normal. Humans, by definition, want politics to stay out of recreation. Humans, by definition, want to be able to live in a reoccurring, repetitive life. We are creatures of habit.
Yeah.
Normality is heavily defined by habit. We want to live a life where our habits are not attacked for stupid reasons. We want to live a life where politics largely don't harm that life. We want to live a life where your politics aren't ruining everything, and I have the choice to avoid things I disagree with. These things are normal. Normality is just standard. Normality is just habit, basically. The things that humans desire habitually. Normal is being able to go home, turn on a video game, and not have your fucking politics shoved in my face. Normal is ability to go home and enjoy culture outside of politics. Normality is the ability to live my fucking life. This is normal.
You see with Arch right here, speechless. He doesn't even speak what normal is.
Yeah, man, he's been silent since we started talking.
Yeah, ironic. It's like he's actually listening. Anyways, let's continue.
Two combined. Even if the one would not exist without the other, of course. Or even more recently, literally today, I think. So Mickey Mouse, Steamboat Willie, became public property, right? And people immediately started doing shit on it. One of them was a horror movie called, what was it? Something 88. I'll probably try to bring it up on screen here.
Okay, what does this have to relate to this? Okay, this is...
Yeah, this is like a complete sidetrack.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll see where he's going. Let's see where he's going with this.
We'll let him cook, but he has a really bad habit of burning what he's cooking.
Yeah, correct.
Where they wanted to have Mickey Mouse Infestation, that was it, and it was set in the year 1988, thus the name. However, the progressives looked at two letters, 8 and 8, and thought to themselves, Nazis. Oh yes.
What?
I'm sure that was the...
Huh?
Huh?
What?
How the fuck is an 8 next to an 8 Nazi shit? Is there some Nazi symbol I'm unaware of that looks like two 8s? I know of the SS lightning bolts.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, but oh, there we go. Steamboat Willie, horror game creators, changed name after Infestation 88, linked to the neo-Nazi hate.
How? How?
Huh?
How link?
At this point, we're just arguing more of the post than Arch.
Yeah, but it's still how? How the fuck? Barely human. He's not human.
Correct.
They screeched
He's
extraordinarily
Norwegian.
loudly. Up until the point where the edgy boys making the Mickey Mouse horror thing is like, oh, this is really something, man. We're sticking it to those corporate bastards by doing this. What? You're threatening to cancel us? Okay. We'll immediately submit to the modern-day fascists to berate the fascists of 60 years ago. Stunning and brave.
Okay. If this is you talking about like cancel culture that the left is doing, okay. But another question is, what the fuck does 88 have to do anything?
Yeah, how the fuck is 88 connected to Nazis? And again, the only thing I can really think of is like maybe the lightning bolts, maybe the SS lightning bolts. I don't know. Just Google how 88 is connected to the Nazis. Maybe I don't know.
Okay. So in neo-Nazism, neo-Nazis use the number 88 as a abbreviation for the Nazi salute.
Abbreviation.
Oh, that one. Yeah, thank you. Abbreviation for the
For the
Nazi
Na-
salute.
How does that stand for the Nazi salute? How does that stand for the Roman salute?
Good question. The letter H is eighth in the many European Latin alphabets. Hereby, 88 becomes HH.
Oh, Hal Hitler.
Do not.
Hal Hitler.
Yeah, do not give this to. Often this number is associated with the number 14, e.g., examples 14-/88 or whatever. This number symbolizes the 14 words coined by David Lane, a prominent white supremacist.
Never heard of him.
Yeah. Example users of 88 include the song 88 Rock and Roll Band by Lanzer and the organization's Column 88 and
So this is basically some niche shit that you wouldn't know unless you're in on it.
Yeah, let me just post it on the side chats. It's just the reason it's a neo-Nazi shit because the 8 symbolizes the 8th in Latin alphabets.
It's short for Hal Hitler. HH Hal Hitler.
Yeah.
And then column 88 and unit bullshit. It's stupid shit. It's shit that you wouldn't know unless you were either a neo-Nazi or a fucking Antifa retard.
This goes back to the point of this wasn't a problem until it became a problem.
Yeah, this wasn't a problem until you made it a problem.
And another question is, how does that relate to a Disney public property game?
Because the game was called, it had 88 in it, is what he said, for the year 1988.
Yeah. Okay.
So in other words, it didn't actually have anything to do with it. It was just a bad coincidence that some retards weaponized.
Yeah, exactly.
In other words, stupid shit.
Yeah, he just said, yeah, he just the only reason he pointed that out is because it relates to the culture war. Okay. All right.
You want a fucking cookie?
At least that's something.
You want a brownie? Well, too bad. It's my brownies. Brownies for me and not for thee.
Yeah, I guess good job. All right, that's something. That's a small example. But, okay.
More than we're used to from them.
This is the left-wing partisan view that is now being used fully against the left. This is why right-wing cancel culture, for the moment at least, is good.
Oh, so when it's convenient, it's good. Okay.
I guess when your morality is victory at all costs. I guess when your morality is the ends justify the means. I guess when your morality is forced ideology. I guess when your morality is Norwegian.
His morality is on My Little Pony.
Yeah, when your morality is horse fucking. Guys, My Little Pony is inherently right wing.
Yeah, all I can say is like, yeah, no shit, it's convenient now for you to say, Yeah, we can get it back out of them.
How much do you want to bet? Okay, if I were a betting man, which I am not, I would say that he is going to argue these things are good until it becomes inconvenient. And I would not be surprised if once these things become inconvenient for the right is when his song and dance will change. Because his morality is winning. And when
Yeah.
he stops winning is going to be when he changes. Convenience in this case, I would not be surprised would just be. I would not be surprised if too far is just when it stops being convenient. When he gets what he wants and it's moved past that and targeted him, that's when it's going to be inconvenient. When rules are implemented by your equal, then there's nothing to keep you from going against the rules, because at that
Yeah.
point, if you believe rules are established by your equal, that person then needs to defend why they are in a position to make those rules. And if you just disagree with them and you do not believe that they are your equal, or that they are a right to make that rule, I should say, then their rules are invalid because you disagree with it and they are your equal. Equals cannot enforce rules on each other. This is why morality needs a superiority. This is why morality needs an above power. Same with rights. They need to be implemented by something that is undeniably your authority, aka God.
And this is why wives should submit to their husbands.
Well, this is why religious institutions have always done the best at enforcing moralities.
Mm-hmm.
This is also why the left is suspiciously structured like a religion. It is, in essence, a religious organization structured like a religion around a ideology that is shared like a religion and enforced religiously, because that's what it needs.
Mm-hmm.
And this is actually no coincidence. The designers of the of socialism, the designers of the socialist dream and whatnot, I forget what it's called specifically, but the idea of the socialist utopia, it is specifically designed to be a dream. It is not actually properly achievable, but it does not need to be. It is an idealized dream that is made to institute faith, not logical requirement. Therefore, it'll have that same religious staying power. They have faith in the ideology, not logical belief.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Because this is, and
Anyways.
I've argued this for years now, the only way the progressives will ever learn their lesson, as they have demonstrated again and again, is if their faces are held to the fire for an extended period of time. So long as there was no consequences for their actions, so long as unveiling the arsenal and firing it at their foe did not come back at them, they mercilessly continued. When this...
By
Okay,
what
but there
right
are
and judgment do you have against them if you punch them back when they punched you before?
Yes, but what makes you the fucking judge, jury, and executioner here? What makes you the one who has the moral right to do this? And another thing, guess what? I agree. The left needs to be held to the fire. That's the only thing that'll stop them. I have been on record multiple times saying the only thing that stops a communist revolution is an equally violent counter-revolution, because they only speak the language of violence.
Mm-hmm.
But this is not it, Chief. There are ways to institute that don't involve using their guns. Because their guns won't get you the proper outcome. Use our guns. We have better guns. And our guns will get the job done. But you don't want to use our guns. You are so hell-bent on using their guns because it's about revenge for you. You want to be judge, jury, and executioner, even if you do not have a just claim to be judge, jury, or executioner. You don't even have a fucking moral claim to be the goddamn lawyer.
Oh, this, I don't know.
You don't even have a moral claim to the courtroom recorder, or whatever the fuck you call him, the guy that records all the shit.
Yeah.
You don't even have a right to that.
Yeah, no.
You're a bystander. You have no moral claim to this shit. You have no justifiable thing to say, yes, I say we should do this, and to implement it. You do not have that authority. You do not have that moral claim. You don't have any of that shit. Yeah, he's being a revolutionary in his own right. Not a counter-revolutionary, a revolutionary. I don't want a revolution. I want a counter-revolution. I want to stop a revolution. I don't want another revolution. A revolution is for when a system is fucked. I thoroughly believe that the system we're supposed to have and the system we're fighting to preserve is very good. Yeah, he doesn't want justice. He wants to execute people out in the streets. He wants revenge.
Mm-hmm.
He feels the far left has done him wrong, and to be fair, in many ways they have, but he wants to get revenge for that instead of seeking a just outcome to it.
This is literally
I want
Transformers
a just
1.
outcome. Yeah, this is literally Transformers 1, and somehow I'm fucking Optimus.
It was merely a conflict of one-sided executions. There was no brakes to the cancel culture train. You could be cancelled for the clothing
Oh my
you
god,
wore.
he even calls what they're doing a one-sided execution. He admits what this shit is, but he'll only admit it when referring to the left doing it. But then he'll just creatively say, and this is why we should use their tactics. Nigga, you are admitting the shit that you're talking about. You're admitting the shit that we're claiming you're talking about through the most convoluted way you can think of, which, honest to God, isn't even that convoluted.
Let me listen to that again.
Executions, there was no brakes to the cancel culture train. You could be
You're gonna have to
cancelled for
back
the
it up.
clothing you wore. Never mind.
Wait, how far back?
A few seconds, not too much. Maybe 10, 20 seconds.
Oh, yeah, 10 seconds. All right. Wait. It goes quick, so it's not going to be too much.
They mercilessly continued. When this was merely a conflict of one-sided executions, there was no brakes to the cancel culture train. You could be cancelled for the clothing you wore. Never mind the shit you actually said. When they were unopposed, they committed the worst forms of authoritarian overreach you can imagine. Only by opposing them and hitting them repeatedly and violently over the head with the tools of their own making will we have any point whatsoever of having them look at this weapon and go, wow, that does hurt. I don't want that to be used against me, because pure, unadulterated selfishness seems to be the only key, core, unifying feature of
The ends does not justify the means. Okay, what happens if the right just gains in power now? Like, do you think, and unopposed as well?
If the right gains power, specifically his branch of the right, because whether or not he's right wing doesn't matter. He has an entire segment of the right following him. If that segment of the right, if the segment of the right that he is accumulated and that he subscribes to gains power, they're going to gain power through the exact same means that the left has gained power. And because of this, they will be programmed to use the same fucking tactics to gain and enforce their power. And what you will end up with is a right that does the exact same fucking shit as the left, and will be doing this all over again against the right. Will be back at square fucking one. You are going to program an army to approach a problem in one way. They will continue to do that well after they're in power, and thus they will become the problem. We'll be playing the same stupid fucking game again for another decade. It's gonna be Satanic Panic 2, just without the satanic. It's gonna be the woke panic. This has been going on for 30 fucking years. This is what the Satanic Panic was. The Satanic Panic was the same stupid thing, but done by the old boomer legalist Christian right of the time. Then it turned into the woke, which did for 10 fucking years, and now we're dealing with it again. It's the same goddamn thing. We're gonna be at the same starting point. We're gonna be playing the same stupid fucking game, and it's gonna just repeat over and over and over, because you are hell-bent on using the same goddamn guns as your fucking enemy. Well, you know what, dipshit? I'm not a fan of the AK. I'm a fan of the M4.
M4s are nice.
M4s are nice. I used to own an M4.
I do also like the AK myself, but it's more of the aesthetics and how
the M4 is a superior gun. AR platforms are superior.
Yeah, can't deny that.
Just factually superior.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, can't deny that. It's just more of that.
But yeah, because this guy is so hell-bent on using the same tactics as his enemy, he's going to create a situation where we're just looping around to square one again. I don't want to go back to square one. I want to put the goddamn board game away. This is the longest game of fucking Monopoly I've ever played. I want to be done with it. Let me play something else.
This is ironically pissing me off, because this motherfucker really believes if someone punches you in the stomach, you should like retaliate in revenge and beat the shit out of them and make it worse, and you feel like you're good.
If somebody punches you in the stomach, you are not allowed to assert more force. This is the thing about, okay, so
Self-defense, I get it, but
Okay, yeah, self-defense. One of the, at least in the U.S., one of the things about self-defense is you are not allowed to apply excess force. You cannot be too brutal, you cannot overdo it, and if you have subdued a person without killing them, you're not allowed to kill them. If somebody just punches you in the gut, you are not allowed to fucking gore them. If somebody tries to gore you, you are allowed to execute them, you're allowed to kill them. You're not allowed to gore them back, and that's the thing here. The left wants to gore things. The left wants to gore the right. The left wants to gore their opposition. But goring them is not the solution. A swift defensive assault and a swift defensive killing is what needs to be done. They are a problem. They need to be swiftly removed, not gored. Just because they want to gore us does not mean we should be goring them, especially since that's just metaphor. This is the culture war. And as Arch has admitted himself, politics and the culture war is the 98%, or the culture war is the 2% arguing for control over the 98%. With 1% being the right and the other percent being the left. There are people watching. There are people watching this. There are people watching how we handle this. If we want our ideas and our moralities to be the dominant ideas and moralities, we need to be taking that into consideration with how we handle things. The only reason the right has grown in support is because overwhelmingly throughout the culture war, the right's response has been to handle it reasonably and logically and to not try and gore the left. And the reason people are having problems and they're starting to point out this woke right bullshit is because they're seeing people on the right supposedly wanting to gore the left, and we don't like that. We don't want this to turn into a gore fest. We want this to be swift and over with so we can go back to our lives without having to deal with stupid shit.
Correct.
But if you go and gore the left, somebody's going to have to try and stop you because now you're the one going around goring people. If you get to the point where if you think it's okay to gore the left, and that's going to evolve into you think it's okay to gore the opposition, and then anybody who disagrees with you is the opposition, and you're just going to go around goring the rest of us, and then we're going to have to stop you before you gore more innocent people.
I don't understand how this is so simple, and people do not understand this for some reason.
It's because people are looking at emotional responses. This desire to completely destroy and obliterate and get revenge over your opposition is a purely emotional response, and people like Arch are feeding that emotional response. That is what they are catering to. And when people are thinking emotionally, especially when the emotion is anger, they are blind to logic. You and me, we're thinking about this logically. We're looking at this going, hey, this isn't the solution. This is not going to make the problem better. But most people aren't thinking like us, which is part of the reason why I started my channel. I wanted to speak out against this shit. And I knew the only way to speak out against it would be, okay, if I can see this shit, I'm going to have to show it to other people and hope that they can follow along. I have to turn this game into 3% fighting for the control of 97%, with that 3% being logical fucking people.
Mother's in the room. No. Yeah.
Oh, you should tell her that my mother made brownies.
I honestly, ever since that I touched brownies, I actually got addicted to them a little bit too much.
Today, my mom decided to try an experimental recipe. She made brownies with mint in it, and it was really good.
Oh yeah, no, that works.
It's like brownies are already borderline addicting. A brownie that is also refreshing. It took every ounce of my willpower to not eat the entire thing.
The temptation. Yeah, this is what did I write in the end? Yeah, what the end doesn't justify the means. You're beating with their weapons and tactics as.
He's programming a portion of the left, or he's programming a portion of the right to be like the left. And what's going to happen is if they do win, they're going to have that programming, which will make them the next problem.
I was going to say, and tactics to the enemy to the point it's going to gore them. You are programming them to be the very thing you swore to destroy. Unless it's already intentional.
Well, yeah, no, he straight up said we need to use their tactics. He knows that he's programming the right to be like the left. He thinks that's what needs to be done.
Mm-hmm.
He actually believes that's what needs to be done. He thinks that's the solution to the problem. It's not.
Mm-hmm.
It extends the problem. Like I said, the woke movement is honestly just an extension of the satanic panic.
Mm-hmm.
The only real difference is there was kind of a 10-year gap. But now that we've gotten to this point where the gaps are now that we've gotten to this point where one movement is directly causing another, there's not going to be any more decade-long gaps.
Yeah. Once again, like, yeah, this just confirms what I stated in the video. Really,
Mm-hmm.
it's a very
much, yeah.
It's a very simple thing. Like, I didn't even. What was it? And like from my perspective, I didn't even like just go in and look in about woke right or anything. I just saw certain behaviors that people did in the comments about Helldivers 2. This all started because of Helldivers 2 comments, and people were just going against it. I'm like, and then as I was trying to debate them, I was like, oh my god, this is actually very similar to the wokies. And then it started to break down after that. It was because
it's just people started kind of seeing it all around the same time.
Yeah,
is the thing.
Like, yeah.
Funny enough, Helldivers is what opened my eyes to it too. A lot of people I wouldn't be surprised if the Helldivers situation opened this to a lot of people's eyes. But a lot of people started noticing this all at the same time. The right was becoming like the left.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me try to finish.
I think it's a good thing that we caught it early. I believe we caught it early, and that's definitely a damn good thing because this means there's a chance to stop it early.
Yeah, and then people are here and they're just like, and they called me a madman.
Uh-huh.
Because the first one was actually a prediction.
The thing is, they'll probably still call you a madman. They'll probably still try to call you a madman.
Or a centrist. Okay, fat. All right, cool. I'll call you fat now.
Which is funny
because what you
as
like?
we figured out.
Yeah.
Which is funny because as we have figured out, Arch is a militant centrist.
Progressivism. And thus, right-wing cancel culture. Good. Until next time.
No.
Thank you very much for watching.
Right-wing cancel
and I hope to see
culture,
you all
no
again
good.
soon.
People take him seriously, and VTubers join him, and I have a eerily feeling they don't even watch his whole video context and all that. They just join in because there was a good friend, and then without realizing
then
the problem.
The question is, how the fuck did they become friends? Because Arch didn't start out with a bunch of VTuber friends.
Honest opinion, I have no fucking idea.
Dude, the VTubers are a new addition to his collection, as it were.
Do you think he puts Lumi in the jar?
He might put Lumi in the jar.
He's gonna put her in the jar. Now he's gonna transform her into a My Little Pony and then put her in the jar.
But no, shit posting aside,
mm-hmm.
The VTubers are relatively new. He didn't stream with VTubers before. This is new.
Correct.
They're not good friends. They're new friends.
Correct.
This is implicating something, but I honest to God don't know what, but it can't be good. It can't be good.
Yeah, and this motherfucker called Lumi instead of just, ask the person.
Lumi's a woman.
Huh?
Lumi's a woman. Of course she can't do shit right. She's a woman.
Correct. Why do I expect from someone who is genetically built to be on to have emotional responses? Of course, yeah.
Lumi should make me a sandwich. Make me a sandwich.
She ain't married to you, man. Don't work.
She ain't married to nobody, apparently, if she's hanging out with this fucking loser.
Yeah. Okay. That's the end of the video.
Besides, I don't care if a woman is married to me or not. Them being married to me is not a requirement for them to make me a sandwich. Okay, the marriage thing is a requirement if I want to screw them. I don't want to screw them. I just want a sandwich.
Yeah, like what? Oh, my goodness. Like, how do I say this? Because in my brain right now, it's like I want to relate to people who got into his interview and all that. So you got some VTubers, some people like the Pontius. He was in and Janovic.
What do you mean relate to him? What do you mean?
Not relate.
What are you trying to do?
Not relate to him. People took him seriously, and people joined his podcast to talk about certain topics. And I'm trying to word. I was trying to word this out. Like it just relates to the people take this guy seriously, and people joined his interviews and all that to talk about certain topics. Meanwhile, he mumbles this kinds of shit. Why do you join someone like this?
Because they agree with him.
That is true.
That is the thing. The people who join him, with the exception of people like Dev, which were only there because Arch could make fun of Dev to get money, they agree with him. He is getting other people who are also part of this problem.
Even Shadowversity.
Shadowversity, that was just an interview. That's a little different.
Yeah, that's what
Here's the thing. Being in an interview doesn't mean that you agree with the person. That just means that they have invited you to an interview. And you're like, okay, yeah, they want to talk about this topic.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll talk about this topic. That's a little different.
Yeah.
People who are joining in on his podcast and shit like that, they agree with him.
Yeah.
The reason people would agree to an interview with him is just because he's a big channel.
Correct.
He's a big channel who covers similar shit. There might be similar audience, so why not? I mean, honestly, if Arch invited me to an interview, I'd probably take it. I probably would take it. It might actually be a chance to convince some of his audience he's wrong. Who knows? It is a chance to voice my views on specific topics to another audience. And especially if your end goal is to share your view on shit, yeah, why would you not take an opportunity to share your view on shit?
I'm too angry to even go to his podcast. Shit.
That sounds like a skill issue. Can't go to a podcast for a person who you disagree with. Damn.
I can disagree with him.
Sounds like Arch.
Damn. How dare you? No. Yeah. On one hand, yeah, that would be neat to join a podcast and prove him wrong. At the same time, though, for the sake of, just trying to be a little bit realistic here, I don't think he would want or like to bring me into his interview.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not, but if it did happen, would you say no?
I'll have to think about it. Because I want to try to think of why. Because I know, like, proving him wrong is one thing, but I'm trying to think of anything else.
Well, that's why. You have a chance to voice your view on things. Because obviously, okay, at this point, if he were to invite you onto his show or onto a podcast or an interview or something, it would probably be to try and get into an argument with you or to try and show you up to his audience. And if you know that going in and understand that'll probably be the case, you could actually use his own stream to make your point.
Yeah. And also, another thing that proves this was like even before he does this shit, him doing an interview with Gamza. He's trying to do a double team with a mod on Gamza and trying to say that might makes right. He literally thinks
I'm actually going to be
might makes right.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm aware of that. I'm actually going to be looking up that interview for my own video on Arch because I'm going to make my own video on him too, and I want to have that interview because that sounds like it's going to be some interesting shit to use on him.